Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with this video, a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men are not created equal. When Midoriya Izuku was 4 years old, he learned that some people had more power than others. What he believed this power to be, at the time, was the existence of a quirk. Midoriya Izuku didn't have a quirk when he was 4 years old. When he was 5, the doctor said that he wasn't quirkless, but that he probably had an invisible quirk of some sort, one that was simply unnoticeable, or one that required specific circumstances to be activated. As the doctor and his mother spoke, little Izuku played with a complicated wooden box puzzle from the doctor's desk and put it back when it was time to leave. The puzzle had been solved, and Izuku made a mental note to ask his mother to get some of his own, as it had been more entertaining than those he had to choose from at home and at school. Midoriya Izuku didn't have a quirk when he was 4 years old, but he certainly had one when he was 5. Mama, the quirk doctor said that when my quirk showed up, it would be either your quirk, Dad's quirk, or a combination of both, but it's not. Do you know why? At 6.5 years old, having had his quirk for a little over a year, Midoriya Izuku was a startlingly intelligent boy. He could read and write as though he'd been doing so for years, and his vocabulary was already roughly that of a young adolescent. His skill with numbers was also nothing to sneeze at, though it was closer to where it should be for a child his age, taking home above average marks with a few average grades every once in a blue moon. The green-haired boy was truly gifted, and his teachers had recommended he be moved up a few grades on multiple occasions, though Midoriya Izuku had never done so. See, for all of his academic intelligence, young Izuku was still very much a 6-year-old in terms of emotion and interpersonal skills. He logically understood his place in the world, and did his best to be polite and to make his mother proud, but sometimes his feelings got the better of him. He cried harder than the other kids when he got hurt, and he easily cried tears of joy when he was happy, and he was even more of a crier than his mother was, and that was saying something. Izuku's high levels of emotion were somewhat expected, really, since his quirk seemed to affect his intuition to a noticeable degree. He'd always be a little more emotional than those around him because of it, and he'd always be a little more intelligent than those around him because of it, as his quirk was very, very special. I'm not quite sure myself, Izu. If I'm remembering correctly, there's a rare chance that it could be a mutation of a quirk from farther back in the family tree, or it could just be a combination of your father's quirk and my own that we simply can't understand yet. Quirk science isn't my field of expertise, so that's all I can say on the matter, but we could always look it up sometime. The quirks of Midoriya Hisashi and Inko were fairly straightforward, and some would also say they were weak in comparison to some of the other quirks in the same subtypes. Hisashi, out of the picture since Izuku had been a baby, could breathe fire at varying intensities depending upon his emotional state. His mother had been able to light fires of differing strengths depending upon how angry she was, and his father had been able to convert the air in his lungs into a flammable gas when he breathed. The quirks of the two had combined rather well in Hisashi's case, and thus his quirk gave him a heart of fire. Inko, meanwhile, was able to attract small objects to her hands in a simple but rather weak fashion. Her ability was nothing near the powerful telekinetic gaze her father had, able to move any object at any range without touching it, as long as he could actually see it. Nor was it close to the strength of her mother's psychometry quirk, which allowed the woman to glean and logically understand the history and workings of any object upon physical contact with the palms of her hands. Instead, Inko's quirk had manifested in a rather unfavorable way, taking the restrictions of both quirks without many of the strengths. If Midoriya Izuku thought about it long enough, Izuku's quirk did make sense in terms of typical genetic inheritance, but most quirk studies she'd heard of hinted that it wasn't possible for a child to have a quirk that wasn't directly related to the parents' quirks. His quirk was more like a combination of his grandparents' quirks than his parents' quirks, though the traits of those 4 quirks were notably present in the quirks of their children, so why wouldn't his quirk be the way it was? What were the results of those studies? To state that a child's quirk could only be influenced by the parents' quirks, and nobody else. How had the people in charge conducted their research? Perhaps she could find this out later on, in the search for answers to the questions her son had brought up. Okay, Mama. Can we watch the new episode of Heroes of Today after dinner? Kaken told me that All Might was being interviewed live in a special episode, and I want to see how different he is when the footage isn't being edited. Looking at her small son with a soft smile, Inko reached down to run a hand through his messy curls, which shared the same black roots as his father's hair. He leaned into her touch without shame, still attached to her in a way that would likely end soon, as he would see and imitate the other kids pulling away from their parents and acting more independent. Of course we can eyes it. Remember to grab your notebooks before the show starts this time, okay? We don't want you to feel rushed and go grabbing the wrong notebook by mistake again. As Izuku cheered and declared a promise to do so, Inko observed his puppy-like excitement with a nostalgic expression, being reminded of his father more and more with every passing year. Hey Deku, have you ever thought about using your quirk on others? Like, not only staring at people like you always do, but actually using it. Bakugo Katsuki sat on the tree branch beside Izuku, the two 8-year-old boys relaxing after a long day of playing in the park. Most of the kids they knew from school had already gone home, with a few hanging around the swings and the slide, leaving the two boys alone on their perch above the rest of the world. With the colors of the sunset sky above them, and the lights of the city beginning to glow in the distance, it was the perfect time to just relax and chat with each other. Tonight, it seemed, the spiky blonde Spitfire was curious about Izuku's quirk. Wiggling a little to get more comfortable against the tree trunk, the green-haired boy shrugged and turned the page of the illustrated encyclopedia he'd been reading before Katsuki spoke up. As the blonde's expression twisted into a scowl at his nonverbal answer, Izuku folded down the corner of his current page like a heathen and closed the book. I dunno. You know my quirk is always active, 'cause it's a mutation quirk. That means it's always telling me things about everything around me. He shrugged again and leaned over to drop his book to the ground, a fall of roughly 10 to 15 feet. I guess I've never really thought about focusing on one target before. Katsuki climbed down a few feet from his branch above Izuku's and squinted at the other boy for several moments, before holding out his hand for him to take. Deku, use your quirk on me. Why? Izuku stared at him, mildly confused as to where this was coming from, and flailed a bit when Katsuki grabbed his hand and almost pulled him from his seat on the branch. Grabbing the tree trunk, Izuku stabilized himself and looked on as the blonde spoke matter-of-factly. You need to use your quirk on others as a hero, and shut up. I know you stare at me all day, but that's not all you can do. Your quirk tells you more when you're both touching and looking at something, so focus it all on me. See what happens when you actually try to use your quirk instead of letting it lead you around by the nose all the time. Katsuki had a good point. Thus far, Izuku had been content to let his quirk do all the work for him, and hadn't really tried pushing its capabilities. Why would someone want to work to something when they'd eventually get it anyways, if they waited long enough? His quirk had made him smart but lazy. He hadn't actually tried something new in a while now. Maybe he should try it out just to see what happened? Just to see if focusing 100% of his quirk in one place would change anything about how it told him things? He could already feel the pleasant buzz of bioelectricity in his friend's body, thanks to their physical contact. And while he'd normally rely on that just to find out how the blonde was doing, maybe he could go a bit farther this time and see what else his quirk could find? He'd been given permission after all. In fact, he'd more so been ordered to do so. Finally coming to a decision, Izuku turned the full focus of his never-quite-inactive quirk onto the willing subject before him, and promptly froze. Muscles are tense. Thirsty. Dry, too dry. Not enough water to. Sweat, sweet smell. Is that from the nitroglycerin? He sweats nitroglycerin, and it's focused most strongly around his hands. And his feet. Izuku moved too slowly for his liking, one of his hands following the trail from his thoughts to Katsuki's shoes, his lips muttering observations aloud without his awareness. The pathways that sweat takes through the hands and feet are some of the most intricate in the human body. Kaken's seemed to be more developed than the average person's. Thicker, like the skin of his palms, resistant to his own quirk. The sweat glands themselves seem normal. Minor increase in production. Chemical changes within the process of producing sweat itself? Analysis almost complete. Further information required. Kaken, What do your explosions feel like to you? Izuku, sitting on the branch in a rather precarious position that he'd normally never dare try, failed to notice the curious expression on Katsuki's face. He registered it with his quirk, absolutely, but the meaning remained out of reach. Aizu. Additional data required. Izuku didn't notice the nickname change either. If he had, he probably would have stared at the spiky blonde like pigs had just grown wings and were getting ready for their first test flight, as it was unusual for the boy to call him anything but Deku. However, he did notice Katsuki answering, as it was relevant to the overwhelming urge to feel, to understand. Alright Deku, my explosions feel like power. I can blow shit up whenever I want to, and it feels great. Imagine being able to blow up a fridge just because you stubbed your toe on it, or being able to fly 'cause of how strong the explosions are. My quirk is one of the most useful quirks I've ever seen. Oh, and my arms get heavy if I don't use them for a while, and the explosions after that come out all smoky and weird, until my arms aren't heavy anymore. Power. Seems affected by emotion to a minor degree, negligible. Shock waves of force strong enough to propel the user under certain circumstances. Component buildup in the sweat glands after prolonged lack of use. Glycerin produced constantly within the sweat, and the activator stored away until needed. Too much activator leads to incomplete explosions. Izuku paused and muttered quietly, perpetual presence incompatible with current system specifications. Active usage function applied. Analysis complete. Data stored. Just like that, Izuku's quirk snapped out of focus, and the green-haired boy was left disoriented. It felt as though he hadn't slept for days, and he couldn't keep his eyes open for long before they closed of their own volition. He was just blinking. Feeling something different about himself, Izuku brought a hand up to his forehead and scrunched up his face with displeasure as it came away damp with sweat. However, a hand on his upper arm caught his attention, and he idly latched onto that point of interest instead of focusing on how unusually cold it felt. Following the hand with his gaze led to an arm, which led to a shoulder, which led to a torso and a neck, and finally stopped at a certain spiky blonde's face staring curiously back at him. Well, Deku? What did you find out? Izuku hummed lightly, which turned into a yawn, and he decided to simply show his friend rather than telling him. A hand was held out in front of the other, and with a gentle burst of energy, a small explosion permeated the air with the sweet smell of nitroglycerin. Quirk, explosion has been learned. Katsuki was stunned silent, and took a few moments to gape at the green-haired boy, before losing his sheet with excitement. Do that again, he demanded, holding up Izuku's arm when he tried to drop it back to his lap. Make my explosions again. Alas, Izuku was too tired, and simply leaned on the other boy until he fell asleep. An excerpt from Midoriya Izuku's Journal of Noteworthy Quirks. Quirk. Telepathic Heart. Known users. Midoriya Izuku. Brief summary. The user of this quirk is able to quickly learn and understand the workings and mechanics of anything, events, organisms, objects, subjects, fields, powers, etc., regardless of how simple or complex, without the need of long-term or special education or explanation. In-depth analysis. Telepathic heart, at its base, is a mutation quirk affecting the user's nervous system and eyeballs, altering and enhancing the functionality of both in order to suit the quirk's needs. The information gathered by the quirk is relayed to the user in a nebulous, conceptual form of feelings and ideas. Intuition, which is also described as the ability to just know personal information about an object, subject, or occurrence. Information gathered by the quirk is seemingly stored in no unusual manner for the human body, although one user has noted that some information see below. Techniques. Intuitive replication is seemingly applied to the nervous system itself, and is thereby damaged when the nerves themselves are damaged. The mutations of the user's nervous system allow them to receive and comprehend more information about objects and organisms in physical contact with the user, by making their sense of touch more sensitive and by fortifying the pathways by which nerve signals travel the body. Sensitivity to physical touch causes the user to feel pain more easily than the average person, and one user has noted an aversion to physical contact with other living beings in particular due to this. The alterations to the user's eyeballs apply a thin layer of tapetum lucidum to each eyeball and fortify the optic nerve's connection between the eyeballs and the brain, in order to allow for more visually observed information to be accurately transmitted to the brain. Low-light vision of the user is heightened by a minor degree, while sensitivity to bright lights is also heightened, and eye shine in places of dim lighting is noticeable to outside viewers. One user has noted a particular difficulty in taking photos, due to the red flare present whenever the flash is on. Something to note about this quirk is that much like the intuition of the average human being cannot be turned off, telepathic heart cannot be turned off by its user, likely due to the fact that it is a mutation quirk at its base. The user of this quirk is under a constant barrage of information that they may not be used to upon its first manifestation, in amounts far too excessive for a new user to handle without experiencing sensory overload. However, given adequate time to adjust, the user's mind and body will be able to process and comprehend the additional information without any more noticeable difficulty than the average person. Telepathic heart also has some transformative qualities, observed as being a part of one technique applied by one user. See techniques below for more detail. Applications. Adaptive muscle memory. The user of telepathic heart is able to replicate the movements of others after a certain amount of observation, providing that it is within the physical capabilities of the user to do so. For example, after watching someone skip a stone across a river a few times, the user will be able to replicate that person's movements in order to achieve the same goal, though results may differ due to variables outside the user's control. However, despite watching a flying squirrel glide from one tree to another, the user will not be able to perform the same feat due to the human body's lack of wings. Adaptive learning. One user of telepathic heart has noted that their ability to adapt their knowledge to suit their needs outclasses that of the average human. Borrowing from the above example of skipping stones, the user could apply the movements necessary for skipping stones to another object entirely to achieve a similar effect in a different situation. For example, in order to apply enough spin to a baseball to make it curve through the air, the user could flick their wrist in the same way they would to skip a stone. Any human is capable of doing this, but in a situation during which one isn't able to think about it beforehand, the user of telepathic heart would have a clear advantage. Intuitive replication. One user of telepathic heart has noted that they are able to copy or learn the quirks of others, and that they intuitively know how to use them upon doing so. This is the technique which involves the transformative qualities of this quirk to function. The user's body and nervous system are temporarily altered in order to replicate the effects of a learned quirk, without the user being identical to the original user's physical composition. For example, should one user learn explosion quirk from another, their body would allow them to make explosions from their sweat, but their sweat glands wouldn't be producing nitroglycerin to do so. Limitations. Telepathic heart does not increase the memory retention skills of the user, merely the amount of information which can be processed and the speed at which it is processed. Therefore, the user can still forget known information. If the user doesn't go over the information they know on a regular basis, they will forget it, just as any other human would. Another thing to note is that the user of this quirk may be creatively challenged. That is, when given a problem that they have seen solved before, it may be difficult for them to solve it in a way other than that by which it was solved previously. The very concepts of innovation and invention are often outside the user's reach, unless they're working through a problem that hasn't been solved, or experiencing a situation they haven't been in before. No matter how long the user has had this quirk, sensory overload is still a threat to watch out for. With heightened sensitivity to touch and light, and the constant barrage of excessive information that they experience every moment of existence, the user is far more susceptible to suffering an information overload than the average person. One user has noted the development of minor haphophobia as a result of too many sensory overloads caused by physical contact, and regular headaches and migraines due to the amount of light they were subjected to on a daily basis. Regarding information, the user of this quirk should be cautious when it comes to the acquisition of such. Telepathic heart's alterations to the user's nervous system and borderline total commandeering of their intuition makes it necessary to watch one's actions carefully, lest they fall to a certain hunger for new information and overstep their boundaries. This quirk gives the user a compulsive urge to seek out and hoard information about things that they find interesting, and should they find interest in something dangerous, there is no telling how much risk they'll end up putting both themselves and those they love at. Personal notes. Intuition, also called discernment or instinct, is the ability to just know personal information about an object, subject, or occurrence, including sensing how others will react to something that the user does or when something is about to happen. This ability is innate and cannot be turned off. A faculty of this ability allows the user to also, or instead, intuit spiritual truths and principles, sensing the presence of evil danger people that dislike the user, a feeling that one should or shouldn't go somewhere, or the right thing to do in a situation. This faculty is called gnosis. Despite the fact that my quirk communicates with me via my intuition, I seem to have difficulty reading people, specifically reading what they think about me. I can recognize the body language of a girl experiencing a crush on someone from an outside perspective, but when it comes to situations regarding me, it becomes difficult to determine the true causes of someone's emotions. Kaken calls me oblivious, which is kind of funny to think about considering my quirk is basically supposed to make me the exact opposite, but no quirk is perfect. Maybe it's because telepathic heart hijacks my intuition that I'm oblivious? If I ever find some way to actually turn off my quirk, maybe I'll be able to test it out then. For now though, I guess I'll have to rely on Kaken and Ijuken to let me know when I'm missing something. Kaken has trouble with intimidating people too though, so maybe I should pay closer attention to Ijuken instead. Not being able to understand things regarding myself is dangerous. Not sure how to go about solving that issue right now, but once more of the puzzle pieces fall into place, I'm sure it'll be easier then. Hopefully I'll learn to read people better by the time high school starts. Oh, that's one huge supervillain. Kaken, look. Midoriya Izuku grinned at his friend, eyes sparkling with delight, before whipping out one of his many notebooks and beginning to scribble down his observations. A steady stream of word vomit came from his mouth as his eyes flicked between the villain and the page, and several people nearby gave the boy weird looks, but most were too occupied with the excitement of witnessing a hero battle this early in the day to notice. Bakugo Katsuki rolled his eyes beside Izuku, a hand taking hold of the other's backpack handle and guiding him through the amassed crowd. I'm cutting you off in 5 minutes, Aizu. We can't be FNG late. Oh, there's Death Arms. Got it, Kaken. I still haven't seen him enough to get a certain grasp on his quirk yet. It seems to be some sort of metal empowerment, a strength-enhancing quirk based upon the presence of certain types of metal within close vicinity of his body, but I need to touch him to know for sure. The metal might just be for show too. Oh, and backdraft. His body seems to be made entirely of water. I wonder if when he's sleeping, he has to sleep in a tub to avoid losing any of his mass? Can he gain extra mass from the water around him? I wonder if Shut it, nerd, you're creeping out the extras. Katsuki cut him off, mild amusement on his face as he looked at the nearest people who'd backed off from the two, and Izuku glanced around quickly before nodding. Right, sorry. 5 minutes, you said? If you extend the time to 10 minutes, we can still make it if we take that shortcut across the field. The blonde scoffed, gripping the green-haired boy's backpack handle tighter, and giving him a good shake while he wasn't writing anything down. I want to be comfortably on time, Deku, not red-faced and sweaty as I burst through the door and scramble for my desk. 5 minutes, nothing more. Izuku huffed, but nodded, and his attention zipped towards a figure flying over the crowd of observers and skirmish chasers. Kamui Woods, a new hero in the eyes of the public, was on the scene and ready to fight. Against a supervillain this large, confinement would be very difficult unless he was knocked out, but Kamui's presence meant that the villain could be apprehended without unnecessary force and damage to the surrounding area. Assault, robbery, and the illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil. Katsuki scoffed at how thick the hero was laying it on, and nudged Izuku as if to say, "Are you hearing this guy?" Alas, the boy was completely drawn in, leaving the blonde to check his watch and wait for the 5 minutes to be up. As Kamui Woods drew back his arm, many small branches beginning to grow upon it, Izuku gasped and paused in his writing again. Here comes his special move. The preemptive binding lacquered chain prison. Canyon Cannon. The crowd was silent as the villain went flying backwards, rocking the earth with his landing, and a new hero made her debut. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the pose she was taking, while Izuku frantically scribbled down notes on her style and her special move, and many people in the crowd took snapshots and videos of the scene. As the woman winked to her audience of heroes and civilians alike, Katsuki noted that the 5 minutes were up and promptly used his grip on Izuku's backpack to drag him away from the scene. Wait, Kaken, this is a new debut dash. Katsuki gave the green-haired boy a particularly harsh tug, forcing him to turn away from the scene to keep his balance. Yeah, and we can catch one of the dozens of news articles about it later on, after we get to school. You saw her take down that shitty villain, so there was nothing else you could have learned. Now stop trying to get back there and keep up. Izuku stopped pulling away from the blonde, and released a simple sigh of acceptance, knowing that his friend was right. A hero's debut was always publicized within hours, maybe even minutes of it occurring, unless the hero was an underground one. Of course, it was obvious that this hero wasn't underground, given her flashy entrance and people-pleasing attitude. Plus, a quirk like hers simply wasn't suited for any place but the spotlight, especially if she could only get bigger with it. He'd have to take more notes on the battle later on, once the full video was publicized. Hey, the fight from this morning is all over the news. Katsuki, Izuku, you guys never told me you ran into it on the way to school. Way to leave out the details at lunch. The energetic voice of Kirishima Izuku was loud in the gradually emptying classroom, and his footsteps were swift and sure as he approached the 2 desks of his friends from across the room. The black-haired boy had moved to the area a short while before middle school had begun, and although he'd been a bit too weird for their other classmates to feel comfortable. Approaching him, he was quite a decent person when you got to know him. Katsuki and Izuku found his personality refreshing, really, and neither could understand why the others had tried to make fun of him. PSH, once he got started, Izu wouldn't shut up about it. You were just too busy stuffing your face to pay attention. The spiky blonde flicked Izu's forehead, and the boy stuck out his tongue in return, causing Katsuki to raise a single eyebrow in return. You wanna fucking go? I'm all set. Izuku's declaration interrupted the two, as he put away his notebook and stood up, sliding his pencil behind his ear. It was a common occurrence that when the green-haired boy encountered a skirmish in the morning or heard about one sometime at school, he'd spend a good few minutes after school writing down whatever notes he'd been unable to at the time, causing Katsuki and Izu to have to wait for him to finish before they could properly interact with him. This time, however, his notes hadn't taken that long to finish. He'd glanced up in just enough time to interrupt the roughhousing that would have occurred a few moments later, had he not done so. Rolling his eyes and clicking his tongue, Katsuki turned to lead his friends out of the classroom, to the area where their shoe lockers were. Let's just go already. The only reason we're not training today is because of the new character release, and we're already FING behind the rest of the extras heading to the arcade to try it out. I'm not missing out on new Justice for All content because you 2 side characters wanna be slow. Justice for All was a team fighting game featuring a variety of heroes as playable characters, and it was constantly being updated as new heroes debuted on the streets. A character for Kamui Woods had been released recently, and it was telling for the popularity of the hero that people were already using him in official gaming tournaments. In fact, Death Arms and Kamui Woods were used as support characters in the top Miruko players team, and it was an interesting setup. Death Arms provided a heavy-hitting combat boost by striking the enemy from the front, and Kamui Woods was used to restrain the enemy in a lacquer chains prison for the final blow. Izuku and Katsuki played with all might as their mains, obviously, but tended to try out the new character releases at least once before going back to the #1 hero. Meanwhile, Izuku faithfully stuck to the Crimson Riot as his main, and only changed his supports when a better character was released for the ideal setup he wanted. Who do you think the new character is gonna be? Izuku asked, sliding on his outdoor shoes and closing his locker door. Katsuki and Izuku shared a look, and both of them opened their mouths to answer. It's gotta be Endeavor Dash. It's definitely Majesty Dash. The two paused to glare at each other, and Izuku resisted the urge to facepalm, simply guiding them out of the school as they began to bicker. Endeavor is the only top 10 hero that isn't in the game already, he's gotta be the one being added. Katsuki made his stance known, leaning around Aijuru to keep his glare settled directly between Izuku's eyes. I'd agree, if his lawyers weren't still trying to negotiate the details over the royalties. The green-haired boy was just as resolute as the spiky blonde was, squinting at the other as the three friends made their way down the street. Oh, and Majesty's lawyers aren't doing that? As the bickering began to escalate, Aijuru sighed with deep regret and no small amount of amusement. He regretted asking the question, but at the same time, his two friends' nerd debates were just too funny not to enjoy sometimes. Even when he'd first met them, they could still go on for hours if nobody interrupted. At least it kept conversation lively. Aijuru, move. Two hands shoved the black-haired boy into the wall of the tunnel they'd been passing through, and a scream was warped and warbled by sludge, as his savior was caught in the grasp intended for him. They were being attacked? Aijuru blinked hard, pressing a hand against the ground for support as he looked forward. Katsuki was in front and slightly to the left of him, staring ahead of him with an expression twisted by shock and rage. Izuku. Damn it, let him go, you be. Katsuki rushed past the stunned Aijuru, hands blazing with the smoke and flames of his explosions as he rushed to save their friend. Within a roiling mass of sickly green ooze, Izuku first hardened his skin and then let off explosions of his own, proceeding to fire off his quirk in as many ways as he could think of, but Aijuru could see that it wasn't enough. The liquid sludge wasn't reacting well to any physical attacks, and while it did curl away from each of the explosions, it just surged right back afterwards. The black-haired boy shakily pushed himself up, using the wall as a support, and moved to... He moved forward. He didn't move at all. Izuku, harden your skin. The green-haired boy did so, and with a scream of rage, Katsuki blasted the sludge with everything he had. With such force behind the blow, the ooze around Izuku's upper body was blown back a bit, and he was able to gasp in a much-needed breath. Keikaken, his body is weak to heat. If you make your explosions hotter, he'll begin to dry out and T-dash. The sickly greenish-black sludge returned, and Izuku's voice was cut off once more, as Katsuki changed his attacks and Aijuru watched from the side. Surely there was something he could do, right? He could move forward and try to pull at the ooze around Izuku's mouth? No, Izuku had been doing that before Katsuki had blasted away the sludge, it wouldn't work. Maybe he could attack the villain from another angle? No, it wasn't affected by physical attacks. There was. Surely, there was something he could do? He had to move. He had to do something, but... Aijuru, Izuku. Harden. The black-haired boy obeyed out of reflex, and an explosion hotter than hell blew by, connecting with the sludge villain in a wide spread. Aijuru could hear a warbled scream, and he feared that it was Izuku's until he saw the villain shrinking back with tears in its bloodshot eyes. Of course it hadn't been Izuku. The green-haired boy was physically the weakest of the three, but that was just of the three. They were all some degree stronger than other kids their age, due to the strict training Katsuki had manhandled them into. Plus, he was smart, so smart that it was scary sometimes. Katsuki and Izuku both were incredibly intelligent compared to Aijuru, and the black-haired boy could see their intelligence in the battle playing out before him, in Izuku's lightning-quick deductions and Katsuki's carefully calculated actions. As Aijuru watched the battle unfold, he felt the still-growing urge to do something, yet his fear held him back. He was terrified. He could die if he moved in without a plan, and his friends could die if he didn't move at all. Think, damn it, what could he dash? The sewer grate down at the end of the tunnel, to Aijuru's right, popped up from the ground with a loud clang and a tiny streak of blue gleaming in the light. Tearing his gaze from the battle before him, the black-haired boy took a single step to act as a shield between the newcomer and his friends, before realizing who had arrived. Have no fear, you are safe. An intense blue gaze scanned the scene, sending chills of instinctive fear and relief down all who saw it, fear in the case of the villain, and relief in the case of the three teens being attacked by it. Now that I am here, that is. A tendril of sludge suddenly whipped over Aijuru's head towards the hero in casual clothing, and Katsuki grabbed onto Izuku's arm, glaring down the tunnel. The blonde's face was screwed up in a strange mixture of anger and relief as he yelled at the number one hero. Hurry he's almost dash. With a solemn nod, All Might sent a Texas smash down the tunnel, and the sludge villain was blown apart. Izuku found himself pressed against the wall from the wind pressure, red eyes wide as their safety began to truly settle in, while Izuku was blown free and Katsuki caught him as he fell. To us. It was over just that quick? The villain had been defeated in a single punch, after what felt like hours of panic. Releasing a shaky breath, Izuku couldn't seem to blink, as he tried to comprehend the sheer difference in raw power between All Might and the three of them. Katsuki wanted to be better than the number one hero, and Izuku had planned to eventually achieve something similar, but this was who they were going up against. It hadn't really sunk in before, just how far they'd have to go to achieve their goals. Oh my gosh. Izuku's voice snapped Izuku out of thought, and upon realizing his skin was still hardened, the boy released his quirk and was finally able to move to his friends. Were they alright? Were they injured in any way? Oh my gosh, it's All Might. Kaken, you yelled at All Might. That okay? Yep, they were fine. Izuku scrambled for his book bag and took out one of his many notebooks, retrieving a thick Sharpie from a side pocket at the same time, and turned towards his favorite hero. Can we get autographs? Ah, of course. Just give me a moment to gather what's left of this villain to take him to the station. The green-haired boy nodded rapidly, and Katsuki huffed beside him, before sending a carefully crafted look towards Izuku. It would be difficult for someone who didn't know him to tell, but he was actually a bit concerned about his friend, and that made the black-haired boy feel a bit better about himself. Yet at the same time, he felt worse, and couldn't bring himself to meet the gaze of his spiky blonde friend. All right, autographs. Young lads, allow me to just dash. All Might took the Sharpie, and almost faster than they could blink, signed at least one thing in their possession. Izuku's notebook now sported a signature across 2 pages, and the chest of Katsuki's exposed white shirt did as well. As for Izuku, his shirt wasn't exposed, so All Might had simply signed his face. I'm never washing this shirt again. That's kinda gross, bro. With a quick flourish, the number one hero returned Izuku's Sharpie to him, and Izuku was struck by the urge to move again. It was the same as before, that need to take action, but ignorance as to what that action should be, and Katsuki noticed his body beginning to tense up again. Hey, Izuku dash. And now I'll be off, to take this villain to the police station. I recommend you head home and get some rest, and in the future, stick to more populated streets as you travel. Fareway dash. The black-haired boy stepped forward, and his lips parted to say, Wait, All Might. I have a question. Any questions you have may be directed to my public email address or submitted to my official hero forum. Now then, have a great day. As the hero crouched to jump, Katsuki and Izuku watched with wide eyes as Izuku jumped forward, just in time to grab his leg as he launched himself into the sky. In sync, they shared a glance to make sure that what they'd just seen had actually happened, before staring at the sky in silence. Izuku had just hitched a ride from the number one hero, and ditched them at the same time. Kaken? Should we go after him? The spiky blonde continued glaring at the sky for a few more moments, before releasing a huff and turning to walk the opposite direction. He'll be fine. He knows where to catch up. I know we plan to head home to change first, but shouldn't we go right to the arcade now? We both carry backup uniforms in our bags in case the ones we're wearing get dirty, so if you want to change out of that shirt, you could totally do it once we get there. Izuku glanced between Katsuki and the direction. Izuku and All Might had gone, then towards the ground at the end of the tunnel, before moving back in that direction. The pencil he'd stuck behind his ear earlier had been dislodged by the violent encounter, and after giving it a good wipe down, the green-haired boy returned it to its previous position. Plus, I'd rather try to clean this sludge off of me before going home, so Mom doesn't freak out. There's a bunch of public bathrooms near the arcade where we can both take care of things. After some thought and a shrug of seeming indifference, Katsuki turned around to walk back down the tunnel, towards the direction of the arcade. Alright, but if this shirt gets fucking ruined before we get there, you're gonna owe me huge. I'm talking SLV for life sheet, say goodbye to your hopes and dreams sheet. Alright. I'm willing to face the consequences. With a determined nod, Izuku chased after Katsuki to catch up, and the two walked side by side towards the arcade. That I can't believe you actually yelled at All Might. Shut up, Izu. At the edge of a rooftop overlooking the city, a damaged hero and a worried teen stood face to face, the wind whipping their clothes against their skin. All Might, are you really okay? Should you still be out there doing hero work like this? Now that his secret was out, the man with the messy blonde hair was no longer in any rush to leave. He'd have to impress upon the boy the importance of keeping this quiet, but while he was at it, he might as well have a decent conversation with him. The villain had been out cold when he was bottling him up, so there wasn't anything stopping him. With a quiet sigh, the number one hero lowered his shirt, hiding his injury from the teen's eyes once more. Young man, you asked me earlier if you could still be a hero even if you were afraid. I apologize for my laughter, and the injury you had to see because of it, but I was quite startled. The black-haired boy waved his hands frantically, shaking his head. And no, don't apologize to me, I should be Dash. Calm down, it's all right. All Might pat the teen's shoulder until his apologies fell silent, before taking a step back and looking over the skyline of the city. His eyes, trained by years of vigilance, scanned the streets below for signs of trouble, despite knowing that he wouldn't be able to help anyone in his current state. Sometimes I forget that heroes are perceived as being fearless, despite contributing heavily to this idea myself. Whenever I'm on the scene, I'm saving people with a smile. I'm the world symbol of peace. While Idru would normally jump in with excitement, reaffirming All Might's statement with admiration, the atmosphere told him that it wasn't the right time to do so. He'd always been able to read the mood around him. Sometimes too well. So it startled me when you asked me if you could be a hero even if you were afraid of getting hurt the entire time, because that's how heroes actually are. Heroes are afraid of something, and I myself am no different. In fact, that smile you see on my face in the news every day? It's there to hide the fear inside. The skeletal hero waved his audience of one over to the railing beside him and gestured down the bustling life far below them. Young man, take a look at the city with me. Anywhere, someone could be calling my name and begging for help right now, and I can't hear them. I don't know who they are, I don't know where they are. I can't waste time looking for them either, when there are people I know need my help who are within my reach. All I can do is show up after something terrible has already happened, and do my best to save the victims still alive at the scene. Red Eyes watched the solemn hero carefully, taking in every word and every gesture being sent their owner's way. Just like you, I am afraid of getting hurt myself. But I am more afraid of letting down those who believe in me. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The mere fact that you're afraid of something doesn't mean you can't be a hero. The messy blonde turned his way, piercing blue irises meeting red. Idru couldn't find it in himself to look away, and even if he could, he wouldn't have wanted to. This man, the number one hero, was sharing things with him that he highly doubted anyone had heard before, all in an effort to reassure him. Young man, so long as you work hard and find the courage to face your fears, you can be a hero. With a lump in his throat and tears in his eyes, Idru truly looked at the number one hero, and smiled like the sun had blessed him with its dying breath. All right, you've got your shirt in your bag, I'm nice and clean of all the sludge we could find, and we're on our way to the arcade. As we're not sure how long Ijukin will be, should we wait outside, or just go on ahead inside? Should we stop to grab snacks on the way there, or grab snacks later as we usually do? And the new character release, should one of us grab a spot in line right when we get there, or should we wait until Ijukin arrives? Bored, and more than a little irritated at Izuku's breathless rambling, Katsuki kicked a full soda bottle against the wall without paying much attention to the mess it made, other than to note that the sound of the liquid splattering was rather satisfying. Shut up and take a Finji breath, Deku. I say once we get there, we get in line from the start, and make Idru grab the snacks as punishment for ditching us. Izuku twitched slightly, his right hand flicking to the side in a meaningless motion, and he pulled his pencil from behind his ear. As he went to chew on it out of habit, he abruptly recalled what had happened to it earlier, and made a face at the thought of potentially getting sludge residue in his mouth. Maybe he should have just left it there on the ground. Or no, he didn't want to litter, but he could have thrown it out in the bathroom they just left a few minutes earlier. Maybe he could give it to someone? No, what if they chewed on pencils too? That'd be gross. He wouldn't want them getting sludge residue in their mouth either. What if it had germs? That the sludge residue left in the tunnel was very similar to the slime trail left in the wake of a snail, almost equal in composition. Does that mean the villain was made of mucus? Did I almost get suffocated and killed by a booger monster? Gross. I hate to think of how the guy keeps himself sanitary. Or maybe he doesn't. He did come out of a sewer grate right before attacking us. Oh geez, he had PSS and crap all over him. I need to wash out my throat. I need to literally gargle soap because of that guy. Is there any kind of soap that's safe to consume in large quantities out there? Wait, did he have any diseases? Do I need to get tested? Oh, that's nasty. Behind the two teens, the sound of liquid gurgling sounded in the alleyway, and Izuku gagged from the combination of the noise and his thoughts. I swear I just heard sludge moving behind us. I'm thinking too hard. Kaken, make me think of something else before I start thinking about the wide variety of horrifying things that could have possibly made contact with my insides earlier. Oh no, it's too late. What the move? Two hands roughly yanked Izuku out of the way, and the green-haired boy was thrown to the side of the alleyway, a bit rougher than he'd pushed Idra earlier. As he rebounded off the wall and stumbled back a few steps, his emerald eyes turned towards the one who'd thrown him and turned toxic at what he saw. Sheesh, kid, I'm hurt you think so little of me. Yapping about diseases and my methods of travel like that, I'd go so far as to say I'm insulted. Sickly green-black ooze was wrapped firm around Katsuki's waist and upper body, preventing him from turning his quirk on the villain, though not for lack of trying. The spiky blonde was screaming curses at the one holding him captive, his hands releasing explosion after explosion in rapid succession, and he only shut his mouth when the sludge threatened to move in. Katsuki had saved him. Katsuki had thrown him out of the way. Furious red irises met toxic green, and Izuku took a shuddering breath, shifting his gaze to the villain looming over them and taking in the scene overall. Why you again? What are you doing here? All Might already caught you. Despite the well-populated area and the high amount of foot traffic at this time of day, everyone who walked by the alleyway either didn't notice what was going on or chose to ignore it, with a rare few people calling the station once they'd left the villain's sight. Izuku's hand twitched again, and his grip on the pencil tightened, as Katsuki set off another explosion hot enough to light some nearby trash on fire. Crap, a fire, this could get bad. Well, he may have caught me, but he certainly didn't keep a good eye on me. Haha, and to think the firecracker here actually released me. Bessie wanted to be possessed instead. And who am I to turn down such a forceful request? Heroes were probably already on their way, meaning they'd be evacuating the area. A fire was okay then, and if it burned hot enough, it would dry out the villain. Raising his hands in the same open-clawed way his friend often did before setting off his quirk, Izuku made eye contact with the captured Katsuki and nodded to the side. The blonde froze for a moment, glancing around until he saw the fire nearby, and his eyes widened as he looked back to him. With the message successfully given and received, the green-haired boy turned to run towards a nearby restaurant, sending one final call over his shoulder before vanishing from view. Kaken, remember what I said about heat? The villain's eyes narrowed as the green-haired boy ran away, and snarled, his liquid body roiling and bubbling with displeasure around Katsuki's form. Straining his muscles and kicking his legs forcefully, the blonde struggled uncomfortably in the villain's grasp, explosions burning hotter now with every passing moment. That brat just ran off without even apologizing. Sheesh, your generation gets more and more rude every year. And you? Sludge smacked wetly into the boy's face, cutting off his vision and his air supply, and he felt ice roll down his spine as he realized the time limit he'd just been given. 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes before he'd pass out from lack of air, and then the sick F holding him could do whatever it wanted to him. Why don't you just relax a bit, F firecracker? Your little friend has abandoned you, and it'll be easier for both of us if you stop struggling. I'll even make it quick. Though not painless, huh? Katsuki, never one to just lie down and take it, did all that he could do to make it more difficult for the villain. He made his explosions so hot that they were borderline damaging to himself. He squirmed and twisted as best as he'd seen any difficult-to-hold toddler do. He kicked off his shoes and began setting off explosions from the soles of his feet. The final thing was something Izuku had figured he'd be able to do, and while his feet explosions were some measure weaker than those from his hands, they'd still make it more difficult for this BSRD to keep hold of him. Bakugo Katsuki wasn't about to let this villain take him down without a fight, and once Izuku returned with whatever he'd run off to get, he'd have a friend by his side working to do the same. Off in the distance, roughly 10 streets away but seeming farther due to the height of the building, smoke and fire billowed up into the sky with the faint sound of echoed explosions. Side by side at the railing, the skeletal number 1 hero and the black-haired teen witnessed the event with wide eyes and shared glances of horror, having just discovered the missing bottles of sludge. This might be unrelated, but those explosions. Was the sludge villain the type to hold a grudge? Excuse me, young man, but I must go. Still in his weaker form, All Might darted to the staircase and took the express trip down, moving fast and leaving Ijuru's sight within moments. Frozen for a few moments, the boy's gaze flicked between the door and the site of the explosion, before he moved to do the same. If that was the sludge villain, then this was his fault. He knew those explosions like the back of his hand at this point, having heard them during training so often, and if Katsuki was being attacked by the sludge villain. Bursting through the door and taking the stairs a bit more recklessly than he should, all Ijuru could think was that he had to do something. He couldn't do anything back in the tunnel, but he could do something now. All Might was here, albeit in a weakened form. He could bring the older man to the scene and save him trouble. Nah. All Might wasn't on the staircase, and when Ijuru ran out of the building he wasn't anywhere in sight either. Of course, it was ridiculous to think the number 1 hero would need his help. Still, he had to get to Katsuki and Izuku, where one was located, the other was sure to be nearby, and actually help this time. He can be a hero, damn it. It was about time to start acting like it. Rushing down the street at full tilt, Ijuru called out apologies to those behind him as he made his way through the crowds of pedestrians, on his way to help his friends. How long had it been? 30 seconds at most, right? He could hear sirens and some heroes nearby, talking to the villain now, trying to negotiate and meeting with significant failure. Backdraft was telling the civilians to keep away from the nearby buildings, spraying water at the fires that had sprung up in the wake of his struggles. The buildings had caught fire that quickly? It had to have been more than 30 seconds. He could only hold his breath for so long. 2 minutes left, 2 minutes or less. Katsuki couldn't exactly count the seconds as he kept firing off his quirk and trying to twist his body free, occupied with the burning in his chest and the sick, disgusting feel of viscous liquid pressing against his lips. Part of him wondered why it hadn't simply gone up his nose, but maybe it couldn't for whatever reason. Maybe he was fighting hard enough that it couldn't stop to move itself in such intricate ways. The villain was a large one, too. Maybe it just had difficulty moving smaller parts of itself in general. And damn it, the heroes were here. He could hear them, calling out their statuses and advising each other on the best courses of action. They could have started attacking the villain by now. Its movements were getting slower, and the liquid ooze it was made of felt thicker, likely due to the fires he'd started, but they were all focused on the collateral damage. They were putting out the fires and evacuating the civilians still in the area, which was really great and all, but he could count at least 6 heroes on scene by audio alone. They didn't need that many people for one job. They could at least send one person in to fight the villain. It was a hero's job to take risks for the safety of others, so why were they playing safe in a situation like this? Why weren't the heroes doing anything to help him? Haha, your quirk is much better than your weak friend's quirk. Look at all this destruction. Look at all the damage you've caused. Go on, kid, take a look. The thick sludge around Katsuki's eyes began to move down, increasing the pressure on his mouth, but allowing him to see the situation again. Flames were everywhere, and 2 crowds of civilians had gathered on either side of the alleyway, each being protected by the heroes. The new giant hero from this morning was to his right, using her arms to protect one crowd, while Kamui Woods worked on the other crowd, unable to try saving him because of the fires he'd created. Backdraft was putting out the fires that had spread to the buildings nearby, and Death Arms was helping evacuate the civilians still in the buildings. Damn it, sheet, dash. They were all busy, they were being cautious and doing the jobs they knew they could do for certain, because none of their quirks were suited for the situation. Bullshit. Kamui Woods wouldn't be able to keep hold of the villain, but he'd be able to grasp and pull Katsuki free if he stopped dancing around the flames like that. Sure, he was made of wood, but wet wood didn't burn so easily. Just get backdraft to soak you for a moment, dumbass. How many minutes had it been? Katsuki could feel the urge to breathe rising up within him, and his struggles getting minutely weaker with each passing moment without fresh air. His time was almost up, damn it, why weren't they moving? Why weren't they trying to save him? Why weren't they? Kaken, close your eyes. The spiky blonde obeyed immediately, and less than a second later, the villain above him screamed in pain as something lightly brushed across his face. What sludge was there began to recede, as well as that around his arms, and Katsuki quickly reached up and tore at the clay-like liquid around his mouth to gasp for air. Fucking, took you long enough. With his lungs freshly filled, the timer on his life had been reset, and 3 minutes were once again the numbers to count down from. However, Izuku was here, within easy reach, and that meant he had a plan. All those heroes working on the sidelines, yelling at the green-haired boy for making their jobs more difficult. They didn't really care about him, but Izuku did. Izuken. Katsuki. And so did FNG Hairforbrains, who'd finally decided to catch up with them after his little one-on-one stint with All Might. But what a time to show up. Katsuki wouldn't admit that he was jealous until this jackass trying to suffocate him was taken care of. He was no longer afraid for his life, not now, with his friends right there and some mostly useless heroes in the background. It was only a matter of time before the villain was subdued. Once that happened, he was going to go chew out the heroes for their fuckus lack of care for the life of an endangered civilian, and then he was going to chew out Izuku and Idru for something. Filled with a proper rage once more, the spiky blonde let out a muffled battle cry and set off more explosions, opening his eyes again to glare at the fuckus stupid world around him. And Ijuken, you're the only one here who can withstand his explosions at this level, so you're the only one who can do it. The black-haired boy froze for a second, looking in his direction as Izuku finished talking and handed him a bag of some sort, and Katsuki could see the fear in his eyes slowly morph into determination. Idru began moving quickly, running to stand just outside of the villain's reach, his gaze focused sharply on the moving sludge before him. Could now just wait for a second and, now, do it now. His movements in sync with a pained cry from the villain behind Katsuki, the black-haired teen tore open the mysterious bag and flung it in a wide arc towards the villain, white powder of some sort falling over the villain and his victim. Where the tiny white crystals fell in the fires and the sludge, the flames burned yellow and the sludge quickly receded. Salt. Katsuki realized as Idru helped tear him free. Izuku went to that restaurant to grab salt. With Katsuki free and gasping for air, the heroes on the sidelines seemed to freeze, and then everything was over in a matter of moments. Have no fear, young ones. I am here. All Might showed up seemingly out of nowhere, and Katsuki noticed Idru's surprised expression for a brief moment as the three teens were moved to safety, Izuku muttering something about wind pressure and liquid viscosity along the way. The villain's body had been thickened due to the heat and salt added to it, and it created a rather large bubble before popping, rather than loosely splattering everywhere as it had in the tunnel earlier. In the silence that followed, the clouds above swirled, and it began to rain. Did he just change the weather? With a single punch? All Might raised his fist, and the crowd began to cheer, the sidelined heroes moving around them to quickly put out the rest of the fires nearby. Katsuki glared at them as they gathered to check on him and his friends, ignoring the number one hero's quick departure in favor of pointedly expressing his distaste for their overcautious actions. When they attempted to praise him for his quirk and his valiant fighting back, he sneered and said nothing, but when they tried to reprimand Izuku and Idru for jumping in so recklessly, he defended them with nothing held back. So I'm brave for fighting and they're stupid for trying to help? Go of yourselves. They're the only ones who actually did something other than All Might, while you cowards just stood on the sidelines and cried. about your quirks not being perfect fits for the situation. Let me tell you something and you listen close. Izuku and Idru are gonna be better heroes than any of you losers here, and I'd suggest you reevaluate your definition of a hero if you think otherwise. No matter what the heroes tried to say after that, Katsuki ignored them to retrieve his dirted shoes from the pavement, letting his friends do the rest of the talking. He'd always known that not all heroes were as good as All Might, but this afternoon really cemented that fact into his brain. Heroes? More like cheap commercial knockoffs. They only did as much of their job as was necessary, and didn't even try to step out of their comfort zones once. As Izuku asked for the heroes' autographs, Katsuki stopped listening to the surrounding conversation entirely, putting in his earbuds and turning the music up loud enough to drown out the voices of everyone around him. Idru stood beside him, letting the spiky blonde lean on him while keeping the crowd's attention directed away from him, and letting him get a breather before he actually blew up on them. All Might's the only hero who actually tried to do something, despite arriving too late to do anything but take the villain down. These heroes? Izuku, I don't know why you're still a fan of them. When everything was said and done, Katsuki turned to lead his two friends home, utterly done with the day. The arcade, he wanted a FING shower and then he wanted a FING nap. The universe was clearly telling the three teens that they couldn't relax yet, and therefore, the spiky blonde was going to metaphorically and literally flip it off by doing so at his house. Today, the universe, and those shitty heroes slacking on their jobs. So because of the similarities between the villain's residual trail and the slime trails left behind snails. The properties of salts on liquids in general, really. I thought it might be a weakness of. His body also had a more gel-like consistency, which is why I thought heat would also have an effect. Being in physical contact with him before definitely helped my quirk figure out how much salt to throw at him without risking him being completely dried out, given how hot the area was and how viscous his body had already gotten. As Izuku scratched away details in his notebook specifically marked for villain observations, his mouth ran away with his thoughts, cutting in and out of sentences in a way that most people couldn't keep up with. Katsuki was fluent in his muttering, however, and Idru could keep up roughly 80% of the time. It seemed as though the longer someone was exposed to his particular madness, the more they understood it. That didn't necessarily mean that they enjoyed hearing it all the time, though. Deku, could you maybe stop muttering about the villain from earlier? Fucking creep and a half is probably gonna give me nightmares or some shit, and I don't need your weird ideas about potential sludge quirk applications being added to them. Blinking a few times to try focusing on something else, the green-haired boy nodded, and watched as Idru threw his arm over the spiky blonde's shoulders. Man, I'm glad you two are okay though. I wasn't even directly attacked by the guy, and chills, dude. Call me if either of you end up getting nightmares, 'cause honestly, I might need the company. Teeth, whatever. As Katsuki responded in his usual surly fashion, Izuku tilted his head a bit to the side, pondering the relationships that had developed between the three of them over the years. Having known Katsuki pretty much since birth, the original two of the three were a lot closer than most friends Izuku knew of. They'd been there for each other when their quirks had manifested, and though their friendship had hit a few rocky patches here and there in daycare and primary school, they'd ended up closer because of it. Two sides of the same coin, it seemed they were in some ways, but there'd always been overlaps in some areas, and something had always been missing in others. Some things were still missing in fact, and it somewhat irked Izuku that he couldn't figure out what they were. He'd have to focus on that later on, perhaps in another month or so. When Idru's family had moved to the area and he'd ended up in their class in middle school, neither Katsuki nor Izuku had thought much of him at the time. He'd always been around the edges of their awareness, watching them with a bright curiosity that most of their classmates had already lost, but never really straight up grabbing their attention. Instead, he'd seemed rather ordinary, and had eventually blended seamlessly into the background. It was only after a few months that he stood out from the crowd, literally. Katsuki and Izuku had been eating lunch outside in a secluded area, when a few classmates had been dragged out of the school by some upperclassmen, said upperclassmen sounding keen on teaching their lowerclassmen some respect. Both boys had begun putting their lunches aside to intervene, Katsuki being set off that his class was being messed with, and Izuku being set off that anyone was being messed with, when Idru came out of nowhere and stood up to them. Granted, the two friends had still needed to step in once Idru's quirk was revealed to be rather weak at the time, but the event had grabbed their attention. The black-haired boy was put on their radar, and given the drive for understanding that Izuku's quirk gave him, it wasn't long after that the three boys became acquainted with each other. Idru was relaxed and easygoing in a way that neither of the other two were, but he was charismatic and likable, even more so to Katsuki and Izuku specifically, once they found out the nature of his insecurities. He questioned himself as Izuku often did, and he doubted his capabilities as Katsuki often did, though the latter was never really open about it. The black-haired boy even wanted to be a hero, and after privately acknowledging that he was enough like them to get to know, the three had become closer since. Now, in their final year of middle school, the three friends could call each other nothing less than that, friends. Briefly, Izuku wondered if Idru had filled in the missing pieces of his and Katsuki's relationship before his attention was caught by the familiar street corner at which the three normally parted ways. Specifically, this was the place where Idru broke off from the other two on his path home, as Katsuki and Izuku lived on the same street. Guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. The black-haired boy waved to the spiky blonde and the brunette, and Izuku waved back, before turning back around to continue walking towards home. Katsuki joined him, but once they were out of sight he stopped hearing the blonde's footsteps. Indeed, he'd stopped walking, and soon the brunette was gently pulled back to stand beside him. Kakin? What's ro dash? The spiky blonde covered Izuku's mouth, glaring at him, and violently jerked his chin in the direction that their friend had gone. Soon, a shocked yell from Idru made it clear why Katsuki had stopped them just out of sight. All Might? What are you doing here? After a single blink, Izuku liked his first friend's hand, and was immediately shoved down. The action was quiet, despite the clear displeasure of the blonde, so it was obvious that the two boys were going to be sticking around to eavesdrop. What did All Might want with their friend? Neither boy knew, but Katsuki was going to find out, and Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't curious himself. Slowly, the green-haired boy used said feature to blend in with the bushes nearby, and peeked out to see Idru and All Might having their little chat. Young man, I came here to dash. All Might's form abruptly deflated, and Izuku's eyes widened, before he frantically reached for one of his notebooks. It didn't matter which notebook he grabbed, just that he got this information down, he could fix it all later. This clearly indicated that All Might's quirk was a transformation type, and it explained why he'd never been seen in his civilian persona before. He looked completely different. Well, he still had the same attributes, but it was amazing how much losing weight could do for someone's appearance. That he actually looked a bit unhealthy like this. Too skinny, like he didn't eat enough. Was he okay? Oh geez, here Izuku had been fanboying over his idol's camouflage, when he could actually be hurt somehow. Stupid, heroes are human too. What fights did All Might have recently that could have caused such malnutrition? A sudden bop to the head made Izuku realize he was muttering, and the green-haired boy quickly shut himself up, focusing on the view of Idru wiping blood from his jacket as All Might did the same with his mouth. Was All Might ill? Was contagious? Why did Izuku have to be concerned about so many potential diseases today? Sorry about that. Anyways, young man. I came here to thank you, and also to discuss your question from earlier. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't rushed into that fight to save your friend, I would have been a worthless bystander just watching from the crowd. So thanks. No. Idru took a step back, waving his hands before himself, and shaking his head in denial. It was my fault that villain even got the chance to attack again. If I hadn't grabbed onto you, he would have been in police custody by the time me and my friends got to the arcade. I got in your way. I wasted your earlier efforts. I'm not done. All Might's voice was soft, almost too soft to hear, but Katsuki and Izuku held their breath to hear how their idol would continue interacting with their friend. You told me that you were scared of getting hurt, that you were terrified of dying and leaving your friends and family with empty spaces in their hearts and lives. So when I saw that anxious, scared boy rush forward to save a life that wasn't his own, it inspired me to act too. Despite the fears you confided in me earlier, you took that step forward, and I was unable to do anything but the same. The black-haired boy's motions of denial slowly came to a stop as the number one hero spoke, and even from their position, Izuku and Katsuki could see the level of attention he paid the other. With wide eyes, Idru watched and listened to All Might's monologue, and the two boys around the corner could see it changing him. There are stories about every hero. How they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they could think, almost on their own. Earlier today, that's what happened to you. That's what happened to you, and to the two friends walking by your side. I saw that quality in all three of you today. So take heart, young man. You can be a hero. All Might. Idru's hands dropped loosely to his sides, and tears began to well up in his eyes. At this, Katsuki took a step forward as though to leave cover, and Izuku quickly grabbed onto his leg. The two proceeded to have a silent but very emphatic debate over whether they should reveal themselves or not, hands waving and gestures being made left and right, and it was very surprising that neither Idru nor All Might noticed the whole thing. Eventually, however, Katsuki won the debate, and turned his attention back towards his targets, just in time to hear their next words. I want to meet the three of you properly, get to know you a little better. Train you as heroes of the next generation. I approached you specifically because you're already familiar with me in this form, and if I'm going to be spending a prolonged PRD of time with you three, it's most likely going to be like this. Izuku quickly dragged Katsuki back down out of sight, taking advantage of his distracted state, and covered the blonde's mouth when he began to cuss him out. His eyes remained focused on the conversation between the number one hero and their black-haired friend, though his quirk reading their lips when Katsuki's struggles made it too difficult to hear. My name, outside of my hero work, is Yagi Tashinori. In the official records, I'm listed as All Might's manager. Feel free to share this with your friends, though I'd like you to keep my hero identity secret from them, for now. Oh, and here, take my number. Again, share it with your two friends there, but please keep it hidden from anyone else. The two fanboys hidden behind the bushes stopped struggling and stared with wide eyes as All Might gave their friend a slip of paper, and watched Idru enter the number into his phone before pocketing the slip. After a text was sent for All Might to save Idru's number, the number one hero bid his farewell to the black-haired boy and turned to head back the way he came, vanishing down a street that led back towards the shopping district. Idru stared at his phone for a few moments, seemingly in shock that he'd just gotten All Might's number, before yelling at the time and running down the street. Katsuki and Izuku scrambled up themselves, grabbing what things had fallen during their physical dispute, and ran towards their own homes for dinner. It'd be suspicious if they arrived home late, after all, considering that they'd supposedly left a good minute before their eavesdropping began. But their friend just got All Might's number. They were going to get All Might's number too. And they couldn't even talk about it, because they weren't supposed to know. Kaken, I never thought I'd say I was glad about your eavesdropping habits, but this is really something. The spiky blonde reached over to smack the back of Izuku's head, causing him to whine in offense. Shut up and run faster. I can't believe you're this effing breathless after one day of no training. And keep quiet until we get indoors. We don't want people hearing this sheet. Right, Izuku should be more careful. It was a wonder he'd kept even his own secrets this long, with how careless he could be sometimes. Private message with Yagi Tashinori, 9:35 p.m. Kirishima Idru. All Might? Wait, that's too informal. All Might-san? All Might-sensei? Yagi Tashinori. Yagi-san is fine with me, Kirishima Shounen. What was it you needed? Kirishima Idru. How should I tell my friends about you? I know you don't want to reveal your hero identity, so I'm trying to think of something that won't give it away, but they're both huge fans of you and they might figure it out fast. Especially since one of them has an analysis-type quirk, and I can't even lie that well on my best days. Yagi Tashinori. Tell you what. If you can't think of anything, tell them to meet you at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park tomorrow at dawn. Let me know how things went when you arrive, and if you couldn't think of anything, I'll explain things for you then. Kirishima Ijuku. Thanks, Yagi-san. Kirishima Ijuku set down his phone and stared at the bookshelf across the room, processing what has just happened. He just texted the number 1 hero. He'd informally addressed the number 1 hero and had basically explained what a F up he was, but the hero had texted him back. And now he was taking his 2 friends, 2 All Might fans bigger than he could ever be, thanks to Crimson Riot being his favorite, to meet the man in the morning, and he couldn't tell them who he was. Holy shit, when they found out he was going to die. Taking a deep breath, the black-haired boy stood up and went over to his bookshelf, picking up a collection of hero interviews from the Silver Age, and bringing it over to his desk. Something told him he'd need a lot of courage and determination to chat with his friends for the next while, for however long it took for them either to be given or to figure out the truth about Yagi Tashinori and All Might, and what better place to get that than from his own idol. Kirishima Ijuku was still afraid, but he'd do his best to work through it as he always did. The rule of 3 was made for us, 11:59 p.m. The hardest cinnamon roll. Hey guys? Kind of have something to tell you. Baku baku boom boom. Ugh, I swear if it's about being something other than heterosexual, we already know. Who the F changed my username? We live in a society that I am exercising my right to remain silent. Baku baku boom boom. This isn't America, fool. Come out of your house, Deku. I just want to talk. The hardest cinnamon roll. No, it's something else. Wait, what? KXMDSKWDS. We live in a society. Ijuku, it's kinda obvious, but don't worry. We love and accept you for who you are. Baku baku boom boom. And we'll kick the butts of anyone who doesn't. Anyways, the F was it you wanted to talk about? The hardest cinnamon roll. I'm not gay. I think? We live in a society. Are you sure about that? .png was uploaded. The hardest cinnamon roll. CJKSMDMSKSKS. We live in a society. You've turned down everyone who's ever asked you out on a date, bro. None of them were guys, so there's no true indication that you're interested in them either, but you've never shown interest in any of the girls at school. The hardest cinnamon roll. You're not wrong. I mean, I'm not attracted to them romantically or whatever, but girls are still gorgeous. We live in a society. Of course. One does not have to be an artist to appreciate the beauty of a drawing or a painting. Baku baku boom boom. Says the only non-artist in the chat. We live in a society. And that's why it makes sense. You guys both know I love your art. The hardest cinnamon roll. Okay, I get where you're going with this, bro. But it's not like I'm attracted to guys that way either. At least, if I am, I haven't noticed it. I've never looked at anyone and thought, wow, I'd like to tap that. And it doesn't feel right. To want to? I think I'm getting confused. Baku baku boom boom. Of course it doesn't feel right. You're not some entitled douchebag dude bro who thinks he's God's gift to women. You're an actually decent FING human being whose company I actually enjoy for PRDS of time that don't include you get destroyed. Unlike those useless extras that don't try for jack shit. The hardest cinnamon roll. Bro, I feel so appreciated. Baku baku boom boom. Then why the F are you crying? Stop that. The hardest cinnamon roll. I'm crying because you're so manly, bro. Wait. We live in a society. Here it comes. The hardest cinnamon roll. I am confused even more now. We live in a society. Let all your frustrations out on the keyboard, Kirishima-kun. Tell me your feelings. The hardest cinnamon roll. Well, Dr. Midoriya, I seem to be questioning my sexuality. Baku baku boom boom. Maybe now you'll finally recognize it when someone's FING interested in you. The hardest cinnamon roll. Wait, there are guys interested in me too? How do people like me? They all hated me when I first moved here. We live in a society. I share your pain, Ijuku. I too am oblivious to the romantic advances of others in my direction. And I'm sure we'll still be just as oblivious when we end up getting into Yui. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh shit, that's right. Eligible hot singles from all over Japan will be in our area. Shit, what if they like me and I can't tell? I don't want to break anyone's heart because I'm oblivious. TWT. Baku baku boom boom. Anyone who lets their heart get broken just because you didn't notice them in a week or something isn't worthy of your attention in the first place. Anyways, as entertaining as this is, can we get back to what Izuku wanted to talk about in the first place? I wanna if to see what he says. We live in a society. Kaken. We were having a moment. Baku baku boom boom. We needed to end that moment. We live in a society. It's rude to just say things like that. Baku baku boom boom. It's rude to make me look at your face all day. The hardest cinnamon roll. I can't even. I guess I'll tell you guys tomorrow. Katsuki using proper capitalization and punctuation has me spooked, even if it's just to mock Izuku. We live in a society. Alright Ijukin. Remember you can talk to us about anything. Baku baku boom boom. Deku shut your up if you're not any more innocent than I am in this and you know it. The hardest cinnamon roll. Yeah. Meet me at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park tomorrow at our usual time. The beach that's covered in junk. I'm gonna go to bed now, so good night. The hardest cinnamon roll has gone offline. We live in a society. Sorry Kaken. Good night Ijukin, even though I'm late. Baku baku boom boom. Fing Deku. Baku baku boom boom has gone offline. We live in a society. Good night Kaken. I'll see the two of you in the morning. At approximately 5:30 in the morning, Kirishima Ijuku arrived at the beach. Almost a full half-hour early. His face was pale and sweaty, as though he were coming down with something, but he knew that he was fine. It wasn't an illness making him feel sick to his stomach, it was the thought of lying to his closest friends for the unforeseen future. But he was fine. He could do this. It was to keep the secrets of the number one hero. If he couldn't do that, then it didn't matter what was said to or about him. He wouldn't be able to call himself a man if he couldn't stick to his word. Calm down, Ijuku. Don't go second-guessing yourself now. You've already gotten this far, and you've still got a long way to go. You need to relax. That's why you're here early. It's a beach, right? Even covered in garbage, there's still a view of the ocean behind it. Just listen to the waves, watch the sunrise, ignore the rotten smells mixed into the salty sea air, and relax. The black-haired boy gave himself a miniature pep talk, focusing on the present moment around him rather than the future looming ahead or the past dragging behind. He had no other choice if he wanted to look all right by the time the others arrived, as doing anything but would likely end with him experiencing a nervous breakdown. There were just too many possibilities, sometimes, and he couldn't always stay confident about his choices like his friends did. Being around them for 2 years had certainly given him some tips on how to fake it, though. He'd fake it until he made it, because it didn't matter if he wasn't the person he wanted to be yet, as long as he still tried to be. It didn't matter if he was afraid all the time, as long as he worked to achieve his goals in spite of it. Dedication was the soul of a manly spirit, so even if he failed at times, he could still be the person he wanted to be if he worked for it. Kirishima Ijuku could be a hero, a real hero, as long as he tried his best and kept moving forward. Yawning quietly, dressed in the black tank top and sweatpants he usually wore for training, Bakugo Katsuki grabbed a duffel bag and finally left his house. While he didn't know for sure what they were going to be doing at the beach covered in garbage, he was certainly free to guess. There was little doubt in his mind that they'd be doing some sort of stupid community service thing disguised as training. Therefore, because he knew Ijuku was probably too stressed and Izuku was probably too excited to think of the mundane things they'd need for the day, he'd done the trio a favor and had oh so graciously decided to bring said things himself. Wrapping tape for their joints, thick gloves to protect their hands from whatever bullshit rusted junk was out there, a sturdy pair of shoes to replace Ijuku's Crocs, a spare long-sleeved undershirt or two for Izuku, some energy drinks and nutrition bars for the lot of them, a first aid kit for emergencies, etc. Katsuki was prepared for whatever fuckery All Might was going to throw their way, and anyone who disagreed was going to be proven soundly wrong. This wasn't his first time training, and it wouldn't be his last either. Stopping outside his nerdiest friend's house, Katsuki turned towards the door just in time to see it swing open, and to see Izuku bounce out with way too much energy for this early in the morning. Looking closer at the greenette, he got the feeling that Izuku hadn't slept at all last night, and growled in annoyance. He was slacking off just because they were going to see All Might at the beach. Well, The FING jokes on him. Katsuki did his research and Izuku was going to FNG regret his lack of sleep by the end of the day. If All Might didn't make sure of it, he'd just have to do so himself. Morning, Kaken. The shitty nerd at least knew better than to say, good morning, even if they were on their way to meet All Might. He still sounded too happy though, and that look in his eyes was borderline manic. How much caffeine did he have to keep himself awake? Was he honestly going to risk a crash in front of the #1 hero? FING dumbass. Katsuki had to do everything around here, didn't he? Deku, the very next second I see you look tired, you're getting an hour and a half of sleep. No excuses, and if you start avoiding me to get around sleeping today, I'll kill you. Got it? Izuku nodded, and Katsuki was nowhere close to satisfied, but it'd have to do. Even when they were kids, the greenette was always trying to get away with sheet around him, and trying to hold him back in some way always failed. Eventually, the blonde realized that he was dealing with things the wrong way. No, he wasn't wrong, he just hadn't found the correct approach yet, and plain out spoke with the other. Sheesh, if he knew that all it'd take to keep the nerd safe was to chat things out like a sappy wimp or something, he'd have spoken to him ages earlier. Well, no, that's a lie. Katsuki didn't like talking to people, for all he actually did so on a day-to-day basis, and this was especially true if they were asking him shit they should already know. But when Izuku had asked him why he was acting the way he was, the spiky blonde had managed to channel his rage into the effort of having a relatively normal conversation, and the two children reached an agreement. As long as Izuku stopped trying to get away with dangerous shit on his watch, he'd try to talk more and be friendlier with the extras. That was all the nerd wanted, apparently, and it was actually not long after that they'd become friends with Izuku. Stupid emotional Deku had probably noticed the hidden gold in the black-haired boy before he did, and made that deal so the three could become friends easier, and that set him off. Kaken, what do you think is gonna happen at the beach today? We're supposedly being trained by Al. You know who, and I've been thinking about the possible regimens he could give us to follow, and whether or not they'll be more difficult than yours. And I went online to do some research and try to find articles that weren't clickbait dash. Katsuki reached over and yanked on Izuku's white shirt sleeve, mindful of avoiding skin contact, and got the other to quiet down. We'll find out when we get there. And we're going to a beach that's covered in junk. Do you really think we're going to be just weight training or some sheet out there? At the energetic smile the green-haired boy sent his way, Katsuki once more internally screamed at the sun for rising so early in the morning, and knocked his duffel bag into the other's side. Fucking, tone it down, I've got everything we're gonna need. And remember, we're not supposed to know anything, so don't go running up to Yagi-san in fanboy mode. The beach is just around the corner. With a slightly more subdued nod, Izuku visibly reined in his emotions, categorizing and filtering them so that only his usual amount of morning energy shone through. It had its flaws, the nerd's hands shook slightly, and if it wasn't his hands shaking he'd be bouncing a leg or something, but those were regular enough behaviors that they'd go unnoticed. Katsuki and Inko were probably the only ones who could interpret the various meanings of his more subtle movements, anyways, so this would work just fine for their first meeting with All Might. That it was almost unbelievable that the three of them, Katsuki, Izu and Izuku, were going to be trained by All Might. All Might, the #1 hero himself, was going to be training them. The old Katsuki, the one who'd looked down on everyone without giving them a real chance, would have completely taken this for granted. It just would have been another sign of his greatness. This Katsuki, though, who he was now, knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that couldn't be f'd up. The absolutely minuscule odds of this happening. Well, it was nothing short of a FNG miracle. Kaken, I see Ijuken up ahead. He's talking with All Might and looks pretty nervous. Should we give them advance notice that we're approaching? The spiky blonde scanned the trash-covered sand ahead for the two, and after finding them, stared for a few moments. Ijuken looked more like sheet than he should, that was for certain. The DMN hard-headed idiot was a morning person. FNG woke up with perfect eyeliner and a sunny smile that could potentially outshine a happy eyes' smile, so maybe an advance warning would do him some good. Therefore, Katsuki grunted an affirmation, which turned into suspicion when Izuku approached him with a mischievous little grin and his hands behind his back. The kind of warning are you planning? EUB. Izuku smeared a handful of sand into Katsuki's hair, and without any hesitation, the blonde began sprinting after the greenette, scooping up his own handful of sand for revenge along the way. Without a doubt, this act served its purpose of giving Aijuru and All Might an advance notice of their approach as the adrenaline-filled laughter of Izuku and the playfully enraged yells of Katsuki echoed over the piles of trash. Ijuku-in. I have no regrets. Tell my mother I love here. As Izuku swerved around Aijuru at top speed, Katsuki dropped his duffel bag there and followed, choosing to take the direct path by leaping over Aijuru's head to tackle the greenette. Revenge was served in the form of Izuku's own hair being completely messed up, and his playful struggles eventually led to the two boys wrestling in the sand, as the two they were supposed to meet with watched on. On his back as Izuku temporarily got the upper hand, Katsuki noticed All Might lean over to whisper something to Aijuru, followed by laughter and a nod from the black-haired boy. He looked a bit better already. Not bad, not bad. Whatever that sheet making him anxious was could F off. Now to just get Izuku on his back again and show him who's boss around here. And there. Yield nerd. Yield. Izuku soon gave up and smacked the sand with his palm, and as an amused Aijuru came over to help them up, Katsuki felt a smirk cross his face in satisfaction. Objective complete, fuckers. Advance notice and a morale boost successfully given. Once Katsuki and Izuku were no longer covered in sand from their impromptu wrestling match, the two friends found themselves faced by Aijuru and All Might and quieted down to hear what they had to say. Aijuru spoke first, seeming a bit nervous, but not as much as he had been when the two were about to arrive. So, this is Yagi-san. I met him yesterday after ditching you guys for All Might. Super sorry about that. By the way, I'll make it up to you somehow. He's All Might's manager, and he knows what happened with the villain yesterday, and he wants to train us. Here was the point where, had Izuku been genuinely ignorant to the fact that Yagi Tashinori was All Might, the green-haired boy would have held out a hand and offered to analyze the man's quirk. This was something he did regularly these days with new people, asking to analyze their quirks in exchange for tips on how they could improve their own usage of said quirks. As his quirk was registered as an analysis quirk without any hints of the fact that he could learn the quirks of others, it was his way of actually learning new quirks without betraying his morals. By offering useful information to the person he was analyzing, he wasn't just taking what he wanted without giving anything in return. And even if he couldn't learn or couldn't use the quirks he learned, he still gave the original users advice. It wouldn't be right to just leave them empty-handed, because he'd still made an attempt to learn their quirks in the first place. As it was, however, Izuku did not offer this deal to the man he officially knew as Yagi-san. Why was this, one might ask? It was because All Might had gone to great lengths to keep his quirk and his civilian identity a secret from the public, and Izuku could respect his wishes. He'd be a hypocrite to do anything but, after all. Instead of offering to analyze All Might's quirk and give him tips on it, Midoriya Izuku simply sent an excited smile to his older childhood friend and turned back to their idol in disguise. I can hardly believe All Might's manager wants to train us, Izuku began, his green eyes scanning the emaciated blonde man up and down in an appraising manner. But Yagi-san, are you sure you should be training us like this? You're favoring your left side, and it's subtle enough that most people wouldn't notice, but it also indicates you've been hiding it for a while. Plus there's a bloody tissue sticking out of your left pocket, and while it might just be from a nosebleed or something, there's also a tiny bit of blood smeared at the corner of your mouth. Are you okay? The man choked on air and began to cough roughly, Aijuru immediately holding out a tissue by his side with concern as Izuku watched on with a small, guilty frown. It wasn't his intention to cause his idol harm, but it seemed he'd surprised the man by sharing his observations. Was something seriously wrong, that All Might didn't want other people knowing? If so, Aijuru was likely aware of it, given the tissues he'd brought along today. That indicates that whatever Aijuru knows was found out before yesterday evening, perhaps close after the time he'd grabbed onto All Might's leg and hitched a ride. The number one hero did seem to be in a bit of a rush, so maybe he'd been leaving quickly to hide whatever problem he had? Was this why he'd been appearing in public less often? Maybe he'd been hit by a dangerous quirk that had lasting effects of some sort? For how great a hero he was, heroes were still human, So maybe someone had hit a weakness that the public wasn't aware of. A sharp elbow to his side broke Izuku's descent into deep thought, and glancing around swiftly, he took note that All Might and Aijuru were whispering to themselves while Katsuki pretended to be looking elsewhere. It was likely that he'd begun to mutter, and given that the spiky blonde was closest, it was likely that he'd been the one to elbow jab him. Izuku sent a quick nod of thanks to his friend, as it wouldn't have been a good thing for Aijuru or All Might to hear his thoughts at that moment, and received a neutral sneer in return. "My apologies, young man, but you startled me. I didn't think that it was noticeable, but I suppose with an analysis quirk such as your own, it would be difficult to miss." As All Might finished wiping a new streak of blood from his mouth, Katsuki reached into his duffel bag and pulled out a water bottle, handing it to the hero without a word. "Thank you. Now, young Midoriya?" Izuku nodded, and listened as the emaciated blonde man spoke. "Roughly 5 years back, I sustained an injury that severely damaged the internal organs on the left side of my body. My lung was heavily damaged and my stomach was next to pulverized. It was necessary to receive surgery to save my life. However, I recovered quickly, and I've been doing better since then. So while I do have some issues remaining, I am in overall good health, but I appreciate your concern." The man sent him and Katsuki 2 thumbs up, and while Izuku was skeptical, he had little choice but to accept it for now. 5 years back. It must have happened sometime around the fight with Toxic Chainsaw, but Izuku had done his research, and he couldn't give credit to that villain. While problematic, All Might had finished him off quickly and had sustained only minor injuries, and was back to saving more civilians within the hour. There had been a few days where nobody had seen him, but that was because he had been called out of the country to help with a situation in Europe, as he sometimes was. Maybe that was a cover for his surgeries and recovery PRD? It had only been a few days, but All Might hadn't been absent for any time longer during the year, and it made sense. The symbol of peace couldn't afford to look like he was slacking, even if he was loved by the public. Plus, after that time, he'd begun to slowly appear less often. His decline in appearances. It makes sense that he'd gotten injured and had been forced to work through his recovery PRD, and that would do no favors for his injuries. They wouldn't have been able to heal properly, since he jumped right back into hero work without any easily noticeable changes, and since he's still suffering today. His body and his quirk must both be incredible to withstand the strain of it all. Another elbow to the side jerked Izuku from his thoughts again, and he looked up to see All Might staring at him in concern. Right? The man had been in the middle of speaking and he'd zoned out. Talk about rude. "Ah, sorry Yagi-san, I was just thinking. Your body is pretty thin right now because you haven't been receiving as many nutrients due to the loss of your stomach, right? I remember reading somewhere that people who suffer injuries like that have to change the ways they eat, and that it's difficult to get into the habit because it's so different from the norm. Are you still eating 3 meals a day?" All Might nodded, and Izuku internally fist-pumped at his save. "Yes, I do still eat 3 meals a day. They're smaller, because I can't eat as much as I used to, but I manage well enough." "That explains it then. You should be eating more often than 3 times a day, because you can't eat as much in 3 meals. The same amount of overall calories consumed in different quantities and frequency throughout the day. Think of it like constant snacking, almost, but with meal foods rather than snack foods." As Izuku corrected the diet of the #1 hero, Katsuki stared at him with an expression that was some mixture of extreme offense and exasperation, and the corner of his mouth quirked up in a smile. "Since you're training us, we can help you get in the habit of eating more often. Just think of it as us returning the favor, or clearing the debt we owe you for doing so." With a baffled expression, the man stared at him in a thoughtful manner, and Izuku sent his friends a wide grin of delight. Katsuki rolled his eyes in return, and Aijuru gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up while All Might wasn't looking, seeming rather happy that they could help him out a bit. Izuku knew that this had probably been weighing on the black-haired boy, as none of the 3 friends were really comfortable with the idea of the #1 hero training them while being injured, though none of them had said anything about it. It was just something he knew because he knew them, and because he knew himself. "All right, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try out." At All Might's agreement, Izuku internally fist-pumped again, and listened as the man continued. Now, for your training. I suppose the three of you are wondering why I had you come to a beach covered in junk. Beside Izuku, Katsuki huffed with irritation and spoke up. You're gonna have us clear the beach or something as our weight training, right? We've got 10 months until the UE entrance exams, and this beach is just the right size for 3 teenagers to clean up in that time. It'll keep our muscles consistently developing throughout our bodies as we lift and haul the junk around, and the extra time we have can be used for hand-to-hand or quirk training. Kaken, using our quirks in public is illegal dash. Katsuki rolled his eyes again. Sheesh, he was doing that a lot this morning, and sent Izuku an impatient expression. I know that I was talking about inside or something. He's All Might's manager. He FING knows about indoor training facilities. Off to the side, no longer standing particularly close to All Might but not exactly next to Katsuki and Izuku, Ijuru seemed to relax a bit more. Izuku noted this from the corner of his eye, but pretended to have missed it when the black-haired boy looked his direction, simply sending him a grin as the number 1 hero spoke up once more. With such little information, that was rather insightful, young Bakugu. You're correct. Clearing the beach will act as the base of your training, and while I hadn't considered the option of giving you hand-to-hand or quirk training, those are both good ideas. Now, for clearing the beach, I've rented a few dumpsters and a truck up the stairs from here. Each of you can fill the dumpsters however you please, though I'd recommend starting with smaller objects and using at least 2 people for the heavier items at first, and I'll empty the dumpsters when they get full. The civilian identity of All Might seemed to take an appraising glance at each of the 3 teens before him, and nodded to himself, before pointing at Izuku. You've got the farthest to go in terms of physical build, so don't rely too much on your friends for help here. I'm sure your quirk has helped you get around. Situations where strength is necessary thus far, but you shouldn't rely too heavily upon it. Young Kirishima, young Bakugo, don't help young Midoriya here for the first 7 months of this training. If you find an object so heavy that it requires all 3 of you to lift, save it for a later month. Moving his hand towards Katsuki, the number 1 hero continued his assessment. Your physical build is the most advanced of the 3 of you, I'd say. I can tell you've been training your body for some time, but not a particularly long time. Perhaps 6 or 7 months. Take good advantage of your youth and keep it up. When building up your muscles, it's the beginners that have it easiest, so train yourself right and work hard. Katsuki nodded, sending a light smirk at Izuku and Ijuru from being acknowledged as the best built of the 3, before All Might moved on to the last of the 3 friends. Young Kirishima, your build is between that of your 2 friends, but you're closer to young Bakugu's than young Midoriya's. I'd recommend you try to seek help in this part of training as little as possible, but if you absolutely need it, ask Midoriya Shounen. The 2 of you need the most work, physically speaking, so assisting each other would be more beneficial than either of you getting help from Bakugo Shounen. Coughing lightly and dabbing the corner of his mouth with a tissue, All Might, no, Izuku should be calling him Yak now, lowered his other hand and stuffed it in his pocket. His phone came out a second later, which he used to check the time, before turning his full attention back to the 3 teens before him. Until lunchtime today, the 3 of you will be working on clearing this beach. Young Bakugo, go for a section farther away from the dumpsters so you get more of a workout. Young Midoriya, take the area closest to the dumpsters here. Young Kirishima, choose an area somewhere between those of your 2 friends. When noon rolls around, we'll take a half-hour break for lunch, and then we'll spend an hour assessing what hand-to-hand combat skills the 3 of you may have. Afterwards, I'll be heading to the agency, and the 3 of you can continue to work on the beach or train independently. Over the course of this upcoming week, I'll develop an individual training plan for each of you to follow, and the UE entrance exams will be here before you know it. Bringing a fist up in front of his chest, Yagi-san grinned at Katsuki, Izuku, and Ijuru, saying his last before the 3 would get to work. You have remarkable potential, boys. I hope to see each of you become true heroes of the next generation. Now let's get to work. On the morning that marked the 4th month of training for the trio of friends, Midoriya Izuku prepared for war. Well, maybe that was a bit dramatic. The green-haired teen had dressed himself in black sweatpants and a black t-shirt that said spandex, in white on the front, was wearing his red and orange friendship bracelets, and had tied the gray laces of his red shoes into perfectly mirrored bows. On top of this he had a forest green sweatshirt with the zipper left undone, so as to reveal the writing on his shirt, and black sunglasses with reflective red and orange lenses. Only clothes and accessories, nothing too special, so saying that he was prepared for war was a bit excessive. Maybe. Regardless, today was an important day in Izuku's eyes, one that he couldn't afford to screw up. Idra had messaged him and Kaken at an ungodly hour in the morning, asking them to show up to the beach an hour later than usual and that he'd explain it once they got there. Katsuki had immediately spammed private messages to Izuku once he'd woken up, and the two of them had come to the same conclusion. The secret that Yagi-san was All Might. Idra wanted to reveal it to them, and he had to convince All Might to let him do so. That was the most probable option, anyways, and the two of them were relieved. They tried to make it easier on Idru by avoiding conversation about All Might and his manager, as much as they could without seeming suspicious or acting out of character, really, but they'd still seen their friend spiral with his anxiety. It was even beginning to reach the levels he'd been at when he'd first met them, and they'd planned to come out and tell him that they already knew, but then he'd texted them this morning with the request to show up an hour late. Idru was taking matters into his own hands, acting without following anyone's wishes but his own, and they couldn't screw that up. He relied on them a little too much, and it wouldn't be right to let him continue to do so for much longer. As a hero, he'd have to make tough decisions on his own, and he had to be ready to do so. After a quick back and forth between Katsuki and Izuku, the two had decided that it was most important to show their support for his decisions, before putting down their phones and getting ready for the day. For Izuku, this meant placing an emphasis on the bonds they shared as friends, and his willingness to defend those he cared about. Therefore, the friendship bracelets and the colors of his outfit had been chosen accordingly, and he was ready for the day. Katsuki would likely be more physical in his support, making more casual contact with Idru than he normally would, but he might dress for the occasion as well. At the very least, his green and red friendship bracelets would be coming out of the box he kept them in, so Katsuki and Izuku would be showing a united front. If Idru decided to wear his green and orange friendship bracelets today, which data from past events indicated there being at least a 60% chance of him doing so, then the three of them would match for an ultimate solidarity. Alright, it's time to do this. Slapping his cheeks and squinting in the mirror one last time, Midoriya Izuku deemed himself suitably prepared for the day, and grabbed his plain messenger bag on the way out the door. Inside the bag were his current notebooks, a binder filled with loose papers that could be rearranged according to his preferences whenever he added something new, multiple pencils and pens organized by color, a few books that had recently caught his attention, wrapping tape for his exposed arms and hands in case he got overwhelmed, a spare school uniform, a first aid kit that Kaken had given him, and miscellaneous items that might come in handy while he was out and about someday. Izuku was not a hoarder, he just liked to keep things in case they came in handy. Yes, the full-size stapler at the bottom of his bag had been used outside the house. Yes, some of the ponytails from the small pack he'd gotten had been given away to people in need of tying their hair back, or in need of something to hold a poster rolled up because they'd forgotten a poster tube. No, he hadn't yet found a use for his deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards because nobody actually played the game anymore, but he would find someone who did someday. Anyways, today was a school day, which meant that their beach training was cut in two, one part before school and the other part after school. 2 hours were spent at the beach in the morning, then the three friends went home, showered, ate a breakfast that didn't consist entirely of protein bars, and changed into their school uniforms. In the afternoon, they'd go home, change back into their workout clothes, eat a healthy snack, and then head back to the beach for another few hours clearing away junk. Depending on the day of the week, they'd then go to one of the martial arts dojos that All Might had found them, head out to the woods to practice with their quirks and other things where they wouldn't get in trouble, or just use the free time to relax and recover from the exhausting week. The weekends were much the same, but clearing the beach was an uninterrupted block of time followed by group training with Yagi-san, who would come up with various battle simulation exercises for them to try out. Not all the exercises worked out, and it was a learning experience for all of them, but it was invaluable preparation for the future. So, they didn't really mind losing so much of their time to potentially socialize with classmates, who would want to hang out with the three of them anyways. So, Today is a school day, and Ijukin asked Kakin and I to show up an hour later than usual. We're almost certainly going to be talking a lot, so it's unlikely we'll actually get any work done, but there's still a chance we will, which is why I'm not in my school uniform right now. Get ready to conquer potential anxiety issues with the power of friendship, Izuku. You've got this. I've got this. Let's go. When Katsuki joined him on his way to the beach, Izuku didn't stop giving himself a pep talk, but instead started including the spiky blonde in it. Said blonde listened to him ramble on with it. Scowl on his face, but didn't interrupt him, probably thinking that he needed it to keep his emotions under control. An emotional Izuku was not a good Izuku to be stuck with, apparently, so Katsuki let him get away with the necessary things to keep himself calm. Kakin was wearing his friendship bracelets. That's 2 out of 3. Practically vibrating with anticipation, Izuku led the way down the steps and onto the sand of the beach, scanning the horizon for Aijuru and Yagi-san. Both were probably somewhere by the area Katsuki had chosen to clear, as the blonde's meticulous cleaning method had led to his section of the beach being the least dangerous to sit or lay about on. Izuku's section was a close second, but it was still in view of the nearby street, so private conversation wouldn't do well there. Upon spotting his friend and their mentor standing together in the distance, the green-haired teen focused his quirk upon them with a bit more power than he usually did, and took note of their awkward stances. Both were rather tense, and it looked as though they'd been arguing at least a little bit. Maybe All Might didn't want to reveal his secret? But if that were the case, why were Aijuru's fists clenched? He'd never begrudge someone the right to keep their own secrets, so something else had likely occurred. And he has that expression he'd get when we first started studying together, like he's received information he doesn't know how to process and isn't quite sure how to ask for a repeated explanation. Pale, some sweat is visible now, he's seen us and that smile is absolutely rife with nervousness. Time to shut it, we're getting in hearing range. Katsuki was nice enough to warn him before they got too close, and Izuku smiled gratefully at him, before spotting a detail that had him shouting one thing more. 3 out of 3, perfect score. Aijuru and Yagi-san heard that, and shared a confused glance, relaxing from their tense stances a bit. Izuku's gaze was locked on the green and orange friendship bracelets around Aijuru's left wrist though, and thus he barely noticed it as he sent his black-haired friend a brilliant smile. Aijuru smiled back nervously, and after sending a look towards Yagi-san, left the skinny man behind to approach his friends. In the next few seconds, Katsuki and Izuku found themselves standing before him, ready for the conversation that he'd promised them. Katsuki, Izukin. Aijuru messed with the bracelets a bit, unaware of the action himself, but it being noticeable to those he'd addressed. I promised you an explanation for my message this morning, and, I wanted to talk with Yagi-san before actually telling you things. To make sure it was okay with him, because it's kinda his secret I'm gonna tell you, It might sound hard to believe, but I promise I'm not lying, and it can be proved. Proven. Izuku folded his arms behind his back, attentive to what Aijuru was saying. His quirk nudged him to relax his stance a little, as the black-haired teen's shoulders rose a bit with anxiety, and he casually did so with a leg sliding a few inches to the side. Physically unbalancing himself in this manner portrayed a sort of openness that most people subconsciously viewed as vulnerability to attack, and thus it would assist in calming the other, if only a little bit. Yagi-san is All Might. I found this out after I'd grabbed onto his leg and we landed on a rooftop, and his buff body disappeared in a cloud of smoke to reveal this one, and we had this whole discussion about it and ended up sharing our tragic backstories, trademark, and he asked me not to tell you about it because if it got out to the public it'd totally ruin his image or something, and I wanted to tell you. I didn't want to keep this from you, but on my way home we had another discussion and he asked me to introduce him as his own manager, and I was. Izuku dropped his arms and took a step forward, but Katsuki held him back by the sleeve of his sweatshirt. When he turned his head to look at the blonde, the other simply shook his head once, and gestured back to the almost hyperventilating Aijuru. This wasn't something that could be interrupted yet, no matter how much he wanted to, seeing his friend literally shaking with pent-up emotion. I was so sure the two of you would find out and hate me for keeping this from you. So I came to talk with Yagi-san about it, and he still didn't want to tell you, but Aijiro lowered his head until his face was hidden behind his black bangs, taking a deep breath, and his voice quickly came out a bit quieter than it was before. I told him something important. I told him that if I'm gonna be the hero I want to be, I can't live my life with regrets. And I know that if I lost you guys because of something that I could have changed, that would be the biggest regret I could have. As Aijiro peeked through his hair, his carmine eyes wide and flicking between the ruby and emerald gazes focused on him, he clenched his fists tighter. His posture was tense, as though he were expecting to get hit and was preparing for the incoming blow. Yet he continued speaking, his voice tight and breaking, despite the fear in his eyes at what their response would be. Do you hate me for keeping All Might a secret from you? For lying to you and deceiving you for months now? I wouldn't blame you if you did, but I still want us to be friends. The two of you changed my life for the better when we met, when we started hanging out and never really stopped. I was in a bad place when I moved here, and you guys helped me with that so much. So, I have to ask if this is the end of our friendship. Because I betrayed your trust in me, I took your good deeds and flung them back in your faces. Bokogu Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku. Do you hate me for what I've done? The teen standing here, before Katsuki and Izuku, was vulnerable and waiting for their judgment to befall him. Sharing a glance, the two began to have a silent conversation of expressions and gestures, as Yagi-san watched on in the background. We shouldn't have let this go on as long as we did. We should have confronted him about this sooner. How could he think we'd hate him? He's been doing All Might a favor, keeping the man's secret when he was under no shitty obligation to do so. He's been hurting this whole time. We didn't see it. We didn't care enough. It's our fault he's so worked up now. Because we didn't bother to look into his feelings any deeper than the surface. We missed it, we effing wrote it off as nothing. We need to make up for our mistakes. We don't hate him. Ijiken, we can't hate you. Katsuki took a step forward, pausing when Aijiro flinched, and resuming at a slower pace. 3 steps forward, and 2 arms wrapped around their black-haired friend, pulling him in close as Izuku approached from the side to do the same. Screw his stupid aversion to touch, he would comfort his friend, damn it. Of course we don't FING hate you. That has to be the stupidest thing I've heard all week, and you were there when our dumbass classmates struggled to figure out what 2 plus FING 2 is. In their arms, Aijiro released a watery laugh at Katsuki's declaration, leaning into the blonde's shoulder. If anything, we like you even more now. Which is pretty difficult, considering how much we like you already, so feel accomplished instead of nervous. You kept a secret of All Mights from us, despite knowing how much we'd be interested, and you felt guilty about it. You're an amazing person, Ijiken. How could we ever hate such goodness? Resting one hand on Katsuki's shoulder, Izuku used the other to give Aijiro a reassuring squeeze, and smiled softly when the black-haired teen finally wrapped his arms around the two of in return. He could feel the other's arms shaking slightly, and upon sharing a glance with Katsuki, saw that he'd felt it too. In sync, the childhood friends hugged each other tight, as a visibly moved All Might pretended that he wasn't crying in the background. 8 months into training, Katsuki, Izuku, and Aijiro had cleared out almost the entire beach. Only a fraction of garbage remained in comparison to where it had started out, and people were beginning to come back to the beach to enjoy the pristine sandy areas, families and friends and couples alike. This meant that the trio couldn't always talk freely, but they had other places available for them to do so, and it was one of these locations that they found themselves in after a long day of work. Reaching over to rummage through the snack pile they kept stocked in this part of the woods, Bokogu Katsuki scored a bag or 2 of Supreme spicy chips, and tore one open as he began to speak. Hey, do you think All Might has been acting weird lately? Izuku hummed from his place against the wall of their treehouse, not bothering to look up from the notebooks he was transferring data to and from, and nodded. He started watching us more closely a while back, roughly a month after we were told of his hero persona, so it's unlikely to be related to that. Lately that attention has been more obviously focused on each of us individually, as though he's trying to choose one of us for something, and is having issues deciding. Maybe he wants to ask one of us a question about how we met or something, and feels awkward about it. It's logical to assume that he wants to get to know his pupils better, considering he's putting so much time and effort into them. Playing a time-sensitive game on his phone, Ijuru's eyes remained focused on the screen, but he spoke up as well. I can understand that. We're all pretty different from each other at first glance. Katsuki seems brash and unpleasant to anyone who doesn't know him. Izuku tends to unnerve and weird people out when he's not watching himself close enough, and people keep calling me a naive cinnamon roll when they think I'm not listening. You wouldn't think we'd get along as well as we do, but that's just why you don't judge a book by the cover. Draining a can of soda and crumpling it in his hands afterwards, Katsuki picked up the sketchbook he'd been penciling in moments before taking a snack break and squinted at the page. How much do you want to bet he thinks we're dating? Ijuru choked, dropping his phone, and quickly scrambled to pick it back up as Izuku laughed. I'll take that bet. 500 yen against. Ha, so little Izu? Could it be you're not sure about your stance? Katsuki teased the greenette, poking the corner of the other's nearest notebook when he wasn't writing in it. I'm raising the betting pool to 1,000 yen. Tossing another can of soda towards the spiky blonde, Izuku smirked dangerously and ignored the whine Ijuru made at losing his game beside him. Maybe I'm absolutely certain. Maybe I'm just playing the long game. Did you consider that? For all you know, I could be tricking you into raising the bet higher on your own, so I'll get a bigger pot without having to wager more of my cash. You're too impatient for the long game, and we all know it. That quirk of yours is on my side this time. Wouldn't you agree, Ijuru? Pouting at the screen of his phone, the black-haired teen sighed and shrugged. I don't know, man. Izuku can be pretty tricky sometimes. Even being straightforward about his trickiness could be another trick. That's why I'm staying out of this bet. How did you even get the idea that Yagi-san might think we're dating? Katsuki shrugged in return and turned his attention back to the page, tapping his cheek with his pencil. Like you said, we get along. The two of you are human beings that I can actually tolerate the existence of. If All Might has seen us around other than training, he'd probably figure that out real quick. Take an insufferable a-hole who's everyone but one or two people, and you might start thinking that those three have something going on. It's the whole bad boy helping wounded kitten trope. People go crazy for that sheet. In the middle of a sentence, Izuku couldn't help but snort at the comparison. I can totally see it. Ijukin is totally a kitten, and I'm the wounded part. And how the f are you wounded, Deku? Did you go and do some stupid self-sacrificing sheet again? The spiky blonde teen squinted at the greenette, his expression morphing into irritation. I swear, if you went out and tried to talk to villains again, I swear I'm gonna dash. I'm wounded by the fact that you think All Might thinks we're dating. At the deadpan response, Ijuru stifled a snort and pretended to be deeply immersed in his game when Katsuki sent an unamused look in his direction. Eventually, the blonde returned his focus to Izuku and huffed as his irritation began to fade. Whatever. Just, whoever All Might decides to approach first about this sheet has got to tell the others whether it's about us dating or not. And no lying to get out of paying up. I'm looking at you, Deku. Izuku waved a hand dismissively towards Katsuki and closed one notebook in front of him before reaching to open another. Yeah, he agreed with a light smirk, ending the conversation. I'll be honest if he ends up approaching me. With that, the three friends lapsed once more into a comfortable silence, each focusing on their own thing in the company of one another. Guys, we're almost done. Look at the beach. Look at how little junk is left. On the way to his dumpster, Ijuru whisper shouted to Katsuki and Izuku when he passed by them, and the two took a step back to appreciate the view. Truly, the vast majority of the beach had been cleared off. Pristine sand sparkled in the light of the morning sun, a few small children running in the waves as their families enjoyed the day. A few joggers ran along the outskirts of the area, and one of them waved as they passed by, sending them a bright smile and a thumbs up at the work they'd gotten done. All that remained of what was previously an illegal dump was a broken down and rusted car, a couple broken televisions, one more broken fridge, and some loose debris that had broken off of other junk throughout the day. Sharing an excited glance, the three friends sprinted for the remaining garbage, shoving one another and cackling. Save the car for last, Izuku yelled. Save the car for last. We'll do it together. Izuru went for the loose debris scattered across the sand, wanting to take care of that quickly in case one of the toddlers running around decided to come to this section of the beach, while Katsuki and Izuku both ran a heavy TV up to their respective dumpsters. Strips of metal and chunks of glass failed to cut the black-haired teen's hardened skin as he tossed them into his bag, and the explosive blonde and the greenette returned for the fridge at the same time. Briefly, the two squabbled over whose dumpster they would put it in, before deciding to just chuck it into Ijuru's dumpster and carrying it off. Before long, the three friends were circled around the last bit of junk remaining, wide, satisfied grins on their faces. On three, everyone. A few joggers and beachgoers stopped what they were doing to observe the three, interested in seeing this go down. 1. Katsuki called out, reaffirming his grip on the left middle of the car, his hands protected from the twisted underbelly by the heavy work gloves he wore. 2. Izuku added in a gleeful tone, making sure the front right section of the car was securely in his grasp. And 3. Izuru finished the count with a shout, lifting the right rear of the car with his hardened hands, as the other two lifted their respective sections in tandem. Together, the three friends heaved the car across the clean sand, pushing themselves harder as they ascended the stairs. With the encouraging shouts of their audience at their backs, they brought the totaled vehicle over to the area their dumpsters were located in, and dropped it beside the full bins with no small amount of delight. The last piece of trash had been hauled from the beach, with only a week remaining before the UE entrance exams. And they'd done this all by themselves. Yeah, bitches. Haha. Katsuki fired off exuberant explosions into the air, cackling with the sheer amount of satisfaction he felt at destroying the last signs of shitty human behavior from what was, admittedly, a really beautiful beach. Overcome with positive emotions himself, Izuku dove in to hug his two best friends, forgetting his aversion to touch for just one joyous moment. Together, the three ended up in an excited dogpile next to the car and the dumpsters, laughing and cheering at each other for doing what they'd thought was an impossible task for only 10 months. Eventually, the onlookers returned to what they'd been previously doing, and the three friends settled down a bit from their rush of endorphins. All Might, in his most heroic form, approached the teens with a proud smile and snapped a picture for future reference. After scrolling through his gallery, he pulled up a picture from 10 months earlier and turned his phone around to show his trainees just how much they'd progressed since then. Good work, you three. You've returned this place to its former glory and made it safe for the public to enjoy once more. The picture that the man showed them had the three teens bickering over a large, ruptured bag of dog shit, none of them wanting to be the one to deal with it, and each of them looking rather green at the unholy smell it was giving off. And look at how far you've come in the process. Young Midoriya, young Kirishima. The two of you have bulked up quite a bit. And young Bakugu, by no stretch of the truth have you been lagging behind. All of you have done incredible work. All of you have made me proud. Sharing an odd glance, for none of them had truly gotten used to All Might's presence in the 10 months they'd known him, the three friends couldn't help but react to the fact that All Might was proud of them. Katsuki blushed and turned away, unable to completely play it cool while looking his idol in the face. Izuku shrieked quietly, hiding his face in his hands, and muffled giggles could be heard for several moments afterwards. Izuru reacted in a mixture of the other two, blushing and stuttering out a single, thanks, before quietly shrieking with Izuku. None of them were really expecting praise for doing this, because it had been expected of them to do it, and why would they be praised by the #1 hero for fulfilling simple expectations? Now then, with the entrance exams in a week dash. Coming up the stairs, a woman shrieked upon seeing All Might, and a crowd instantly began to form. The hero was graceful despite being interrupted, and continued where he'd left off, albeit at a quieter volume than before. And more time on your hands, I wanted to take some time to train each of you in a one-on-one setting. But for now we run. Turning swiftly on his heel, the #1 hero sprinted off towards the streets of the city, and the three friends scrambled to follow before they were caught up in the rush of All Might's fans trailing behind. When it was Izuku's turn for one-on-one training with All Might, the green-haired boy had woken up an hour before dawn, and had wandered to the beach to watch the sun rise. His mother was still asleep as per usual, and he was as careful as always not to disturb her rest. She was working more often these days, and he didn't want to cause her to lose any sleep she might have needed, so quietly out of the house he went. The streets of Mizudafu felt like another dimension, almost, with the silence they carried despite never truly being asleep. A few other people wandered around this early, but they never spoke and their footsteps never fell. They were quiet, and they were peaceful, and they were always watching. When Izuku arrived at the beach, he noted that the atmosphere was amplified here, now that it was clear of the rubbish previously staining its pale yellow surface. In the dim lighting just before the dawn, the sands appeared white and the ocean appeared black. A grayscale environment where nothing moved and nothing breathed but the world itself, exhaling gentle gusts of wind through his messy curls. It was soft and a little bit cold, but it felt like a second home. Then the sun rose, and Izuku returned to his first home as colors broke free from the hazy memory of apathy they'd been trapped behind. Life, warmth, color, and vibrancy. This was the world that the Greenette was born of, and this was the world that would always be his first home. It was in this world that he would continue forward on his path of heroism, and it was in this world that he'd stand alongside his friends as they did the same. This was the world for which he was created, rife with complex simplicity. Beautiful, isn't it? I've come to enjoy watching the sunrise here, before you and your friends show up for training. A time of rest, before the time for action. I'm glad you're here to experience it. The quiet voice of Yagi Toshinori sounded out beside him, the man having arrived to observe the sun rise roughly half an hour later than he had. Neither he nor Izuku had spoken during that time, just watching the horizon and waiting for the color to return to the world, peaceful in the company of another who understood the feeling. I woke up earlier than usual, and I was too excited to get back to sleep. So I decided to come here and, I didn't expect you to show up early, with how tight your schedule is. The skinny man smiled, and reached over to rest his hand on Izuku's shoulder. It was a light weight upon him that may have bothered him another time, but with the peaceful atmosphere still lingering, he found himself smiling at the feeling of warmth that it brought to him. I always make time for moments like this, my boy. It's important to experience the peace of the world as well as create it, to reaffirm what you're fighting for. Not to mention the stress relief that doing simple things like this can bring. A time of rest before a time of action. The calm before the storm. With one more pat, the man released Izuku and turned to walk away. That same hand beckoned the green-haired boy to follow, and thus he did, leaving behind the quiet beach and returning to the streets that were beginning to awaken. All my... You want me to? What? The time for lunch had nearly arrived. The time at which Izuku would leave to join his friends and continue the rest of the day by their sides, when the number one hero had said something. Impossible. If not impossible, then it was downright absurd, and... What? I want you to inherit my power, young Midoriya. My quirk, which has been passed down for generations, I want you to carry on the torch in the next. Izuku could feel himself going cold and pale. His skin beginning to itch where it was in contact with his clothes, the sweat beading down his forehead leaving behind a trail of pins and needles behind it. All might, he took a step back and a little to the side, in order to lean against the bench press he'd previously been working on. Why me? My quirk is already incredible, sir, I don't understand. Izuku was grateful that he wasn't holding any weights, for if he had been, he would have dropped them by now. You and your friends are remarkable people, young Midoriya. I'll admit, I found myself hard-pressed to choose between the three of you, but something has always told me that it had to be you. Ever since I saw you fighting that sludge villain to save your friend. With a gentle hand that felt like freezing fire and burning ice. All Might led the green-haired boy over to a nearby seat, and offered him a bottle of water. He took it quickly, with shaking hands, and tried to subtly move just the right distance away so as to discourage further physical contact without seeming rude. Your analysis quirk is powerful indeed, but it won't help you against opponents that are significantly bigger and stronger than you are. Your mind is sharp enough to cut diamond, a trait I don't quite possess myself, but your body is significantly lacking. While the quirks of your friends can help them protect themselves in a physical battle, yours cannot. This was. All Might was worried about him, but he didn't know what he was offering him. He didn't know all the details. He was going into something this important without. The greatest of heroes all share a single trait in the stories of how they became such young Midoriya. Their bodies moved before they could think. I saw that in you 10 months ago, and as I trained you and your friends, I saw even more admirable traits. You calmed young Bakugo when he needed assistance, quelling his rage. You made sure young Kirishima was confident in his abilities in the most subtle of your own actions. You know how to help people, young Midoriya, and you act to do so selflessly, without thinking for the consequences that may befall you beforehand. But that wasn't him. That was just a friend being a good friend. He wasn't. This isn't who I am, All Might, you've got it all wrong. That is why I want you to be the next holder of my quirk, young Midoriya. The next holder of One for All. Izuku stood up sharply, glancing towards the doors to make sure they were securely shut, despite knowing that the two of them were alone. This building was privately owned by Yagi Toshinori, so nobody would be there without him inviting them, but he still had to check. Maybe he was being a bit abrupt, as All Might did appear rather startled, but he couldn't. He wouldn't allow this to go on any further. I'm a liar, All Might. I'm a liar and I'm selfish, and I'm nowhere near as worthy as you think I am. The man opened his mouth to speak, beginning to look alarmed at the firm belief in his voice, but he didn't let him interrupt. And even if I was worthy, you still shouldn't give me your power. I'm probably the worst person you could give it to, because of my quirk. If I had that much. If I had One for All, along with everything else my quirk can give me, I'd be. I can't take it, All Might, you can't give me your quirk. Izuku sent a pleading glance towards his idol, his skin burning and his hands shaking harder as he silently begged the man to understand. The way I see it, young Midoriya, you're quite possibly the best person I could give it to. Why do you think otherwise? All Might reached out to rest a hand on his shoulder again, but Izuku flinched back, and the man watched him with a puzzled and somewhat wounded expression. Please, explain it to me. I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't know your life story. I can't understand your point of view if you don't tell me what or why it is. Staring at the number one hero, whom he also knew as Yagi Toshinori, the green-haired boy quickly thought it over. This was All Might. Surely, if it would be safe to tell anyone the truth of his quirk, it would be him? He'd told Aijuru, and nothing bad had happened to him yet, so surely it would be safe to tell the number one hero? The number one hero, who had just shared a secret about his own quirk. Izuku had to tell him now, if only because of that. He had to, in order to keep things fair. Data for data, knowledge for knowledge, a secret for a secret. He had to keep it equal, or else he'd be taking advantage of him. He'd be taking advantage of his idol. Alright. Give me a moment, please. Yagi-san nodded, and Izuku relaxed a little bit, relieved of at least a little stress that he was experiencing. He could calm himself down before speaking, so he didn't say anything he'd regret later on. He didn't have to rush. He could speak at his own pace. Sitting down on the machine across from the bench All Might was seated on, Midoriya Izuku took deep breaths until his skin was only crawling instead of burning, and began to talk. When I was 4 years old, I didn't have a quirk. I did, however, have a quirk when I was 5. And when I got home and I showed my mother what I could do, she said something very important to me. Even though I was only 8 years old at the time, I had seen enough to understand where she was coming from and why she was so worried. I had to listen to her, because I understood the truth she was trying to teach me. Taking a light breath, Izuku sat up straighter, taking on the simultaneously serious and sad expression his mother had worn those many years ago, and spoke in a mimicry of her gentle, loving voice. Izuku, she said, your quirk is something so very, very special. I hope that I'd never have to ask you something like this, but for the safety of my mind and the safety of my son, please promise me that you'll hide this part of your quirk from others. There are people out there who will want to use you for your abilities, Izuku, people who would take you from the safety of your current life and break you down until you have no choice but to follow them. It's not safe for anyone to know what you can do, so please, promise me that you'll keep this secret from anyone you wouldn't trust with your very heart and soul. He remembered her request word for word, as it had been such a prominent moment in his life, and his eyes as he spoke mirrored the sadness his mother had displayed when she'd asked him to hide a part of himself. Even when he finished saying her part, the sadness remained in some small amount, alongside a longing for the day when he could finally reveal himself to the world in his entirety. Only 3 people other than myself know the truth about my Quirk, Yagi-sen. Kaken knows because I first discovered the ability with him. Mom knows because I told her that same day. Ijuken knows because both Kaken and I trust him with everything we trust with each other. And now, Yagi-san, you're the 4th person to know my secret, because if there's anyone else I can trust in the world, it's you. Clenching his fists against his sweatpants, some of the cloth caught up between his fingers, Izuku met the gaze of the number 1 hero head-on. Emerald eyes met labradorite, and without blinking, the green-haired teen made his closing statement so softly it could barely be heard. I've always looked up to you, All Might. I know that this world is terrible and cruel, but ever since I was a child, I've seen you working to make it a better place. I've seen the genuine hope in your eyes as you stare through the darkness to the light beyond. I've seen through the smile you make for the sake of the people you're saving. I've seen the sheer faith in humanity that you carry. You're like me, or I'm like Yus. And that has inspired me to keep going. But it doesn't mean that I deserve to be the next symbol of peace. Silence fell within the workout room, and its 2 occupants continued to observe the other, waiting for what would happen next. All Might's decision, or more words from Izuku, both waited for something to break the moment, both contemplating their own points of view. I shouldn't be chosen just because it makes logical sense, or because you think I'm like you, All Might. You haven't known me long enough to truly gauge my worthiness, or even just my honesty. The fact that you were so open about your quirk with me, along with what I've seen of your personality, indicates that others have been told this truth as well. Word hasn't gotten out, so you may yet have been more careful than it seems on the surface, but you made a mistake in telling me. If I were someone else, another version of me with different morals, there would have been no hesitation. With your power behind my quirk, I would become unstoppable. And that is incredibly dangerous. After several minutes passed by, the number 1 hero finally sighed, and nodded in acceptance. Midoriya Izuku, if I cannot pass my power on to you, can I still have your agreement that what has been said here today will remain secret? Can I trust you not to tell your friends of what we discussed today, for as long as it takes me to choose the next holder? Relief swept over the green-haired teen, and he nodded in return, his hands no longer shaking. You have my word. As All Might beamed at the boy, a genuine smile rather than the mask he wore during his work, Izuku abruptly realized something. While he wouldn't be able to let himself accept All Might's quirk directly, he could still receive it in a sense, and it would be weak enough that he wouldn't have to fear going mad with power. One for All gathered a stockpile of power by jumping from user to user, and that meant that he'd be able to learn the quirk without receiving any of the energy stored within it. Plus, if he learned it himself, he'd be able to help whichever of his friends actually ended up with it, should they experience any trouble controlling it. That was the swaying factor, it seemed. He wanted to help his friends first and foremost, and if he could do so by learning a quirk that probably wouldn't help him much until many years in the future, he'd do it. All Might. The man tilted his head, taking in the suddenly determined expression upon Izuku's face, and responded, Yes, what is it? Could I analyze one for all so I can know how to help the next holder control this power? When you were telling me how you got it earlier, you mentioned that you knew how to use it immediately, but that probably won't be the case with the next holder. The energy stockpiled has probably increased drastically since you've gotten it, perhaps beyond the critical threshold given the fact that you never seem to run out of energy, and that could very well be dangerous. All Might blinked, and it was clear this had never occurred to him, as a concerned expression began to grow upon his face. You're saying that one for all could harm the next holders? Izuku nodded and explained his reasoning. The theory of quirk singularity states that quirks will eventually become too powerful for their users to safely use without damaging themselves, and given how one for all works, it's possible that the next holder will experience significant difficulty in wielding it safely. There's no way to know whether or not this is true without testing it out, but given your comment about my limbs potentially popping off if I were as scrawny as the day you met me, I assume there must be some sort of precedent to cause this belief. I want to analyze one for all so I can help them work through any difficulties they may face, just in case they end up proving the theory of Quirk's singularity to be true. Given how long he'd had the quirk and how successful he was as a hero, All Might likely didn't need any advice in using it. Therefore, Izuku would go for second best, offering information to the next user, whoever they may be. It was a debt that would take some time to pay off, but it was also a debt that aligned with his desires, and therefore one he wouldn't have any difficulty paying. Even if for some reason All Might ended up choosing someone who wasn't one of his friends, he'd still be fine with it, because he'd still be helping out in a way that only he could. He'd be providing a service that nobody else could fulfill, and that gave him a feeling of immense satisfaction. I see. Alright, young Midoriya, you may analyze one for all. Do you need me to do anything for you to do so? With the number 1 hero's agreement, Izuku stood up from the workout bench he'd been seated on, and approached to sit beside All Might. The lean man made no move to touch him, likely remembering how he'd reacted to it before, and the greenette couldn't help but smile at the consideration being afforded to him. No, not really. I just need a point of physical contact to focus on, and my quirk will do the rest. You might hear me muttering some strange things in the process, and I might go into a trance for a little while cause your quirk is a particularly strong one, but it should be over in about a minute or two. If you want to help speed things up, you could tell me what your quirk feels when you're using it, once I'm roughly 30 seconds into the analysis. Izuku held out his hand as though he were waiting for a handshake, and his smile widened slightly when All Might accepted it. Placing his other hand over the back of the number 1 hero's, the green-haired teen thanked the man for letting him do this, and focused his quirk upon the buzz of foreign energy between his palms. And then it began. Power, power, so much power, energy, strength, fuel, take, no, slow down, stockpile of energy gained through generations of users. Imprint theory. Imprints of the past users left behind. Traits and ideals. Justice. Vengeance. Desire. Strength. Power. Izuku was lost to the pull of his quirk in a way he hadn't experienced in a long time, ever since he'd begun to tame the incessant hunger his quirk possessed. One for All was an incredible quirk, a unique quirk, a quirk he'd never seen the likes of before. To us, it felt almost sentient, but as though it were sleeping, a light doze on a hot summer afternoon. As All Might began to talk about what it felt like to use One for All, Izuku's quirk stored the data he was hearing and feeling in a bundle of nerves close to its core, categorizing its importance compared to the other quirks he'd learned. Energy storage functions, bioelectricity, mass STMLTN of cells, redirection. Peak performance update system. Pathways to and fro, a gateway currently closed, but which may be opened upon the user's will. DNA infusion, inheritance. Energy infused into the DNA of the user, gateway opens. Energy withdrawn, gateway closes. Trails, strings of energy, connections. Invisible transfer mechanism. All Might shifted in position slightly, and Izuku's quirk scattered and reformed, eagerly observing the flare of energy throughout the man's body. Every bit of information was good, every single bit. Injury compensation. Quirk altered itself to function differently in light of the user's sudden physical changes. Peak performance. Previously saved data. Emitter quirk, not a transformation quirk. Base functions analyzed. Feelings, experience, analyzed. Quirk compatible with current system specifications, active and passive usage functions applied. The quirk would work somewhat differently for Izuku, as learned quirks always did, but he'd definitely be able to help the next holder of One for All. His analysis of the user revealed that the quirk itself was mildly intelligent due to the imprints of the past users, and that it would try to hold out on injuring its users as much as possible. The version he possessed was different in that it had no imprints to it but for the user he'd directly analyzed it from, as with all the quirks he'd learned. The imprint that All Might left behind. Analysis complete. Data stored. That it was incredible how true to himself the man had stayed despite being in possession of such power. He never faltered in the search for his ideals, and yet he also never compromised his own morality. If All Might chose to, he could rule the world as an all-powerful dictator and enforce the peace that way, yet he stayed true to himself. This sort of imprint would be important for Izuku in the future, should he begin to struggle with his own morality, as he often feared he would someday. Young Midoriya, is everything okay? Feeling his face relax slightly, Izuku realized that he must have been wearing an odd expression of some sort, and released the hand of the number 1 hero. Analyzing his quirk had sure been something. Yeah, how long was I out? 2 minutes. All Might nodded, and Izuku brightened up, pleased that he'd successfully estimated the amount of time he'd be entranced beforehand. So, you will be able to help the next holder with what you've learned? Without any hesitation, Izuku nodded in return, his mood having swung from the earlier seriousness to a pleasant sort of satisfaction at his successful analysis. He'd definitely be able to help the next holder of One for All once he got a little practice with his own learned version in. Absolutely. Good to hear. The number 1 hero seemed relieved, and Izuku suddenly realized that he might have scared the man at some point. Was it the concern at the theory of Quirk singularity, or had he said something weird during his analysis? Oh geez, was he just muttering power to himself the whole time? He'd love to find out, but alas, All Might spoke again before he could ask. Well, there's still a good 20 minutes left before lunch. Would you like to get some more reps in? It was more of a suggestion than a question, but Izuku didn't mind. All Might was the one training him right now, after all, and he was used to Kaken just straight up ordering him to do certain exercises at certain times. It was all for the sake of becoming a hero. Sure thing, Yagi-san. Happy with the way his day had gone, despite having to tell the man the truth of his quirk, Izuku walked over to the bench press with a pep in his step, and proceeded to work out until it was time to leave. Quirk, stockpile inheritance has been learned. At lunchtime, seated between his 2 best friends, Izuku enjoyed a bowl of spicy ramen as they chattered on about their days. Hey, Izuku, how was your training with Yagi-san? Katsuki and I did some stealth exercises of our own in the woods while we were waiting for you to get back. Rolling his eyes to Izuku's left, Katsuki reached around to snag some chips from Ijuru's plate, ignoring the indignant, hey, that came from the black-haired teen right after. We basically played hide and seek. Stealth exercise, PT. If we'd had our paintball guns, then it would have been a real stealth exercise. As his 2 best friends began to squabble over the validity of vanilla hide and seek as a stealth exercise, Izuku remembered the training session he'd had with All Might. He remembered the discussion they'd had, and the promise of silence he'd given the man. Even though keeping a secret from his friends had hurt Ijuru, and history was always likely to repeat itself, Izuku took comfort in a few simple facts. 1. Keeping this secret would be temporary, as All Might had only asked him to keep it a secret until he chose a successor. Barring the possibility of All Might dying before he did so, this secret would be a temporary one, and that kept a lot of stress off his shoulders. 2. He knew the history of what had gone down, and therefore he'd be able to avoid the same troubles along the way. The bonds of friendship were strong between the 3, and though he was quite certain they'd be able to withstand another secret of this magnitude being dropped on them, he'd rather avoid the trouble altogether. So he'd take comfort in the fact that this secret was a temporary one, and would do his best to support whoever All Might chose as his successor when the time came. 3. No matter how good people thought he was, and no matter how innocent or naive people believed him to be, Izuku would always have a depth to him that could not be breached. There would always be a vault within his soul that carried secrets unable to be shared with the world, and although it made him heavy at times, it made him strong as well. It was with this strength that Izuku turned to his 2 best friends, and told them all about his day with a smile, leaving the discussion with All Might out of the story completely. The day of the UE entrance exam had arrived. After months, no years of preparation, the trio of friends would finally see if all their hard work had paid off. Katsuki was sure that they'd pass, of course. With him in charge of their workouts before All Might, once they'd actually gotten serious about things and done some research, they'd all experienced a greater amount of improvement than they had individually. He'd evaluated Izuku and Ijuru multiple times throughout their training, had asked them questions on what they thought was working and what they thought wasn't, was careful not to push them too hard while also not letting them stagnate. The blonde had the most experience with keeping one's body in shape ever since gym class first got competitive, and this with his natural leadership tendencies made him perfect for the job. So, after putting his effort into his friends, Katsuki was certain that the trio would get into Yui High. Not only that though, the day before, when they'd been about to part at that familiar street corner, he'd made his beliefs clear. The three of them would pass the entrance exam, and they'd absolutely destroy the competition while doing so. Katsuki, Izuku, and Idru would get the top scores of their year, and everyone else would be left in the dust behind them. In direct contrast to Katsuki's certainty, Idru was really quite nervous about the exam. He'd made it clear that he wasn't doubting the abilities of Katsuki and Izuku, but when pressed a little, he admitted that he was worried about the competition. Specifically, he didn't know how they'd compare, and he was worried about just how many other people would be trying to get into the school. Katsuki's place was practically guaranteed thanks to his powerful ambition, and Izuku would surely get in with his quirk leading him the whole way, but Idru? He wasn't sure, and that made him nervous. When the three had discussed this, Katsuki and Izuku had done their best to reassure him that he was on their level. Just because he was indecisive sometimes, and he didn't have the academic intelligence they had, didn't mean that he wasn't their equal. He was street smart where they weren't, he was better with people than they were, and the icing on top of the cake, he was also actively trying to improve himself. Not a lot of people could say that, and after some further discussion, they'd finally been able to bolster his confidence. With Idru thusly swayed to Katsuki's beliefs, the only person who hadn't been clear about their stance was Izuku, and that was where his current train of thought had led him on this surprisingly brisk spring morning. Izuku was calm, for the most part, as he contemplated their chances. Over the course of the past week, he'd done the last of his research on the entrance exam and had discovered that they'd be fighting robots. Katsuki would excel in this, he knew, and Idru would have no trouble. His two friends had quirks that were quite useful for avoiding physical damage, as explosion gave the user a ranged attack and hardening protected the user's body, but he wouldn't be using his learned quirks for this. On the very slight chance that he didn't get into Yui, he couldn't risk higher powers knowing of his true abilities until he was able to protect both himself and those he cared about, and that meant he'd be moving forward with the limitations of his registered quirk. If he ended up in general studies, he'd have to hold himself back a while longer, and prove himself worthy of the heroics course in the sports festival. That would help spread his name and face out there a bit more effectively than his participation as a heroics course student would. People were always entertained by an underdog, but it was also too risky to justify deliberately taking that route. There were too many variables that he wasn't aware of and couldn't account for, therefore he'd have to try his best in the exam and just deal with whatever ended up happening. Pass or fail, he had options available to him, and he'd make his movements accordingly with the outcomes of today. Izuku could do this with what he had registered as his quirk. It might hurt more, it might take more effort, but he could do it. He'd trained with his friends for years, and then he'd been trained by All Might himself. Izuku could pass the entrance exam today with flying colors, and he would get into the heroics course of Yui High. This was where he stepped forward of his own volition, and made to seize the future that he desired. The auditorium was rather spacious, and had halfway filled with examinees by the time Izuku entered. Glancing around from behind his sunglasses, he tried to spot his two friends in the crowd, but found his attention being drawn away to several interesting candidates. Those who would be their competition. A boy with tousled black hair and a blue-white bandana was twisted around the back of his chair to speak with someone behind him. There weren't any obvious signs of what his quirk was, indicating that it was likely an emitter or transformation-type quirk. Perhaps something to do with his hands. He was careful with how he moved them, enough so that his quirk was probably touch-activated. Another boy with dark blue hair and rectangular glasses was sitting up straight within his seat, rigid enough that it looked almost uncomfortable. His gaze was directed forward, but every so often it'd flick to those around him, as though he were assessing their personalities and casting judgment upon those he found lacking. Several nearby hero wannabes seemed a bit intimidated by it. A teen with long white hair sat close by, the color of their hair changing to primrose as they fidgeted with a stress ball. Color-changing quirk? It didn't seem very useful. Poor kid was probably going to get pummeled, unless they had a trump card of some sort. Izuku, there you are. We've been waiting for you. A sudden weight being thrown over Izuku's shoulder had him turning slightly, the reflexive urge to punch the person or skitter away being pushed down until he could at least see the face of the one who touched him, and he relaxed when lightly tanned skin and black hair made it into view. It was just Izuku, grinning excitedly with a mildly irritated Katsuki beside him, and that meant he'd successfully located his friends. Or, well, they'd successfully located him. Yui was huge, honestly. He'd almost gotten lost on the way back from the bathroom. Taking a deep breath, Izuku lowered his sunglasses to meet the twin gazes locked upon him, a small smile growing upon his own face. Hey guys. This place is pretty massive. We might want to arrive early on the first so many days so we can map it. Katsuki scoffed, folding his arms across his chest in a way that had a few nearby examinees staring his direction in an appraising manner, and ignored them in favor of making his dry amusement clear. You got lost on the way to the bathroom, didn't you? No. Izuku sputtered a denial, shoving his sunglasses back over his eyes. He wanted to preserve his eyesight as much as possible today, as once he really started using the visual aspects of his quirk, light would begin hurting them more than usual. I almost got lost on the way back from the bathroom, but I didn't actually get lost. Close enough, nerd. And you, Izuku? I hope those bags under your eyes are some shitty attempt at a new makeup style, 'cause you're supposed to have gotten a full night's sleep last night. Helps the information from studying set in. As the black-haired boy rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, red eyes averted, Katsuki's irritation grew. Come on, I was just nervous, you know? Today's a big day. Besides, you and Izuku got us covered. No way we didn't pass the written dash. Izuku was interrupted at this moment by the blue-haired boy with the glasses, coughing pointedly and staring intensely at the three of them. Glancing around, Izuku noticed that the auditorium was almost full, and that they were the only ones standing around on the stairs. Clearly, they had to get to their assigned seats, or they'd draw even more attention than they already had. Let's finish this later. The three went forward to find their assigned seats, and Izuku gave the blue-haired boy a nod on the way past. His gaze was sharp as he nodded back, and he briefly noted how his glasses gave him a more practical aura, as though his stiff position hadn't done so already. Glasses carried the stigma of intelligence too. What would the greenette look like with glasses? That train of thought would have to be boarded later, though. An adult was walking to the platform at the bottom of the auditorium, present Mike, the voice hero, so the briefing was clearly about to start. Speeding up his pace, Izuku sat a few seats away from the fidgety teen from before. His gaze steadily scanned the surrounding students from behind his sunglasses, taking in what information he could as he and his friends settled down in their seats. He wanted to know as much about his competition as possible. Glasses boy's pants are bunched up weirdly around his calves, looks like a mutation quirk. Functions as a jump boost? The ankles aren't high up, so he's not likely to be part animal dash. And now was the time to perform some more discreet observations. His sunglasses would hide the shift in his eyes as he focused the visual aspects of his quirk on those around him, after all. No time like the present. That it was a shame that more people weren't using their quirks. Izuku loved picking them apart to see what made them tick. Maybe that kid with the fanged mask would do something. Or that kid with the primrose hair. There isn't much they can do with that color quirk in hero work, unless they plan on going underground. Do they have the physical training to make up for it? They'd probably make a great undercover agent if they learned a little contouring. Or does it only affect their hair? The whatever. Next target. After some time had passed, Izuku's attention was drawn back by the voice of the person beside him, the one with the colorful hair. Fortunately, given the rather straightforward information provided by present Mike, it was easy to redirect his attention without missing anything important. Why you look so calm? The teen beside him murmured with a sheepish smile. This is pretty big, huh? I wish you the best with your exam. And then he saw the stress ball disappear, a Rubik's Cube taking its place. His quirk immediately focused, ignoring all else in order to make sense of the irregularity. Spontaneous object creation. Limited by size? Or are they just keeping it subtle because of the others in the auditorium? The hair pigmentation shifts must be an inherited mutation. How far have they come with their quirk? How far can they go? Even creation limited to objects in small sizes is incredibly useful if one is creative enough. I'll be surprised if this person doesn't achieve hero course. Shifting his gaze away from the hands of the kid for a brief moment, Izuku took in their slowly relaxing expression and the hair color shifting to white. Passive. Emotive. Mutation. Not useful. How does that object creation work? His gaze returned to the kid's hands, and it was a good thing he still had his sunglasses on. The intensity currently in his eyes was enough to make children cry, and he didn't like scaring people who hadn't yet proven themselves to be DS. Thank you, and you as well, though it's unlikely you'll need it. The versatility of your quirk should make things considerably easy for you. He offered a slight smile to the other examinee and held out his hand. Physical contact required for in-depth analysis and assimilation. Advice will be offered in exchange for the data. My name is Midoriya Izuku. What's yours? I'm Razum no Kashi. The teen hesitated before dismissing the Rubik's Cube from their hands and accepting the handshake. Physical contact successful, scan in progress. And thank you. I'm still working on my quirk. My success today is based on whether or not I can hold myself together long enough. I'm pretty sure you noticed, but I'm very easily stressed and overwhelmed. Nokashi chuckled, their hair fading to a soft yellow before they smiled at Izuku. I bet a few people's quirks are going to be their downfall here. I've seen a few that require living material, and last I checked, robots aren't alive and can't be manipulated or put to sleep or anything of the like. Izuku's gaze sharpened as the teen spoke, information flowing between the points of contact in greater measure than that gained visually. The items weren't generated from Nokashi's hands as he'd thought. No, it seemed there was nothing about the body itself that contributed to this kid's object creation. Were they summoned from somewhere else, then? Insufficient. Data, gray matter analysis required. Assimilation failed. Emitter quirk, mental subtype. Backlash from overuse may include headaches, nausea, vomiting, unconsciousness, bleeding from the nasal cavity, etc. Advice: limit usage to smaller and/or more familiar objects in order to avoid significant backlash. High stress levels noted. Advisory towards comfort objects and breathing exercises. Stress may affect quirk usage. Liking his lips, Izuku felt for whether or not he'd held onto the other's hand too long, and casually released it when the action would receive the least amount of attention. His hands slid into his pockets at that time, and he sat up a little more as the first students began milling out of the auditorium. I did notice, but you should try relaxing a little. Take a moment to try some breathing exercises to calm your system if you're starting to feel overloaded. It's more possible than not that running high emotions will affect your quirk negatively. Have you ever experienced nosebleeds from overusing it? He hummed lightly, a soft vocalization as though he'd had another thought, and tilted his head slightly. Remember that even if your creation is limited, small objects can go a long way. By offering advice to Nokashi, despite the failure to learn their quirk, Izuku was upholding his morals. To him, it wasn't a matter of whether he'd been successful or not, but the fact that he'd even tried that made it important to do so. Additionally, if this teen ended up in his class, he'd have a positive relationship with them from the start. The only time my nose bled from my quirk was when it first developed. Otherwise? And no. Izuku saw the teen's face get a tad warm, their hair beginning to go magenta, and internally smirked. The kid was probably embarrassed or something, and he couldn't help but enjoy it a bit. Izuku blamed Katsuki and Aijuru for this. Completely. He hadn't been sadistic about playfully teasing people until he'd discovered how satisfying it was to make his friends blush. Thanks for the advice. Izuku nodded once in acknowledgement of Nokashi's thanks, getting up and exiting the row of seats. Kaken and Ijuken are gone. They must have been eager to get to their battle center's dash, to let the other hero wannabes leave freely. His gaze was sweeping over the thinning crowd, as his focus began to fade from the teen beside him. Save your thanks. See that you make it into the hero course first, and then thank me. He wouldn't take credit for things he hadn't done. If his advice didn't help, then he didn't deserve thanks. I'll be seeing you around. Farewell. With that dismissal, Izuku began following the crowd of wannabes out of the auditorium. He had to analyze the competition he'd have at his assigned battle center if he wanted to get an edge above them, and he wouldn't be able to do that if he arrived merely on time. An early arrival was necessary for this, otherwise he'd get distracted and likely end up spending most of the exam time staring at the other examinees when he should be staring at the robots. Therefore, he'd have to get to the battle center he'd been assigned to quickly. And then he'd ace this exam. Everything was fine. Everything was just completely, totally fine. Izuku wasn't at all panicked. Nope, no way. He was fine, enjoying this dark, cloudy, overcast day, and not at all internally screaming because, holy F, that sparkling laser guy is kinda attractive, and oh gosh, that cute girl who'd saved me from falling on my face earlier is in here too. Totally. Target acquired. Chunks of concrete flew as a metal fist collided with the ground, and Izuku lashed out for the exposed wires on the two-pointer's neck, fingers curling around the thin strips and tearing them free. The robot shut down. 19 points, I haven't gotten nearly enough to pass yet. And he turned to scan his surroundings again, emerald eyes wide behind his sunglasses. The green-haired teen was really patting himself on the back for thinking to wear his shades today. Despite the sun being hidden neatly behind the clouds above, with all the metal and flashy quirks in the area, light was being reflected everywhere. If it weren't for the sunglasses he wore, he was sure that he'd have at least the beginnings of a headache by now. As Izuku scanned the area for more robots to destroy, 2 students came flying towards him with a dangerous three-pointer behind them. One of them swung from tape connected to his elbows, and he seemingly saw something more worthwhile on a nearby street, as he decided to leave this robot to the examinee that had been chasing him. That was rather considerate. But after taking a moment to check on the other examinee when they took down the robot, no physical damage taken, just increased anxiety. Izuku decided to follow him, and sprinted through an alleyway in just enough time to see him tape up another robot. There were a few more available here, and he darted over to the nearest one, diving at the kill switch present upon its leg. In order to get points, one had to disable the robots. Those with more physically powerful quirks would just destroy the robots, while others would be forced to get creative about how they got their points. For Izuku, this meant exploiting any weaknesses his quirk could pinpoint, such as exposed wires and kill switches. For the tape-armed person, this meant immobilizing them so they couldn't move, as he seemingly hadn't spotted any kill switches yet. 21 points. I need at least 30 before I can even say I have a chance. Another minute passed, most of that time spent taking down robots and helping another examinee get out of the way of an attack they failed to notice, before the ground began to shake. Collectively, those nearby stopped in their tracks, taking in the sight of the massive robot that loomed over the buildings nearby and running away from the area. Nobody wanted to waste their time on what Present Mike had declared to be a mere obstacle, after all. Taking shelter in an alleyway to breathe, Izuku glanced at his hands, the skin exposed and unprotected from the hits he'd been dealing throughout the past 9 minutes. Bruises were already forming over his knuckles and the sides of his palms, trailing over his wrists and down his arms. Cuts and scrapes littered his fingers where he'd grasped and pulled at the exposed wires of the robots, smeared blood making the dust in the air stick to his skin. The pain was currently just a dull throb thanks to the adrenaline coursing through his veins, but he knew he'd be feeling it later. A pained scream sounded nearby, and Izuku turned to run towards the source, knowing that everyone else had fled the area. Some opportunist had likely stayed behind to take down the robots still nearby that were worth points, and had underestimated how much danger they'd be in. That zero-pointer was highly dangerous, but the other examinees had probably believed it to be all bark and no bite, given that this was only an exam. Eyes focusing on the figure trapped beneath freshly fallen rubble, Izuku recognized her as the girl who'd helped him earlier, and analyzed her prone position. Minor damage sustained, not threatening by itself, but it looks like she's been overdoing things. Movement is minimal. Breathing is heavy, but slowing down to a steady pace. Did she fall unconscious, or is she forcibly calming herself down? Biting his lower lip, Izuku's gaze returned to the giant robot looming overhead, and then towards the nearest building to it. A fire escape was there. He could climb up it and attack the zero-pointer from a higher vantage point, but it would be close. The robot moved forward slowly, but if he wasn't quick enough in taking it down, it would likely hurt the girl before he could do so. An optimal course of action would be for him to have help, so they could help the girl while he went for the robot, but nobody else was. Need any help here? Whipping his head around to see who was there, Izuku noted that it was the guy with tape-shooting elbows, and just as quickly returned his gaze to the robot. He had assistance available now, and that quirk was useful, and its owner seemed rather calm despite the pressure. Yeah. I need you to help the girl out from under the rubble, trapping her while I distract the zero-pointer. My registered quirk isn't suited for physical activity, but it can pinpoint weaknesses like nothing else, and this robot is full of them. We gotta act fast. Can you handle the rubble? Quickly flicking his gaze back to the black-haired mutation boy, Izuku waited only long enough to catch a confirmation, before bolting for the fire escape he'd seen before. The robot temporarily left his line of sight as he did so, and he heard it take a booming step forward before he finally reached the rooftop, and looked around for objects to assist him in his plan. There was a loose pipe, a chunk of rock, a sheet of scrap metal from a robot that had apparently fallen from the sky sometime earlier. A sword, a stone, a shield. Now is not the time for contemplating fantasy parallels. Grabbing the pipe, Izuku tested the durability with a sharp smack against the hard rooftop, and then quickly did the same with the scrap metal. Both were suitable, but he could only carry one object at a time as he climbed the robot, so what did he want to stop it from doing first? Moving forward, it has to stop moving forward. The next step it takes with its left foot is liable to crush the rubble where the girl is, and I don't know how long it'll take the other kid to get her out. That means it has 2 steps left before it'll crush her, and 2 steps left for us to save her. How do I stop it from moving forward? Jamming the joints. The scrap metal is thicker and sturdier than the pipe, so it should be enough to jam the gears. It's also sharp on the edges, so I'll have to be careful about not slipping on my own blood, but it should help cut any wires inside the leg to dash. Dropping the pipe, Izuku sprinted forward from the edge of the rooftop, and failed to stifle an instinctive scream as he gripped onto the metal with one hand and the robot's knee with his other. If he fell, even from this height, it'd end with him getting injured, and maybe even killed as the robot moved. Why didn't he think of this before? He didn't know. Still, he was here now, and the robot was beginning to shift its right leg forward, so he had to hurry up and disable the left leg now while he still could. He was at the knee, so he could just cut into the joint and get inside for heavy damage on the gears and the wiring. Without stopping to think any farther, Izuku proceeded to do just that, and clung to the robot's knee with his legs as he used his arms to wedge the scrap metal in as deep as he could. His hands suffered greatly for this, and he winced as 2 cuts opened up on the meat of his palms from pressing so hard on the metal, but he kept pushing it in deeper. He kept pushing it through the rubber insulation layer between the wiring and the metal casing of the zero-pointer, until he finally broke through, and he felt several thick wires being sliced through out of sight. He wasn't going to stop there, but with the sudden buzz of dangerous electricity he could feel heading his way with his quirk, Izuku barely flung himself away from the metal casing of the knee before a large shock of energy burst forth and fried the robot from the inside out. As the robot ceased to move, Izuku's face turned towards the ground that was rushing up to meet him, and his quirk reflexively hardened his skin for the landing. A slap on his cheek snapped him out of it, and with his sunglasses being sent flying, Izuku's eyes snapped open to witness the ground stopping a mere few inches away. His quirk registered his safety faster than he did, and his learned hardening shut off before he even gasped in realization as he was safely caught just above the unforgiving concrete. Release. The force holding Izuku away from the ground released him, and he caught himself on his bloody hands and knees, turning his gaze towards the girl from before. She definitely overexerted herself, if the vomiting indicated anything, but Elbow Tape Guy was holding her hair back for her. That was pretty nice of him. It's all over. Test takers, examinees, hero wannabes, please return to the entrances of your battle centers and wait for our beloved medical staff to look you over. Present Mike announced the end of the exam, and all robots in the area shut down, leaving Izuku with a bad taste in his mouth. There was little chance he'd pass, with only 28 points. Well, general studies and the business course were both still options. He'd known that his registered quirk probably wasn't enough to get him by, and he wasn't ready to show what his actual quirk could do, so he'd have to lie in the bed he'd made. Whatever happened from this point on would happen, and Izuku would accept the consequences of his actions. Man, that was intense. That robot went up like metal in a microwave. You get zapped, dude? Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself before speaking, Izuku glanced around for his sunglasses and absently put them back on with bloodied hands. Just barely avoided it. My quirk is sensitive to electrical energy, and my reaction time is pretty good, so I was able to push myself away before it hit. I didn't exactly have anywhere to push myself to, though, other than open air, so. Releasing a nervous chuckle, Izuku smiled at the girl who'd saved him and held out a bloody hand for a handshake. Thanks for catching me, Uraraka-san. And thanks for saving her, tape guy whose name I don't know yet. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and if either of you don't end up in the hero course, I will eat my sunglasses and then quickly rush over to the UE staff to make them rectify such a mistake. Rather than accept his hand, the brunette seemed to be more inclined to stare at it in concern, and the green-haired boy slowly moved to do the same. Realizing his mistake, Izuku let out an even more nervous chuckle and lowered his hand. It seems I am covered in blood from many small but painful cuts. That's why protective gear is important, kids. Don't leave your house without elbow pads, knee pads, a helmet, gloves, and at least 5 layers of bubble wrap under your shirt. That's how you be safe, trademark. You're pretty funny, dude. I hope we end up in the same class. The black-haired teen with mutated elbows grinned wide and reached over to pat his back, guiding him towards the entrance of the battle center with Uraraka quickly walking alongside them. My name's Sirohanta. Now let's get ourselves checked out. I'm super thirsty from all this exercise, and there's a water bottle with my name on it back in the changing rooms. Committing the name to memory.
In case he needed to uphold his only half-joking promise, Izuku let the other boy lead him over to Recovery Girl, who he barely held himself back from fanboying over. Her quirk was a really useful one, and he hoped that he'd get to learn it sometime while he was here, but now wasn't a good time to try doing so. Not with all of these other examinees around him, anyways, where they could potentially catch on to his secrets.
Wait.
Izuku had used a learned quirk while he was falling. He thought he'd be able to suppress that part of him if he ended up in serious danger, but telepathic heart was faster than he was. Still, it had only been for a split second. What were the odds that anyone had noticed? What were the odds that someone would look over the recordings from his battle center and focus on him rather than those who were saving him? The odds were not likely to be in his favor, that was for sure. The rule of 3 was made for us, 6:57 p.m. We live in a society. And now, we spend a week writhing in the agony of not knowing how we did. A wonderful day. Baku baku boom boom. The sarcasm is strong with this one. We live in a society. I have the high ground, Anakin. The hardest cinnamon roll. That if you have the high ground, then you're Obi-Wan. And if the sarcasm is strong with you, and Katsuki is Anakin, then the sarcasm is stronger with Katsuki. Baku baku boom boom.
Did
Izuku just FING play himself? We live in a society.
Sheet.
Baku baku boom boom. Holy F dash he did. Catch me dying of laughter in the club tonight. We live in a society. More like catch these hands, Kakin. You and me, Denny's parking lot, 3 a.m. Let's go, beach. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh, he's throwing down the gauntlet. But wait, our sleepover camping trip. You guys can't throw down this week. We live in a society. A travesty. I suppose we'll have to wait until we're in UE to truly test our skills against one another. Baku baku boom boom. At least then it won't be FING illegal. Given all those crazy exercises All Might gave us, we're sure to be going toe-to-toe in the heroics classes. The hardest cinnamon roll.
True.
You're pretty confident we got in? I guess we'll really see each other at our full potentials there. Huh? Baku baku boom boom. You have no idea the sheer glee I feel at the thought of school-sanctioned violence. We might finally face real FING challenges. None of this pansy but extra bullshit around us right now. The hardest cinnamon roll. Only the best can get into UE after all. You'll be able to pit yourself against worthy opponents and see how they measure up. And Izuku will finally be able to share his true abilities with the world too. We live in a society. How does it feel to be in reach of sharing your secrets, my guy? We live in a society. I am filled with equal amounts of anxiety, paranoia, and determination. I don't plan on sharing things immediately though, Ijukin. I need to make sure I can trust our future classmates first. All Might told me that UE classes usually start out with orientation and a bunch of ceremonies and guidance counselor meetings on the first couple days, so I plan on using that free time to get to know them all. The teaching system does provide a lot of freedom though, so it's possible that my homeroom teacher could change things up. I need to think about what I'd be doing in the case that things are switched up. And you guys might not be in the same homeroom as me, so I need to figure out how to act if I'm alone too. Baku baku boom boom. Relax Izu and the F. Have teachers ever done anything unexpected on the first week? It's all going to be boring get to know each other sheet and class curriculum papers and setup. Maybe something exciting will happen in our heroics classes, but otherwise it's just going to be the same old things. We live in a society. True. But we still might not be in the same homeroom. The hardest cinnamon roll. Even if we're not in the same homeroom, we'll still have lunch and outside school together. So don't worry too much. Let's focus on our camping trip for now, and once we get our letters next week, we can think of things then. Sound good? Baku baku boom boom. Yeah, let's do this sheet. I call dibs on first pick of the food. We live in a society. Kakin, I already called dibs on that. Baku baku boom boom. Dibs don't count if not everyone is there to witness it, fool. We live in a society. But you were there. Baku baku boom boom. Frankly, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I am offended in advance that you would insinuate otherwise. We live in a society. You were standing right next to me. Baku baku boom boom. Offensive, well salted, and taken aback. The hardest cinnamon roll. Tag yourself, I'm taken aback. We live in a society. I guess I'm offensive in this scenario.
Sniffs.
Kakin is clearly the salty one. The hardest cinnamon roll. Wilswai? Baku baku boom boom. The F. Does that mean? The hardest cinnamon roll. Would you like some salt with your explosion? Baku baku boom boom. We live in a society. I'd like some. Preferably on top of popcorn. Baku baku boom boom. I can't believe you've done this. The hardest cinnamon roll. Believe it, angry Naruto. Baku baku boom boom. FING shitty hair. Do not compare me to that airhead jackass. His character arc is bullshit. His personality literally never changes. He solves everything with FING unwanted friendship. That kind of friendship is forced bullshit and a bunch of narrative but pulls. I could write a story better than that with both hands tied behind my back. We live in a society. We woo, we woo, we woo. This is the unpopular opinion police. Open up. Baku baku boom boom. You'll never take me alive, fuckers. Baku baku boom boom has gone offline. The hardest cinnamon roll. Did he just break his phone? I'm just down the street, and I heard something shatter. We live in a society. Yeah, no, I was knocking on the door when I sent that last message, and he threw his phone out the front window. It hit me right in the chest and turned off, but I think it still works. Nothing really looks broken, so if it is broken, it's broken on the inside. The hardest cinnamon roll. Just like me. Laughing face. We live in a society. No. We live in a society has gone offline. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh no. Oh no. The hardest cinnamon roll has gone offline. Aizawa-kun, come in. I understand you have the files of the students you'll be teaching this year, yes? Allow me to fetch us some tea. As a tired, disheveled man made his way over to sit in the couch along the wall of the lounge, dropping a stack of manila folders onto the table as he did so, the intelligent mouse, bear, dog, animal that was the principal was quick and efficient in retrieving tea for the two of them, and the man kept his sigh internal. Principal Nedzu was known for having long discussions with those who would stand it, and when the tea was brought out, it usually meant that the discussion would be more exhausting than usual. Still, each conversation left Aizawa with important information to consider, so he couldn't just excuse himself and sleep away the afternoon. Like he wanted to. Like he'd planned to.
Ugh.
Here you are, drink up, drink up. Now, I can tell you're rather tired, so I apologize for keeping you here, but I needed to go over a few things regarding your students this year.
Ugh.
It had to be about expelling his entire class last year. I'm afraid that the minor uproar brought about by the lack of a passing class last year has made it necessary to place down a few limitations. Worry not, however. I understand you act out of your own brand of kindness, and I won't restrict such well-intended actions unduly. I simply must request that you keep your class around a little longer this time, say a month or so, and make certain that the students you expel truly have zero potential. Their futures are impacted by such a black mark of expulsion on their record, as I'm sure you're aware, so please use discretion in your choices. Reaching out to finally take his cup of tea, Aizawa mentally skimmed through the nonsense that was necessary because of the media and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Nedzu clapped his paws together and took his own cup in hand, before continuing to speak in that cheerful tone of voice he usually had. Now that we're past the obligatory parts of this conversation, I must return to the subject for which I summoned you here. The files on your students this year, Aizawa-kun, have you read them? The black-haired man nodded again, gesturing to the folders on the table as he did so. I presume this is about Midoriya's Quirk and that little stunt he pulled during the entrance exam? What he has registered isn't technically incorrect, assuming it functions the way as is stated. Nedzu's eyes gleamed with unreadable emotion, and he smiled a little wider. I was right then, you saw it too. Quite understandable, given your own experiences with a quirk that has no physically enhancing features. I suppose this means I can get right to the point. Reaching out to the table, the principal of Yui High retrieved 5 student files from the stack and laid them out side by side. In alphabetical order, they read as Aoyama Yuga, Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Ijiru, Midoriya Izuku, and Mineta Minoru. Bakugo-kun, Kirishima-kun, and Midoriya-kun are childhood friends. As it seems Midoriya-kun is keeping the true extent of his quirk a secret, I cannot say for certain whether or not the others are aware of all it can do, but it is likely that he has shared the truth with them, given his psychological profile. Now, I understand you plan to have your students take the quirk assessment test first thing again this year. I can only guess as to what you plan to do about young Midoriya's secrecy, but whatever course of action you choose to take, be aware that Bakugo-kun and Kirishima-kun will likely attempt to cover for him. As Aizawa took another sip of the tea prepared for him, he grunted in acknowledgement, and Nedzu slid those 3 folders back into the pile. The next folder he drew attention to was Mineta Minoru's, and unlike the previous 3, he actually opened this one to look through it for a few moments before holding it out to the other. Now, Mineta-kun seems to have quite a way with the ladies. He has a history of harassment and has been caught taking rather unsavory photos, but this isn't recorded in his files. Minor infractions, as you know, are often scrubbed from the records of truly promising Yui hopefuls by the previous schools during the application process, and young Mineta is no exception. Upon his first infraction, please make it clear that such behavior will not go overlooked at this school. With an expression of displeasure, Aizawa accepted the folder and slid it back into the stack, before glancing at the last one to be singled out. And Aoyama? Principal Nedzu returned Aoyama's folder to the stack himself, a thoughtful expression upon his whiskered face as he did so. Keep an eye on him, Aizawa, and make sure he receives the right sort of attention. The rule of 3 was made for us, 4:23 p.m. We live in a society. Check your mailboxes when you get back to your houses. Mom just handed me the letter from Yui. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh sheet what up, my letter's here too. Izuku, Katsuki, how are we gonna do this? Vid call, or are we just gonna bunch up in one house and open our letters together? Baku Baku Boom Boom has started a call. We live in a society. Guess that answers your question. Baku Baku Boom Boom. Hurry the F up and get in the call, Aizu. We live in a society. Right. Impatient, aren't we? Call ended. Duration, 19 minutes and 37 seconds. We live in a society.
Whelp.
My mom is suffocating me with joyous hugs. BRB. The hardest cinnamon roll. Jake hedgskakes case jakes. Jakes kedge kumpf k jafidom fiedkij kasums. H. Baku boom boom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your FING delighted out of rational thought. Congratulations, hair for brains, you don't completely SCK. The hardest cinnamon roll. CJKSKDKS. Katsukai CJKSKDKSKKCKSKS. I don't know how I feel. I just feel a lot. Baku boom boom. Well, you FING better feel something. You got FING first place. You beat me by ONEPOINT. The hardest cinnamon roll.
I'm sorry.
Baku boom boom. Don't FING apologize for doing a good job, dumbass. This just means I'm a demon good trainer. The hardest cinnamon roll. We live in a society. Okay, I have returned. And you guys did really well. I'm sorry I didn't get third place. Baku boom boom. Fourth place isn't exactly terrible, Deku. We all know you'd have gotten first if you could use your quirk to its fullest anyways. We live in a society.
Right, yeah.
At least we're all in the same course. That's 2 less people I need to worry about giving me up to a higher power for cash, or whatever. Baku boom boom. Hey, anyone who wants to try that sheet will have to go through me and Idra first. And knowing you, whoever the F you befriended during the practical portion of the entrance exam, you're like a FING friendship magnet when you're not creeping people out. We live in a society. I'm sorry, I can't really put my thoughts into words right now. JDJSKSJW. Mom talked with me again earlier, and I guess I'm still feeling a bit paranoid. Or maybe not paranoid, because it's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. The hardest cinnamon roll. Hey, Izuku, we're going to the top school in the nation. The eyes of the people, the media, and all the pro heroes who teach there will be on us. You gotta admit, that makes us a lot safer than we've ever been before. Baku boom boom. Not to mention All Might personally training us the past few seasons like that. We live in a society. I guess my fear does seem pretty irrational when you put it like that. I'll probably still be nervous for a while, but as long as the first week goes as planned, I should be alright. Baku boom boom. Good. And if anyone gives you trouble, I'll kick their butt. The hardest cinnamon roll. And I'll be your shield while he's doing it, bro. Baku boom boom. Bakugo Katsuki, butt kicker extraordinaire, at your FING service. We live in a society. Haha. Thanks, Kakin. Thanks, Ijukin. I definitely feel better now. Baku boom boom.
Yeah.
Friendship, motherfucker. The hardest cinnamon roll. And yet you still claim to hate Naruto. Baku boom boom. Okay, no, F off. That is not friendship. That is complete fake butt bullshit. Hey, bad guys. Why are you being bad? Why don't you be good instead? Tell me your feelings. We can work it out, and you'll never have to face any consequences, because you're good now. The only anime FING worse at this sheet is Fairy Tail. Every bad guy FING joins the guild no matter what they did. It's like the creator just FING saw how predictable the plot was, decided to ramp up the villains like, oh, this guy killed his family and committed several atrocities deserving of the death penalty. He's far too evil to join the guild. And then he FING joins the guild. It's bullshit. All of it is bullshit. We live in a society. Please never change, Kakin, unless it's for the better. The school campus was eerily quiet this early in the morning, though the lights were already on inside. Occasionally, a teacher or staff member would wander through the front gate and into the main building, heading to the lounge or their homerooms to start the day. This would make it easier for Izuku and his friends to explore the building and make it less likely they'd get in trouble for doing so. As agreed, the group of 3 met up an hour before school was scheduled to start, right at the front gate. They would have traveled together, but Katsuki and Idru both had to stay behind to check on a few different things, so Izuku went ahead and waited for them in a tree just inside the gate. Eventually, the other two came into view, and Izuku waved them over to where he was, observing them from a distance. As his closest friends sped up their approach at the sight of him, Izuku couldn't help but smile, and climbed down from the branches he'd perched himself upon. Kaken, Ijuken. Turning to regard his newer childhood friend, Izuku pointed at his hair, peering at the bright red locks with clear interest. Ijuken, you dyed your hair.
Yep.
New school, new me. I wanted to change things up a little, you know? I like red better than black, and it's gonna help with my image as a hero later on, with what I have planned. Ijiru was positively beaming with delight at his new look, so neither of the other two could really find anything bad to say about it. Not that they'd want to do that anyways. This just made it clear that they weren't allowed to.
Nope.
Not allowed to ruin the cinnamon roll's smile. So, that's why you were staying behind this morning, huh? Katsuki reached over to poke at the gelled-up hair, scrunching up his nose at something as he did so, and waited for Ijiru's response. It looks alright. Among other things, yeah. I wanted to surprise you too with it. But hey, I see I'm not the only one to have made some changes. Izuku, you look great. Well, Izuku's changes were really kinda small in comparison to the ruby red hair glowing in the morning light, just a pair of fake glasses and maybe a piercing or two, but he was still pretty happy with how the look came together. Thanks, Ijuken. It's not as good as your new look though. Kaken, what do you think? Izuku brought a finger up to push at the bridge of his new pair of glasses. The unfamiliar weight settled most noticeably upon the bridge of his nose. He didn't actually need glasses to see. These were fakes, with a unisex frame that would look at least acceptable on anyone who wore them, but he decided to wear them anyways. It was a bit of a social
experiment, really.
Seeing the Ida boy before the entrance exam, yes, he checked who he was, had inspired this rather random course of action. It was a common psychological stigma that people who wore glasses were more intelligent than others, and out of some form of curiosity, Izuku had decided to start the year wearing them. He wanted to see how many of his classmates would be susceptible to such subtle nudges to their perceptions of others. And maybe just a little bit he liked the way they looked on him. I think you look even more like a nerd, you nerd. To think, the three of them had all gotten into UE, and even less likely than that, they'd all gotten into the heroics course. There were only 36 spots available for students who had to take the entrance exam, and there were 4 recommendation spots for those who had connections to heroes in high places. The odds of them making it into UE were so slim, yet it had been done. A fierce burst of pride flashed through Izuku's senses, and his grin widened as he watched Katsuki and Ijiru through the lenses of his fake glasses. I think they look good on you. They just fit, you know? Katsuki snorted, a light smirk on his face, as he regarded the other two. Of course they FING fit. He's a nerd. He just looks even more the part now. Watch one of the jocks come over to steal his lunch money sometime. He's gonna FING need a babysitter. Bringing a hand to his chest in an exaggerated motion and performing a suitably dramatic gasp, Izuku injected the highest degree of mock offense into his voice that he could muster. I'll have you know that I don't need a babysitter, Kaken, everyone else does. If people don't have the common sense to run for me on sight, then they clearly don't know how to handle themselves. Yes, clearly, Katsuki agreed in a dry voice, reaching over to flick Izuku's forehead and causing him to blink in response. Now, let's go. We're here early for a reason, remember?
Oh, right.
The group was here so early to explore the school, and now that they were all together, they could do so. Well, considering that it had been his idea in the first place, it made sense for him to start them off. Right, time for exploration. Since we're all in heroics, I figured we'd check out that part of the school last. The most important parts of the school that we might need to know other than our own are the business and support course areas for future development. Both will probably end up working with us when we graduate, and if my research is correct, they'll probably even start working with us before then. So, I figure we could start by exploring the general studies area, then move on to business, then support, and then finish up in heroics. As he spoke, Izuku pulled a school map from his book bag and began to lead the others into the school, pushing open the door for them and continuing on. Does that sound alright to you guys? Anything in particular you want to check out? Along the way, Katsuki nodded and mentioned that they should check out the infirmary when they could. Not because they were going to get injured, of course, but because they'd probably have to help one of their classmates get there sometime. Of course. Izuku requested the cafeteria afterwards, and that was met with a hearty agreement from the others. Food was definitely a priority here. With no further requests, Izuku mentioned that he wanted to look for a staircase to the rooftop, and the three were ready to set off. Marking down the requested locations on the map, Izuku smirked at the thought of all the chaos they'd be causing this year and led the way towards the general studies area. "Excuse me, you shouldn't be wandering the halls this early. Are you planning on causing trouble before class has even begun?" An authoritative voice echoed down the empty hall, and Izuku turned to squint at its source, locking eyes with a familiar blue gaze. Ida Tenya, the kid with the leg mutation, younger brother of Ingenium, and a stickler for the rules. "Bold of you to assume that we're here to cause trouble when you're here early too." Izuku memed at the Ida, and Katsuki stifled a snicker, the three friends watching him as he took the comment seriously and spluttered out a denial. "I'll have you know that I would do no such thing. I am here in order to memorize the basic layout of the school and all of the areas I will be accessing on a day-to-day basis." "What a coincidence," Izuku cut in, a friendly smile on his face. "So are we. We just finished exploring the support course area, and we're on our way to our homerooms. Would you like to join us?" "I suppose I could. I haven't looked at our classrooms yet." Ida paused, blinked as though a new thought came to mind, and peered at the group with a slightly sharper gaze than before. "And you are all in the heroics course, yes?" "No, I'm in general studies." Izuku flicked Katsuki's ear at the blatant lie, and the spiky blonde quietly hissed in response, scrunching up his nose with displeasure. Izuku stepped forward at this, his smirk smile widening happily, and he spoke in a tone that would make up for Katsuki's sarcasm. "Yeah, we're all in the heroics course. We haven't yet shared which homerooms we have with each other, as a surprise. Once we come across them, we're just gonna scatter into the rooms and see who's left." Ida squinted at the group of three before him and turned to lead the way towards the stairs, which they'd have to take to reach their homerooms. "I hope this scattering you mentioned doesn't involve running in the halls. Even though the other students are only just beginning to arrive, it could endanger someone's safety." Moving forward to walk alongside Izuku, Katsuki leaned over and whispered low enough that only the three of them could hear, as Ida was walking rather quickly ahead of them. "How about we ditch the robot and run for it? Come on guys, he's gonna be in one of our classes. And we shouldn't be rude like that before we even get to know him." Izuku whispered back with feeling, from the other side of the group. "He might just be wound up 'cause it's a new year. He's sure to calm down eventually." The group entered the stairwell, and their footsteps echoed up and down the area, preceded by Ida's. Ahead of them, the blue-haired boy left the staircase and waited for the three of them in the hallway, peering down the corridor at what was likely the location of their homerooms. Izuku pointed this out as they followed, and he resumed walking. "As much as I'd like to debate this, it probably wouldn't do any good to leave him at this point. It's nearly time for us to scatter. If either of you are in Class 1B, prepare to get ditched. Those of us in Class 1A, prepare to run for it." With curious glances shared amongst each other, the three friends each began to grin and get ready. While they'd originally planned to dramatically sweep into their homerooms with capes and sunglasses, they decided that it'd be better to save that for a time that wasn't giving off a first impression, and settled for just surprising each other this way. 15 minutes before class was going to start, other students had begun wandering the halls, and it was better to get to know them first before wasting a dramatic moment on them. They had to be sure that their audience would appreciate the effort after all. "All right, on the count of 3 Izuku peered at the others, grinning wide. 1,
2,
3. Together, the three surged forward and sprinted past Ida, ignoring his shouted reprimands to bolt into Class 1A. The few students already in the room, a 6-armed teen with a mask, a golden blonde boy with a black zigzag in his hair, and a bicolored teen with a scar over his left eye, stared at them with various expressions of surprise and neutrality as they scrambled into their seats with Ida in hot pursuit. He zoomed through the obscenely large doorway, hands vigorously chopping the air as he told them off for running in the halls, and the friends still present looked at each other with sheet-eating grins.
Then they realized
They were all here. They all had the same homeroom. Yes. Katsuki shouted from a seat in front of Izuku, twisting around in his seat to stare at his friends with a grin. The three had been scattered throughout the classroom somewhat, maybe separated because they were from different elementary schools, though Izuku couldn't be certain. It was difficult to see a pattern when you were missing information. At least he got a seat close to the window, and even better, close to the back of the room. He'd be able to keep an eye on almost everyone in the room, excluding the people right behind him and the people next to them, and that'd make it a lot easier to handle his quirk. With many different sources of interest, he'd be less likely to run out of investment by the end of the year. Maybe he'd be able to learn their quirks by then, too. If he offered an open analysis of their quirks at some point, that might actually get him access to them early on. And, of course, he'd offer payment in return for what information he gains, in the form of advice on how to better use their quirks. That was what he usually did, and it had worked out well for him thus far. Therefore, he saw little reason to change it. After all, why fix something that isn't broken? Izuku snickered quietly as Katsuki received a lecture from Ida for putting his feet up on the desk, turning to check out the three unknown students in the classroom, not including Ida. He made no move to get up and introduce himself, of course, as he was already comfortable in his seat, and saw no reason to get back up until it was necessary to do so. Was this lazy? Absolutely. He preferred to think of it as conserving his energy, though. Coming in through the door, a few more classmates went to their seats and filled the room with idle chatter, people sharing their names and getting to know each other, as well as they'd be able to until the teacher arrived. Izuku couldn't help but smile at their chatter, excited as he was, listening to the snippets of conversation he could hear and taking in the body language of each person. It was a new year at a new school, and his history with new school years indicated that he'd make new friends here as well, though his little group of three would likely be his closest friends for some time. Then again, it was a mistaken belief that past events affected the odds of a current event. If you flip a coin 5 times and get heads every time, you might believe that means you're more likely to get tails next time. However, the odds are still 50-50, as they've always been. If he chose to believe that the odds of making new friends at the beginning of this year was affected by his history of making new friends at the start of past years, that'd be false information, and he didn't like dealing in false information. As Ida continued lecturing the spiky blonde, Izuku found his attention drawn towards the door as it opened again, and recognized another face from the entrance exams. It was Zero, the one who'd helped him save the brunette coming into the classroom right after him. Izuku wasn't really surprised to see either of them here, given their actions during the entrance exam and his recently gained knowledge of the rescue points, but it was a pleasant surprise to see them in his homeroom specifically. Maybe they would be his first new friends here. Of course, before he could pursue that train of thought, he'd have to deal with Ida. Said boy had finished lecturing Katsuki, turned his attention towards Izuku, and was speaking at a fast pace and a loud volume. So, I must apologize. You saw the true meaning of the exam and went to save that girl while I just stood by. You are clearly the superior of the two of us. Izuku felt his face begin to burn and waved his hands in front of himself, leaning back in his desk a bit. No, not at all. I had no idea. I just did what I thought was right. Hey now, you managed to take down the 0-pointer before it could reach Uraraka here. It was pretty nerve-wracking to watch, honestly. Zero spoke up, having reached his desk and turned towards the conversation at hand, and Uraraka swiftly followed with her own praises. It was super amazing, Midoriya. I'm glad we caught you before you hit the ground though. I would have felt terrible if you got hurt because of me. The boy floundered beneath the praise, internally screeching at the nickname given to him by a girl. Midoriya? Oh my gosh, a girl just gave me a nickname. I have nicknames. Of course, I have many nicknames, but I've never been given one by a girl my age before. What do I do in this situation? Should I give her one back, or will that be too informal? I don't talk to girls, I don't know what to do. Aha. Alright, everyone in your seats. Izuku's panicked thoughts were interrupted by a voice so dead inside it'd make a zombie jealous, and as the classroom quieted down, his still somewhat flustered gaze landed on its source. A rough-looking guy in a yellow sleeping bag, a terrible shade of yellow, honestly, who picked that out, made his way to the front of the room, only standing up once he was behind the podium, and Sikidi the last of a jelly-packed dry before staring everyone down. Welcome to Yui's hero course. It took you all 8 seconds to settle down. We'll cut that time in half by the end of the semester if any of you are still here by then. The man unzipped the front of his sleeping bag and pushed out an arm, displaying a gym uniform. All of you put these on and meet up in the field outside. You have 15 minutes to get ready. Nobody moved immediately, and Izuku raised a hand, causing the man to sigh and call on him. What do you mean, if any of us are still here? Slowly, Izuku slid out of his seat and prepared to run for it, seeing the look on their teacher's face. I mean, I'll expel you all if I have to. If you're just here to play hero, go home now and save me the trouble of doing so. Making his way to the door, their homeroom teacher grinned when nobody else moved, and said one last thing that sent everyone scrambling for their gym uniforms. 14 minutes left. Better hurry. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Standing in the field, Izuku resisted the urge to tug at the edges of his gym uniform's short sleeves, feeling mildly uncomfortable at the natural hum and buzz of nearby bodies. The class had made its way out to the field their teacher had directed them to, with the last straggler arriving at the 12-minute mark, and everyone had grouped together rather closely. It wasn't close enough for anyone to think they were too close together, like they were huddled or anything, but it was close enough. That Izuku's quirk was acting up. Here at Yui, we're not tethered to traditions. All these people within arm's reach, just a touch away from being analyzed, just a touch away from feeding his hunger for information. It would be so easy to just take what he wanted. But no, he wouldn't do that. It would be easy, but it wouldn't be right. Regardless of how his quirk affected him, being constantly activated, he couldn't just use it on others without their permission first. He'd have to wait, and while he did so, he'd just have to ignore the tantalizing bioelectricity zipping through the bodies of those closest to him. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. Taking a few steps away from the rest of the group, Izuku accidentally caught Aizawa's gaze and awkwardly shimmied off to the side without breaking eye contact. The lot of you made it here in 12 minutes. By the end of the semester, we'll have you down to 5 minutes, assuming you're still here by then. Aizawa made another casual remark towards his lack of hesitation to expel his students and visibly noted that the class was spooked by it, before continuing to speak. Anyways, you're all here for a quirk assessment test. Bakuga Katsuki, you got second place in the entrance exam, correct? Step forward and stand in this circle. The spiky blonde did so, a neutral sneer upon his face at the threatening words and aura of their teacher. Said man tossed a modified softball of some sort to him and asked a question in the same deadpan he'd been talking in all morning. How far could you pitch in middle school? About 67 meters. Aizawa nodded and gestured to the ball, pulling out his phone.
All right.
Throw the ball as far as you can, and remember that this is a quirk assessment test. All of you are free to use your quirks during these tests. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. We can use our quirks freely. Only at Yui. Oh man, I'm so pumped. This is gonna be fun. An excited exclamation from several students came out at this, a pink-haired girl's voice being the most so. Unfortunately, with each remark, their teacher just looked more and more annoyed. Izuku got the feeling that he didn't agree with the upbeat sentiment and recalled what he said about people leaving if they were only here to play at being a hero. Fun, huh? Aizawa's voice carried a dangerous undertone to it, and the class instinctively shut up, listening to him with varying expressions of, "Oh shit, we effed up." Well, since you haven't yet gotten it though your heads that this isn't a game, let's pretend that it is. Whoever gets in last place during this quirk assessment will be immediately expelled. No retakes and no refunds. His glare was aimed at everyone present, emphasizing that he was being serious about this, before he returned to a neutral expression and looked at Katsuki. Throw the ball, kid. We don't have all day. The spiky blonde huffed and turned to face the end of the field, rearing back to throw. With the class now silent, cowed by their teacher's threat, Katsuki's yell of "die" was heard by all as he pitched with an explosive burst propelling the ball far beyond where it would have landed naturally. 21 gazes followed the ball's trajectory into the horizon, and a satisfied smirk made its home upon Katsuki's face as Aizawa's phone cried out, 705.2 meters. The class broke out into excited and awed whispers, causing the spiky blonde's smirk to widen, and their teacher gestured for him to return to his classmates. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend that all men are created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. Their teacher's face darkened, and he continued speaking, never breaking the deadpan tone he'd had with him this whole time. You lot have 3 years to become heroes, and in order to do so, you need to know your baseline abilities. You need to know where you're starting from so you can see how and where you need to improve. That's why we're skipping orientation, and that's why you're taking these 8 tests today. From the middle, Ida raised his hand and called out, Sir, what 8 tests will we be taking? 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, softball pitch, distance run, sit-ups, seated toe touch. The student who gets last place overall will be judged as having 0 potential and will be expelled immediately. Show me that it's no mistake you're here. Let the games begin. Aizawa-sensei, this is a quirk assessment, yes? In the background, Aoyama Yuga propelled himself through the air by his naval laser as Izuku addressed their primary teacher. When he nodded, and the machine called out the times of Mina and the sparkly Frenchman, the greenette continued speaking. My registered quirk isn't suited for enhancing physical activity. How should I go about dash? You and I both know that your quirk can be used in a physical manner, Midoriya. In fact, Principal Nedzu deliberately brought this to my attention while we were reviewing those in the entrance exam. Aizawa cut him off and stared down at him with a blank expression, his gaze intense behind the neutral aura he exuded. Your classmates will find out about it eventually, so don't bother giving yourself a lower baseline than you actually have. Concealing your true abilities is important if you plan on being an underground hero, but right now, there's no point to such an action. Tell yourself that you're being careful all you want, but consider how you want your classmates to find out what you're hiding. Do you want to be honest with them, or would you rather be deceitful? Would you prefer to have more allies now, or risk making more enemies later? Izuku frowned, glancing at the other students positioned around the area, designated for the 50-meter dash, and felt himself pale slightly. Think about it, but don't waste time making yourself paranoid over all the possibilities. You can't be a hero without taking risks, so don't bother cocooning yourself in bubble wrap and waiting for someone else to take them for you. Nobody is going to coddle a hero, so if what you want is stuffed bears and snuggles, go home to your parents and cry for them to protect you. As Katsuki lined up with nobody beside him, Aizawa waved a hand dismissively, shooing a thoughtful and really rather nervous Izuku towards the line. He was right, though. He couldn't be a hero if he didn't take risks, and considering his classmates would find out about his abilities at some point, it actually might not be in his best interests to keep them hidden this week after all. Racing down the track with a starting gun, Izuku analyzed his current options. If he showed the true capacity of his quirk now, he could pretend to have limitations of some sort, other than the ones he already had. Perhaps a time limit, so they wouldn't think too deeply about the implications of him being able to learn quirks and potentially be able to use them at any time. If Izuku did this, he wouldn't be laying all his cards out on the table at once. He'd even be shuffling them up a bit. Was that enough to keep him safe, as his mother had warned him to be? Or would he need to do more? Although, by saying he was more limited than he actually was, he was still being deceitful. Maybe if he never directly said that he was limited, and let them fill in the blanks on their own? If they directly asked him, he'd answer truthfully, but otherwise he'd be happy to let them draw their own conclusions. It was decided then. Izuku would analyze and learn a few quirks from his classmates, and use them to bolster his physical performance in this quirk assessment test. Who would allow him to analyze their quirk, though? Who were the friendliest students here? Excuse me, Uraraka-san? Izuku made his way over to the brunette and smiled awkwardly, tapping her shoulder once for attention. Hey, Midoriya, what's up? The brunette was definitely friendly, a good target to approach. Plus, he already knew what her quirk was, making the whole assimilation learning process easier on him. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to ask you something. Izuku's smile was a bit less awkward as he shifted into the more comfortable analysis mode. One of the things my quirk allows me to do is analyze things at an incredible level of detail, and if I specifically analyze the quirks of others, I can often find ways for the users to improve them. Strengths, weaknesses, potential applications, those sorts of things. Considering this is a quirk assessment test, I'm supposed to be using my quirk in some way, so would you mind if I analyzed your quirk for you? Starting out by offering an analysis would allow Izuku to learn his classmates' quirks regardless, and then afterwards he could tell them about the ways most known copycat quirks worked. By introducing those to their minds first, they'd automatically follow that train of thought to believe his quirk was similar to those, and thereby assume that he had limitations similar. He was taking a risk, while still being safe about it. Sure. Let me know if you find anything interesting, okay? Uraraka accepted his hand, and Izuku's attention narrowed in on the jumping nerves within her, barely noticing the interested stares of a few nearby classmates as he did so. Physical contact initiated. Bioelectric analysis underway. Given that he wasn't paying much attention when Uraraka had used her quirk during the entrance exam, he'd need a little bit of information on top of what his quirk got from her body, so he spoke up to ask a few questions. Uraraka-san, could you briefly describe what your quirk does in your own words? What does it feel like when you activate it? Well, when I touch something with all 5 of my fingers, gravity stops affecting the object I'm touching. It begins to float, behaving like it's in a zero-G environment, and that's why I call my quirk zero gravity. Uraraka paused, thoughtfully tapping her chin with a finger from her free hand. As for how it feels, it's sorta like I'm temporarily absorbing the gravity from the object and storing it in my gut. The effects of gravity on the object I touch don't actually disappear, but instead, I hold them back. Sort of like a ball of yarn. Gravity is a bunch of strings, and when I touch something with all 5 fingers of a hand, I take those strings and wrap them up in a ball in my stomach. That's why I get nauseous when I overuse my quirk. Connected to the brunette's body as he was, Izuku's quirk intuitively connected the analyzed data with the responses Uraraka gave, and the signals sent through his nervous system were modified to duplicate the same effect. What Izuku was doing wasn't a direct sort of copying. Rather, it was like taking a PDF and turning it into a text document. The information was all present, but modified in a transformative sort of way so that Izuku's body could use it. Additionally, the data was stored within his nervous system in a mutative way, and thereby wasn't quite the same as ordinary copy quirks. As far as he knew, the data storage was next to permanent, and this was why he called the process learning a quirk, instead of copying a quirk. Data assimilation successful. Quirk, zero gravity, has been learned. Type, emitter. Subtype, physical. Activation method, 5-point touch. Symptoms of overuse may include nausea, vomiting, heartburn, excessive acid production, ulcer development, etc. Potential usage improvement, limiting the distance the absorbed forces can go, i.e. winding the gravity strings around the user's body instead of allowing them to curl up completely around the stomach. Potential effects, increased gravitational and environmental forces upon the user when used in excess. Physical damage and moderate to severe pain when done incorrectly. Opening his eyes, not quite certain when he closed them, Izuku hummed a note and released Uraraka's hand. The newly learned quirk settled comfortably into his nerves, and he briefly tested how it felt to be active, as it always was with the brunette before him. I see what you mean. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like your stomach is being put under pressure from the outside when you use it, rather than being stretched out as though you're too full from a meal. When Uraraka nodded, Izuku stopped actively using his learned zero gravity, letting it settle back down like an invisible weight in his nerves. Pulling out a new notebook, he began to take notes as Aizawa led the class towards the equipment for testing their grip strength, the sound of his muttering a quiet constant as they walked along. The gravity strings you described are actually wrapping around the outside of your stomach when you use your quirk, rather than winding up into a ball inside of it. Think of it like thread wrapped around a spool, where your stomach is the spool. The more strings you wrap around the spool, the more pressure it's put under. This is likely why you feel nauseous when you overuse your quirk and why you've put yourself at risk for so many potential stomach problems in the future. Izuku stopped muttering, pausing to look at Uraraka with concern and let her absorb that information before continuing. It might be possible for you to wrap these strings around other organs instead of your stomach. Maybe you've been wrapping them around your stomach all this time because that's how it first manifested, or because you've never thought to try otherwise. I have to warn you, it'd be dangerous to try wrapping the strings around anything else without a doctor nearby, because you could damage yourself severely in your attempts to do so. However, if you want to experiment anyways, I'd recommend trying to wrap the strings around your skin instead. Your skin is an organ just like your stomach is, and it has a decent amount of surface area with the least amount of risk tied to it, should you use it as your new spool. Looking over the girl a bit closer, the green net frowned to himself. Of course, this might not be possible for a very long time. Your body is used to wrapping the strings around your stomach, having been trained to do so possibly since your quirk manifested, so it could take actual years before you can wrap them around other organs. Remember to be careful, alright? The brunette mulled this over, and turned to face the green net with 2 thumbs up and a wide smile, beaming with positive energy. Izuku suddenly regretted leaving his sunglasses at home, given the brightness this girl possessed. Thanks, Midoriya. Maybe this can help me increase my weight limit, and not having to worry about getting nauseous all the time will definitely be a big help. The sheer purity of this girl. It's too much. Izuku nodded, returning the thumbs up with a smile that was returning to awkward, now that he was out of his element again. The confidence was nice while it lasted. You're welcome, Uraraka-san. Call me Uraraka. The brunette beamed again, and Izuku quickly nodded again, trying not to be blinded and also trying not to be rude. All right, Uraraka. If my Netta doesn't shape up soon, he'll be the one going home. As Ida spoke, Izuku frowned to himself, from his position between Uraraka and Katsuki. He'd been chatting with various other students in the class up to this time, looking for more people willing to let him analyze their quirks, but so far having little luck. Shiji, Hagakure, Ida, Jairu, Ajui, call me Tsuchan, Karo, Sero, Ajaru, and Mineta all had mutation quirks, which he couldn't properly use yet, though which he theorized he might be able to someday. Tokoyami, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu had declined the offer for their own reasons, and he'd already learned the quirks of Ijaru, Katsuki, and Uraraka. That left 5 of his classmates he had yet to approach. Of course he's going home. All he's done is a few repeated side steps and look up the girl's skirts. Kaminari gave Izuku's quirk strange, foreboding feelings whenever he considered getting close to him, so he was planning to save him for later on. This left him the options of Kuda, Aoyama, Satu, and Ishido. Aoyama's quirk required a support item, so he wouldn't be using that, and Kuda's quirk wasn't a physically enhancing one. Satu and Ishido were his best bets, and it was fortunate for him that both of them seemed friendly, but right now there wasn't enough time to make his way over to them. He's been doing what now? Ijaru was in the field, staring at the softball in his hand like he was trying to solve the Millennium Puzzle, and Izuku was up next. While the redhead took his turn, however, the greenette got to listen to the interesting conversation between a taken-aback Ida and an irritated Katsuki. Check your ears, 4 Eyes. He's a perverted lowlife. If the teacher doesn't expel him, I might end up doing so for him. Aizawa's scarf snapped tight around Ijaru, yanking him close, and Izuku winced sympathetically at the expression of anxiety on his face. It seemed that their teacher was Eraserhead, and unfortunately, the conversation between him and Ijaru was too quiet to be heard. The students were left to theorize amongst themselves as to what they said, Katsuki glaring at Aizawa-san all the while, and Izuku watching with a concerned gaze. It was true that they hadn't seen Ijaru do anything out of the ordinary with his quirk thus far, and nor had he said anything to Katsuki or Izuku about experiencing any changes, but Izuku had heard what he'd done in his entrance exam from other students. Their stories told of a black-haired kid who'd taken down the zero-pointer of his battle center by using his body as a sort of living missile, but who'd suffered grievous injuries as a result. Broken legs and broken arms for his efforts to save another examinee. And he'd passed out from the pain, too. This wasn't the way Aijiro's hardening worked, Izuku knew. As he shared a glance with Katsuki, he received a short nod and confirmation that the spiky blonde knew it as well. Aijiro was hiding something from them, and recalling his conversation with All Might just a month or so prior, Izuku had a feeling that he knew what it was. Take your final throw. Their teacher released Aijiro from his grasp, and his voice carried far enough to be heard again. This was the redhead's last chance, apparently, for this test. If he was being told to pack his things, as Mineta theorized loudly, that meant he'd likely be desperate. Indeed, he did look a bit scared. And desperate people do desperate things. Izuku would be able to learn from this, he knew. And because he knew this, he had to do so, both to help his friend and to fulfill the promise he'd made. Therefore, taking off his fake glasses, Izuku focused all of his attention on Aijiro, his quirk hungering for data on what had caught its interest. If anyone glanced over at him in this moment, they'd likely be disturbed by the eerie intensity to his eyes. It was the same look that had made children cry before. Determination sparked within Aijiro's gaze, and his face screwed up in an expression that screamed a mixture of fear, rage, and desperation. He reared back to throw, his body tense and his posture absolutely horrible, and he kept his gaze firmly on the horizon. As his arms swung forward, Izuku saw his gaze shift towards his hand, and followed it to see a faint red glow to his index finger just before. Yawa! Wind buffeted the class for a brief moment, dust from the field being blown about and causing people to shield their eyes. Izuku didn't do so, intent upon witnessing everything that happened, intent upon devouring every shred of information he could identify. His quirk would piece together the overall puzzle for him eventually. All he had to do was collect the pieces in the first place. He threw the ball over 700 meters. Kaminari sounded impressed, just as he had been earlier, when Uraraka had scored infinity on the same test. Uraraka herself was nothing short of excited, her higher-pitched voice almost unpleasant to hear, but just within acceptable ranges, so as not to be grating. Whoa, I never imagined he was this strong. Wasn't his quirk different before? His finger appears to be broken now. Very odd. Perhaps he overused his quirk. It seemed that Ida thought of an explanation for what he'd seen on his own. That was good, at least. Izuku would have to bring it up when he spoke to Aijiro about One for All later on. Stylishly done. Thanks, Aoyama. As Katsuki rushed forward to pull Aijiro off the field, scolding him the whole way, Izuku remained unusually still. He wanted to move forward and help his friend, but he had to consider the impact such an action would have on their classmates. One for All was an even more important secret than his own quirk, and he had to help Aijiro with it. Why hadn't Aijiro told him when he was given it? Did All Might forget to tell him that he knew? It was odd, but it explained the fear in his friend's eyes as the two locked gazes, followed by a swift glance away. You're wasting my time now. Whoever's next can step up. As their teacher called the attention of the muttering class back to the task at hand, Izuku turned to Uraraka. Most of his previous scores up to this point had been essentially made quirkless, other than a few he'd used hardening for, and if he didn't want to take last place, then it was probably a good idea to use the brunette's quirk now. It was an unfortunate situation, as Izuku didn't really want to take the novelty out of such a thing, but he had to display the copy-like aspect of his quirk at some point, or he'd be expelled. It was almost certain that he'd get close to last place if he didn't, not to mention Aizawa's little chat with him earlier. Uraraka, sorry to bother you about quirks again, but would you mind if I used yours for my pitch? At her confused expression, Izuku knew that he'd have to elaborate, and did his best to do so with some of the students around them suddenly interested in the conversation. Earlier I said that one of the things my quirk can do is analyze things in detail. Another thing my quirk can do is kinda copy the quirks of others. How can you do that? Do you have multiple quirks? Uraraka sounded as confused as she looked, and Izuku tilted his head to the side, trying to avoid reacting to the adorable expression she had. However, when he went to explain, Todoroki of all people spoke up, beating him to the punch. It's a composite quirk, I'm guessing. Sometimes a child will get lucky enough to have the quirks of both their parents, just as I have my mother's ice. And my father's fire. It was the most that anyone had heard out of him thus far, and when Izuku turned to look at him, he was staring back at him with a blank expression. Is that correct? He shrugged in a non-committal manner and turned back to Uraraka, ignoring the few questions being thrown his and Todoroki's way. Those could be answered later. Once Aizawa-sensei stopped staring them down like he was getting ready to approach and do something. So, Uraraka, would you mind if I used your quirk for this? Oh, not at all. It'll be interesting to see what my quirk looks like from the outside. With her consent confirmed, Izuku made a small show of touching her arm, wordlessly implying that physical contact was necessary to copy her quirk. Thanks, I'll do my best with it. Walking over to the circle, Izuku passed Aijuru and Katsuki on their way back to the group and heard Uraraka's concerned query in the background. Ouch, is your finger okay? Sure. It's good. I'm good. Either Aijuru was lying, or his pain tolerance had gotten higher. Concentrating all that power into a single fingertip spelled disastrous results. His bones had to be broken, if not worse, and it was concerning that he wasn't breaking into tears because of it. Regardless, if Izuku didn't throw the ball soon, he got the feeling that their teacher was going to throw him. Therefore, he took the ball in hand, activated his learned zero gravity, and sent the ball flying towards the sun. Infinity again. Wow, Uraraka. Even used by other people, your quirk is amazing. Copy quirks are so rare, dude. I can't believe we have one in our class. As his classmates voiced their opinions, Izuku made his way back over to the group, a small frown upon his face. He really had a talk with Aijuru about his quirk, and judging by the nervous expression on the other's face, he knew it too. Many secrets were being aired out today, it seemed. Hopefully they wouldn't end up biting their keepers in the buttes anytime soon. Alright, time to give you the results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list now. It's not worth the effort to go through each individual score. When all was said and done, the class gathered around to see the list, tension high with anticipation. Everyone was nervous about who was going to be expelled, all collectively hoping, not me. Please not me dash, as Aizawa-sensei clicked a button and the projected screen went up. Izuku's gaze started from the bottom, eager to rip the bandage off, and he felt some sadness at the invisible Hagakure being placed in last. Her quirk would be very useful for more covert operations, and it was unfortunate that it couldn't help with a physical assessment like this. Maybe Aizawa would have mercy. A quick glance at their teacher's face revealed nothing, and Izuku returned his attention to the list, continuing up from the bottom to see how he and his friends had placed. Izuku himself got 8th place, just above Aijuru. Aijuru got 7th place, above Izuku. And lastly, or rather firstly, Katsuki got 3rd place right below Todoroki. From highest to lowest, he and his friends had been ranked from Katsuki to Aijuru to Izuku. Not bad, really. The switch in positions between Katsuki and Aijuru from the entrance exam would soothe the spiky blonde's ego, though Izuku knew that if he'd be alright with anyone beating him, it'd be one of his two friends. Of course, that wasn't to say he'd just lie down and take it. No, Katsuki would use it as motivation to push himself farther, and thereby push his friends to do better as well. The green net would have to finally push himself as well, considering that he was supposed to be using his quirk to its fullest now. Next time an assessment like this came around, Izuku would have to take everything into a more careful consideration lest he risk falling to his complacency as he usually tended to. And I was lying, nobody's going home. That was just a logical ruse to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. At that declaration from Aizawa, the class briefly rioted, exclamations of surprise and shock ringing out. The only calm people standing around were Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Katsuki, coincidentally, the top 3 students in the test. They hadn't been worried at all, had they? Knowing Katsuki, his confidence had never wavered once. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. I'm sorry, I probably should have said something. Yaoyorozu glanced at the rest of the class, a vaguely apologetic and disappointed expression upon her face. It seemed she was apologetic for not saying anything, which was obvious given her words, but the disappointment. Was she disappointed that nobody else had come to the same conclusion? Zero gave a nervous chuckle, glancing between those closest to him as he showed his relief. That was pretty nerve-wracking, huh? I thought for sure one of us was going to be sent packing today. Nah, I'm always down for a challenge. Ijiru spoke a brave game, but his friends knew that he'd been just as nervous as the others had been. It was obvious in the tense posture he'd had throughout the whole thing, as he was usually a laid-back kind of guy, and now that he'd relaxed it was like things were alright again. Of course, they'd still have to have that little discussion about his quirk once they were finally out of earshot. That's it. We're done for the day. Take a syllabus from the classroom and read it before class tomorrow. Aizawa began walking away towards the side of the building, but paused next to the redhead and held out a hall pass to the nurse's office. Kirishima, take this and go have the old lady fix you up. Things are going to be tougher tomorrow when the real training begins. Make sure you're prepared. As their teacher vanished around the corner, the 20 students left in the field lingered for a few moments, awkwardly silent in that way only a group of teenagers can be. Then, Katsuki broke the tension by throwing both Ijiru and Izuku over his shoulders and wandering towards the infirmary with the sound of their classmates' surprised laughter behind him. Katsuki, I don't need to be carried, it's only my finger. The spiky blonde huffed, not allowing for any argument, and Izuku watched Ijiru's face turn red from the shoulder opposite his. You're injured, so I get to carry you. No. Ijiru's protest was futile, as were his attempts to wriggle free, and he eventually just gave in.
Fian.
Never skip shoulder day, huh? Izuku snickered, knowing that Katsuki had a tendency to carry his friends around when one of them was injured, but said nothing when the redhead looked his way curiously. It had been a while since one of them had gotten hurt badly enough to need medical attention, the last time being maybe a couple months after. Ijiru had turned the duo into a trio, so it made sense that he hadn't picked up on it yet. Izuku though? Oh ho ho, Izuku had gotten the shoulder treatment many times over the course of his childhood, and thus had no excuse to remain ignorant. He actually kinda loved it if he was honest about it. Due to the fact that his brain had connected this action with Katsuki's form of caretaking, being tossed over the blonde's shoulder was one of the few physical things that had never made his skin crawl or itch, taking its place on the short list alongside his mother's hugs, his father's roughhousing, Ijiru's spontaneous cuddles, and All Might's reassuring pats. Izuku missed being able to casually touch people without anxiety and/or phantom pains flaring up. Well, at least his aversion to touch usually only affected him if he was being handled by others. As long as he was the one who initiated physical contact with another person, it didn't really bother him. You weren't supposed to break yourself on the first day, hair for brains. We were supposed to know where the infirmary is for the extras, not each other. Releasing a sheepish laugh at Katsuki's reprimand, Ijiru reached up to rub at the back of his neck, with a hand that wasn't injured, of course. Before he could respond, though, Izuku decided to rip the metaphorical bandage off and spoke up quietly so only the three of them could hear. About your quirk, Ijikin. You need to be more careful. Ijiru's eyes widened, and his uninjured hand reached for purchase, as though he were preparing to run. However, once the spiky blonde's grip visibly tightened around him, he made no further movement to do so. The green-haired teen probably could have handled that a bit better. Whoops. Right, yeah. I guess I overdid it, huh? The redhead's eyes avoided his, and Izuku frowned, wondering what the issue could be. I'll have to be more careful about my hardening in the future. Oh, wait. Izuku had never told his friends about his conversation with All Might, and neither of them had brought anything like it up either. They were all in the dark about each other's level of knowledge, and knowing Ijiru, he was probably nervous about revealing another secret of All Might's after failing to keep the first one. Beneath the two of them, Katsuki snorted and cut through the tension like a knife. I'm more concerned about the other one. Wait, you know already. Izuku nodded for the two of them at the surprised outburst, and Ijiru sagged with relief, going limp and releasing a muffled groan into Katsuki's back. Oh, thank God I can keepin' his crutz for my guys. Feeling the urge to laugh, Izuku tried to hold it back, but couldn't help the snicker that sounded from his lips. Then the slight bounce that occurred as Katsuki kicked open the door to the school made it impossible not to release something more, and within moments, Izuku was full out laughing on their friend's shoulder. Ijiru joined in a few seconds. Later, and although Katsuki remained quiet beneath them, they could feel his amusement without even looking to see the soft smirk on his face. This is just going to be a reoccurring thing with us, isn't it? Every time we come into possession of an important secret, we're going to struggle with the morality of keeping it to ourselves or sharing it with each other, and then the other two are just going to show up like, yeah, we already know, don't worry about it.
Secret?
Never met her. The two being carried burst out into more giggles, and by the time their renewed laughter died down, they were just outside the infirmary. Katsuki set them down at this time and opened the door like a normal person, jerking his chin towards the inside of the room for Aijuru to enter. Get yourself taken care of, and when you're done, hurry on back out here. We've got a few more things to do here, and I want to be back home in time for the dinner. Auntie's making something to celebrate our first day. Before the last sentence was even completed, Aijuru had darted into the infirmary with a slip and a call of, "Oh yeah, Aunt Inko's cooking," sent behind him. The door slid shut behind him, and after a few moments, a pained yelp sounded along with the sound of an old lady scolding. Out in the hallway, Katsuki and Izuku shared an amused glance and settled down to wait for his release. Hey, wait up! Multiple sets of footsteps slapping against the pavement along with a friendly feminine cry behind them had Izuku and his two closest friends pausing in their trek, two of them surprised and one of them bored. Looking back towards the school, the trio saw a bubbly Uraraka, a robotic Ida, and a relaxed Zero approaching them. What could those three want? Are you all going to the station? We are, so if you are too and you don't mind, could we join you? Katsuki grunted with displeasure at Uraraka's inquiry, his resting beach face seeming more like a glare as he stared at the newcomers, but he took no action to stop them. With Izuku and Aijuru being the optimistic power of friendship twerps they were, he knew he was outnumbered, and therefore didn't feel the need to waste his energy protesting. The entire FING class was going to be their little friends by the end of the year, he just knew it.
Ugh.
Sure. The more the merrier, right? There goes Aijuru, supporting his unspoken statement in a single sentence. I was a bit concerned by Aizawa-sensei's approach to class, but I trust the school's judgment. Yui is the top program. Even so, lying is downright immoral. Ida spoke up, his words not directed towards anyone in particular, until he turned towards the newest member of the trio. Kirishima, how's the broken finger doing? Katsuki watched as his friend perked up, bringing his hand up and wiggling his fingers to show that they were all working properly. It's all better, dude. Recovery Girl's Quirk is awesome. It makes you tired though, so I'm gonna be grabbing some food to fuel up soon. We all are, actually. Oh no. Oh hell no. Wanna join us? Damn it, EI. Those extras aren't worthy of Auntie's cooking. In the background, Zero's gaze flicked between the others present, before he caught their attention and spoke up with a grin. Nah, I've got things to do later. Maybe another time. That's FING right, he gets it. Four eyes and round face better take the hint too. I believe I'll pass as well. This time, I must go over the syllabus and make certain I'm prepared for the year. I do hope we can meet up after school another day though. As the group of 6 made their way down the sidewalk, Katsuki walked ahead of the others, listening to their babbling behind him and thinking less than friendly thoughts. He'd never really seen the need to get to know the extras around him like Izuku and Aijuru did, given how much they practically worshipped him for his quirk and his talent. Someday, as a hero, he'd have to help and protect them, sure, but that didn't mean they were worth his time otherwise. They were weak, and he was strong. Although Izuku and Aijuru were weak too, in their own ways, and he deemed them worthy of being his friends. Izuku never stood up for himself and let his quirk do practically everything for him, but it was versatile enough to make up for it. Plus, he'd never be able to completely detach himself from its will, so he had a bit of slack afforded to him. As long as he used his quirk to the best of his abilities, which he did, given the limitations set upon him, he was easily as strong as Katsuki was. Perhaps even stronger, too. His rival as well as his friend. Aijuru, on the other hand, was almost a foil to Izuku. His quirk was rather weak from the beginning, simple and unassuming, but his spirit was strong. His determination to become the person he wanted to be was on par with Katsuki's determination to be a hero, and Izuku's determination to make the world a better place, and that was powerful. Despite his shortcomings, he worked to overcome his weaknesses with everything he had, and Katsuki could do little but respect that. When All Might had approached Katsuki about being his successor, and had told him about the conversation he'd already had with Izuku, the spiky blonde practically had to point him towards Idru with a neon sign. You really think I'd want your power when I'm already going to be better than you on my own? Give it to someone else, I don't need it. Katsuki was already powerful in terms of ability and intelligence, as was Izuku. To be All Might's successor on top of that. No, the spiky blonde didn't need that any more than the brunette did. The two of them would be just fine without any kind of unnecessary boost, and for Idru to be passed by when he'd do the best with one was unacceptable. With a physical power to accompany his spirit, Idru would be forced to acknowledge his true strength, since Katsuki's willing friendship with him clearly wasn't enough to make him do so. Yeah, I've got to finish unpacking everything into my apartment today. Maybe next time, though. Oh, it was Roundface. And here Katsuki had almost forgotten the trio's tagalongs. Maybe he'd consider them to be side characters once they proved themselves worthy of his attention, but for now they were just extras, and he wouldn't bother with them unless it was absolutely necessary. Izuku and Idru could do whatever they wanted, except invite them over for dinner. No extra was worthy of his auntie's cooking. Not a single one. All right, see you tomorrow. At Izuku's call of farewell, Katsuki perked up slightly, realizing that the extras were leaving. Bye, everyone. Finally. Now he could focus on something else other than their annoying presence, like the planning he and his friends had to do for All Might-related things and training and their class syllabus, and what sort of godly dinner was in store for them. Maybe Auntie Inko was making them death curry. That would be nice. Guess he'd have to find out later, once they were back in their home neighborhood. Mom, I'm home. Kaken and Ijukin are here too. As the trio of friends made their way into Izuku's house, taking off their shoes at door, the sound of a phone ringing quietly preceded Inko's voice echoing down the hall. Welcome home, sweetie. Could you grab the phone for me? My hands are a bit full. Katsuki observed as his oldest friend called back an affirmative, and as Idru grabbed his arm to lead him towards Izuku's room, he heard one last line before rounding the corner and vanishing. I don't recognize this number. Given how often the three friends hung out together, it was really no surprise how well they knew each other's houses. That dent on the corner, caused by Izuku tripping with a heavy book in his hands. Those scorch marks on the floor, caused by a temper tantrum Katsuki had thrown when he was around 6 or 7. The scrapes on the doorframe of Izuku's room, caused by Idru swinging around and smacking his hardened face into it too many times. There was history to this house that belonged only to them, and the same could be said about the homes of Katsuki and Idru as well. Running or being dragged into the All Might-themed bedroom of their friend, the spiky blonde and the newly dyed redhead tossed their bags to the floor and wandered over to the bed in the corner, making themselves comfortable to wait for their missing third. The scent of simmering food wafted through the air even with the door mostly shut, and the warm colors of the room only seemed to make them more susceptible to it, given how relaxed they were after this first day of high school. When would it be done? Probably not for a while.
Oh well.
At least they'd have some time to mess around before stuffing their faces. Maybe he could finish the sketch he'd started the other day. So, I kinda wanna wait for Izuku to get here before we talk more about One for All. But I want to know what All Might said to you about it, 'cause it looks like I was the last one to be told about it. And, I'm kinda wondering why he didn't give it to you, or Izuku. Or maybe not. Maybe he'd have to be a good friend right now instead of indulging his hobbies. Maybe he'd have to restrain his exasperation at just how little Idru thought of himself, and try not to blast his friend through the FING wall for his stupidity. With a carefully neutral expression, Katsuki denied the redhead's request, and reached for the school bags of the two. Yeah, no, we're waiting for Izu on that. This is a conversation that concerns us all. The class syllabus was dragged out into the open for the spiky blonde to read, and keeping up his neutral expression, he proceeded to do so. Idru's nod of acceptance was acknowledged with his own syllabus being pushed under his nose, and the two settled down into the quiet atmosphere of looking over what things their school had in store for them. It wouldn't be a good idea to discuss this sort of thing without all of them present, especially when the door was still half open. Katsuki trusted their families for the most part, Inko in particular, but secrets like this one could be dangerous. They'd spent a lot of time with the number one hero, and maybe that'd desensitize them a bit, but he was still the number one hero. The eyes of the people followed him everywhere, and the dregs of humanity hungered for information on him and ways to take him down. If someone found out that he could pass down his quirk, barely satisfied hunger would turn to starvation, and the wolves would descend. Of course, All Might could take care of himself. He was, again, the number one hero, and he'd finally gotten in the habit of eating a regular diet suited to his injuries. His health was on the rise, and he was well-loved enough that he'd always be able to find protection if he needed it. Should the secret of All Might's quirk be discovered, the hero himself would be safe. But not the three he'd taken on as his disciples. Society, as Katsuki knew from many of Izuku's rants and from his own observations, wasn't safe. The three teens had neither the power nor the connections to overcome it on their own, should its attention be turned to them, so All Might's secret getting out would be more dangerous to them than it would be to him. Especially if they found out that he'd already passed his quirk on. He'd be even safer, and they'd be in even more danger. So they had to be as careful and as quiet about this as they could possibly be. For now, since nothing had happened and nobody knew what was up with All Might's quirk, that meant speaking only in their houses and making sure nobody else found out. As much as Katsuki trusted their family members, there was always the possibility of torture at the hands of future enemies, and thus they'd all be safer if they kept the secret as under wraps as they could. As long as they were careful not to make any mistakes about this, they would be safe. And if they messed up, it was Aijuru and Izuku who faced the most danger, so Katsuki would do his best to keep that from happening. Katsuki, Aijuru, the food's ready. Aizu, come on in when you're done with the phone. Staring at the paper before him, Katsuki realized that he'd been thinking more than he'd been reading the class syllabus, and that he'd have to read it over again later to see what it said. Thus, sneering at the sheet on top, the spiky blonde allowed Aijuru to pull him to his feet and drag him towards the dining room without much resistance. He was half tempted to blow the papers up, and that wouldn't do any good at this time, so it'd be better to focus on the food Andy had made them.
Yeah,
Wait, he did what? No way. His quirk isn't suited for fighting that hero. How did he do it? More importantly, why did he key dash? As the two friends passed by Izuku chattering away in the hall, Katsuki pulled back against Aijuru to make him stop for a moment and yelled towards the phone. Oh, he's gotta eat. Call back later. Muffled laughter came from the other end, and Izuku pouted at the two as they continued on their way, most definitely hearing the other person say their goodbyes. It wasn't long after that they all found themselves seated at the table, heaps of gorgeous-looking food set out before them, and their mouths watering at how good it all smelled. Thanks for the food. The death curry was delicious. After dinner, the three friends had gone back to Izuku's room to go over their class schedules and chat about their new classmates. Specifically, they discussed those they'd met in their entrance exams, and those who had stuck out to them during the quirk assessment test. Well, in my entrance exam, I blasted the zero-pointer to pieces and saved the white-haired extra that Isa tried to analyze in the auditorium. They fell unconscious right after taking down a three-pointer, and the vehicle chimera thing their quirk made vanished, so they were basically lying helpless in the middle of the street. Bet that little stunt lost M points. Adjusting the pillow he was leaning on, Katsuki recounted the more notable parts of his entrance exam first, which weren't really that many. Taking down the zero-pointer was the highlight of the whole affair, and although it was useless in terms of gaining points, he'd loved the rush of taking that thing down. If it weren't for the unconscious extra, he probably would have gone ahead and just killed off more small fries. Maybe he should thank them for the opportunity the next time he saw, if they were even still around. While the spiky blonde's attention wandered slightly, Izuku had begun to recount his own experiences, so he shut down his current train of thought to listen. I kind of thought Ida-kun was a bit scary at first, but he's just really earnest. His resolve actually reminds me a bit of yours, Kaken. You've got. Make any mistakes about this, they would be safe. And if they messed up, It was Aijuru and Izuku who faced the most danger, so Katsuki would do his demed best to keep that from happening. Katsuki, Aijuru, the food's ready. Aizu, come on in when you're done with the phone. Staring at the paper before him, Katsuki realized that he'd been thinking more than he'd been reading the class syllabus, and that he'd have to read it over again later to see what it said. Thus, sneering at the sheet on top, the spiky blonde allowed Aijuru to pull him to his feet and drag him towards the dining room without much resistance. He was half tempted to blow the papers up, and that wouldn't do any good at this time, so it'd be better to focus on the food Andy had made them.
Yeah,
Wait, he did what? No way. His quirk isn't suited for fighting that hero. How did he do it? More importantly, why did he key dash? As the two friends passed by Izuku chattering away in the hall, Katsuki pulled back against Aijuru to make him stop for a moment and yelled towards the phone. Oh, he's gotta eat. Call back later. Muffled laughter came from the other end, and Izuku pouted at the two as they continued on their way, most definitely hearing the other person say their goodbyes. It wasn't long after that they all found themselves seated at the table, heaps of gorgeous-looking food set out before them, and their mouths watering at how good it all smelled. Thanks for the food. The death curry was delicious. After dinner, the three friends had gone back to Izuku's room to go over their class schedules and chat about their new classmates. Specifically, they discussed those they'd met in their entrance exams, and those who had stuck out to them during the Quirk assessment test. Well, in my entrance exam, I blasted the zero-pointer to pieces and saved the white-haired extra that Isa tried to analyze in the auditorium. They fell unconscious right after taking down a three-pointer, and the vehicle chimera thing their quirk made vanished, so they were basically lying helpless in the middle of the street. Bet that little stunt lost M points. Adjusting the pillow he was leaning on, Katsuki recounted the more notable parts of his entrance exam first, which weren't really that many. Taking down the zero-pointer was the highlight of the whole affair, and although it was useless in terms of gaining points, he'd loved the rush of taking that thing down. If it weren't for the unconscious extra, he probably would have gone ahead and just killed off more small fries. Maybe he should thank them for the opportunity the next time he saw, if they were even still around. While the spiky blonde's attention wandered slightly, Izuku had begun to recount his own experiences, so he shut down his current train of thought to listen. I kind of thought Idakoin was a bit scary at first, but he's just really earnest. His resolve actually reminds me a bit of yours, Kakin. You've got that same need to follow rules in your lives, the guidelines and expectations that you adopt or create for yourselves to follow as people. Ow, stop, put the pillow away. Katsuki did not put the pillow away, but glared warningly at the greenette for implying that he had something in common with that uptight extra, and continued to listen with his pillow ready to be weaponized again. As for Uraraka and Sirokoen, they both helped me out in the exam, near the end. You guys know Uraraka caught me outside before the exams even started, but she actually ended up catching me again when I fell off the zero-pointer. I had to push myself away from it quickly, but I was pretty high up when I did, so I ended up falling and she caught me near the bottom. The reason I went for the zero-pointer was because Uraraka was caught under some rubble, and Sirokoen helped her get free while I distracted and actually took down the robot. Izuku tilted his head, a thoughtful expression upon his face. I'm actually kind of impressed with Sirokoen. He was really calm throughout the whole thing, not running away when the zero-pointer showed up, actually returning to save Uraraka and going along with my plan to do so, and he seems pretty confident in his abilities. He and Idakoin both seem rather confident in themselves, actually. I think they might end up friends. I also noticed that Ishido-san was talking with Sirokoen a lot during the assessment test today, so they might end up friends too. Reaching for the snack pile the teens had smuggled into the room, Aijuru tilted his head to the side, his spiked-up hair beginning to visibly soften as the day neared its end. Speaking of Ishido-san, I ran into her during the entrance exam in my battle center. Or she ran into me. I don't really know. The redhead retrieved a package of gummy worms and started munching, talking in between mouthfuls. The zero-pointer sort of burst out of the ground where we were, so we ended up running for our lives and screaming to warn the other kids in the area, and she caught me a couple times when I tripped. I'm pretty sure she lifts, brothers. The spiky blonde snorted into his soda when Aijuru's face began to turn a bit pink, and erased an errant mark on the page of his sketchbook.
Nice.
How much do you think she lifts? Well, whatever she lifts, she's certainly strong enough to lift me. And have you seen me? I'm what, 170 centimeters tall and 150 pounds? She's strong, bros, she's strong. And she did pretty well during the Quirk test earlier. I wanna befriend her. Woo, hooray, Yai has a crush. Get back to the exam recount, please. At Katsuki's dry words, the redhead's pink face turned redder, and he vehemently denied having a crush before pouting.
Fine.
Anyways, after a while of running, she tripped and memed at me. She basically screamed the whole "help, I've fallen and can't get up" thing, and she was already starting to get up on her own, but the 0-pointer's foot was basically 2 meters away from her by the time she was on her feet. So I basically panicked and yeeted myself through the robot, human torpedo style. I think you mentioned the human torpedo thing before, but wow. Izuku blinked from his seat closest to the pile, laptop out before him, and glanced towards his closed bedroom door for a moment. The synergistic potential of your quirks is really quite something. Hardening already gives you a bit of a passive strength boost, and it's a simple enough thing on its own that it'll be hard to counter in the future, but it's definitely more of a defensive quirk. One for all gives you a decent boost in offense, so you're not facing the same difficulties and weaknesses that you are with hardening, but the two quirks carry enough similarity that they can be passed off as one quirk. Finally returning the pillow to where it was before using it as a weapon, Katsuki rolled his eyes at what was most likely an upcoming quirk rant from Aizu, and focused half of his attention on the page of his sketchbook. Only half, though, because the primary subjects of his current piece were right in front of him, and he was the kind of artist that vehemently believed in using references to achieve the best results. The drawing he was working on consisted of what he imagined he looked like with two specific idiots thrown over his shoulders, the viewpoint being located somewhere behind him and to his right. It caught the joyful expressions of the two being carried, one redhead with a wide grin that was all sharp teeth and delight, and one brunette with a small smile that was all soft curves and adoration, and it barely showed his own face at all, but the way his visible cheek was curved indicated one of his trademark smirks. This page of his sketchbook would never see the light of day once it was done, if he had anything to say about it. Honestly, F that, and F whatever consequences would come of that. He didn't need anybody like his mother thinking that he was going soft when he was still barely on his way to becoming a hero. Have you thought of a name for your quirks to be called when you're using them together? You'll probably end up doing so a lot more. And while you could get away with just calling them hardening, people might start to ask why it's called hardening if you can use enhanced strength while you're not actually hardened. It's best to be prepared for anything like that. Katsuki watched as Aizu shook his head and recalled the doubts he'd expressed about being given one for all instead of Katsuki or Izuku. With that sort of mentality at this stage, it was obvious that he hadn't come to see his new quirk as really his yet, so of course he hadn't thought about a combined name yet. No, but you make a good point, I probably should do that. Rolling his eyes, the spiky blonde decided to wait a while before saying anything about it, and continued to listen to his friends converse.
Right.
And Ijukin about one for all. I tried to learn it from All Might before he gave it to you, but my quirk makes it behave differently than your version. Given the fact that I didn't gain any sort of energy from it while I was learning it, my version is probably closer to its original form, the version used by the first holder, so I don't have the same general enhancement you do. I plan on asking All Might about the previous holders sometime to make a timeline of its progression, so I can figure some things out. Do either of you two want to join me for that discussion or nah? While Aizu voiced an agreement, along with a mutual curiosity, Katsuki found himself narrowing his eyes at their green-haired friend. All Might was the #1 hero and the idol of both Izuku and himself. Given that fact, along with the knowledge that the Greenette had analyzed All Might, there was little doubt that he'd offered something in return. It was a point of morality to him, as he'd mentioned to Katsuki many times before whenever the blonde asked why he wouldn't just analyze someone without telling them, and with how high in Izuku's eyes the man was. Uphold what, Deku? What did you promise him? As the Greenette turned his gaze towards Katsuki, the spiky blonde adjusted his gaze so it seemed more thoughtful than suspicious, knowing how well the other could read him after an entire decade of friendship. You can count me in. I have a few questions for All Might myself anyways. Great. Izuku grinned, slapping his palms together once. Then we'll talk to him the next time we can? The three friends agreed, and once the conversation came to an end, Katsuki and Idru packed up their stuff to head home. They had the rest of the week ahead of them, and while the other two may have been excited for another chat with All Might, the spiky blonde was mentally preparing for war. It probably wasn't going to be necessary, but he'd learned about the benefits of advanced preparation right alongside Izuku, and he wasn't going into this conversation without a plan of attack. Number one hero or not, Katsuki wouldn't allow his friends to take part in any deals that were unfair to them, even if it was to the benefit of their idol. Okay, so today our schedule is more like what we should expect for future classes, as compared to yesterday's Quirk assessment test. In the mornings, we have our academic classes like English. Then we have lunch, which we just finished. Next up today should be foundational hero studies with a mystery teacher, and after lunch every day, we'll have a variety of classes intended to help us become heroes. Izuku stuffed a little notebook into his right pants pocket, setting it behind the pad of colorful sticky notes and a small sketch pad already in there, and glanced at the clock. It was almost time for that mystery teacher to show up, and then their first official heroics class would begin. I am here. There he was. Katsuki, Izuku, and Idru all knew that All Might was teaching a class at Yui, and given the fact that they hadn't seen him around before today, it made sense that he was the one in charge of this class. Coming through the door like a normal person. That, wasn't the way a normal person went through the door. But points for style. The class broke out into excited murmurs, everyone sitting up straighter and focusing on the number one hero before them. Izuku was no different, a sense of glee bubbling up within him at the sight of his idol, despite knowing that he was going to be teaching here ahead of time. I can't believe it's really All Might. As Kaminari exclaimed what many of them were thinking, their teacher and trainer strode dramatically into the front and center of the room to stand behind the podium before them. He's a teacher, everyone. This year is going to be totally awesome. Idru clenched his fist before him, eyes wide with delight despite also knowing about this beforehand, and Tsuchan spoke up beside him. Is that his Silver Age costume? Audra nodded from his seat, a grin on his face, and his eyebrows slightly tilted downward. It was an odd expression, but hey, everyone expressed their excitement in different ways. It's so retro. I'm getting goosebumps. Welcome to the most important class at Yui High. Think of it as Hero 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. Analyzing his speech, Izuku suddenly realized that All Might was speaking like a shounen anime protagonist and snorted unattractively. Nobody really noticed, thank goodness. Otherwise, they may have thought he was being disrespectful. Let's get into it. Today's lesson. We'll pull no punches. All Might whipped out a fancy card with the word battle printed across it, and if possible, the class perked up even more. Katsuki, seated directly in front of Izuku, began to laugh in an almost disturbing manner, while a few nearby classmates stared at him in concern. Combat training for all. And remember, one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. Their blonde teacher pointed to the wall, clicking a tiny remote in his hand, and shelves with numbered suitcases began to slide free from the wall. These were designed for you based on your Quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. Get yourselves suited up and meet me at Training Ground Beta. Yes, sir. Designs based upon their Quirk registration forms and the requests they'd sent in before school started. Well, it almost hadn't been necessary, as his mother had offered to make his costume herself. However, regardless of how much he wanted to wear a costume made by her, his practical nature had won out. He needed functionality that a homemade costume wouldn't offer, so instead of letting her make his costume, he'd let her take charge of designing it. It wasn't that bad, really. His own designs were. Probably a lot worse, considering the smirks he'd seen on Katsuki's face every time they'd been brought up, so he was quite happy with the results. The class gathered together in the middle of the road, just inside the training ground, and waited there for everyone to arrive. Katsuki, Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Tsuchan were the first 5 through the gate, followed soon by Shuji and Uraraka, and then everyone else trickled through at their own pace. The number one hero, the symbol of peace, stood before them, and watched them arrive with his trademark smile. As Izuku waited for the last stragglers, he focused in on his own costume again, feeling a strange mixture of both uncomfortable and relaxed within it. A dark grayish-green button-up shirt was the first piece of his costume, neat and giving off an air of sophistication. His mother had contemplated adding a vest on top, but when asking Izuku what kind of costume he wanted, she eventually scrapped the idea of her son in a dapper suit and went with a more casual look. Thus, the button-up was all that remained to give him a classy look, and she moved on in a more practical manner. Continuing along, Izuku's black jeans were reinforced with padding around his knees and rear, as he anticipated falling or being thrown into objects quite a bit over his career as a hero. Further supporting this, he wore a pair of elbow pads and knee pads over the rest of his costume, though no helmet. Instead of a helmet, he'd been given a set of goggles with two base settings, transparent to act as the default for his goggles, or opaque and reflective to hide his analytical gaze from the sun and other bright light sources. However, for all the light safety precautions he'd taken with the rest of his costume, his forest green and black jacket was really the main source of protection for him. Flowing down to his knees and woven with Kevlar fibers and a thin titanium mesh, it would defend well against sharp melee weapons and smaller bullets, and the fabric making up the jacket was resistant to fire and water damage. His red boots, mostly hidden beneath the flared legs of his jeans, were very much the same, but with added insulation to prevent electricity in the ground from harming him. Overall, the costume was unfamiliar to him. He'd never worn one before, and the materials felt odd against his skin, though that was a good thing. He'd requested it be made naturally resistant to the elements and some miscellaneous damages he was likely to receive, and clearly, the odd texture was a sign of some attempt at fulfilling this request. Alas, there was no way of saying how effective it would be until he got to test it out in some capacity. Hopefully today's battle training would be sufficient in doing so. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. Now you are all heroes in training. Let's get started, you bunch of newbies. All Might, standing in front of the class, nodded once to himself and began leading the way down the street. They all heard him laugh with delight as he did so, and the excitement of the class ramped up even further, if that was even possible. What was the rest of the year going to be like, if things were already this awesome? Eventually, when it felt as though nobody could contain themselves any longer, the group was brought to a halt outside of a building. A table with two boxes was set up in front of it, one with the word, "Lots," written on it, and another with the word, "Versus," scrawled across the painted cardboard. The symbol of peace stood next to the table and faced the class, his fists on his hips and his smile shining brilliantly in the sun. Most of the villain fights you see on television occur outside. However, statistically speaking, encounters with the most evil and dastardly of villains take place indoors.
Just think about it.
Backroom deals, home invasions, illegal fighting rings, secret underground lairs. Intelligent criminals know to remain hidden in the shadows, where the odds are in their favor. All Might picked up the Lots box and vigorously shook it up, continuing to speak while doing so. For this exercise, all of you will be split up into teams of 2 and pitted against each other as good guys and bad guys. The villain teams are in charge of defending a nuclear bomb within their secret base, and the hero teams must either disable the bombs or take down the villains to win. Each group will take 20 minutes total to run through this exercise, 5 minutes prep time for the villains and 15 minutes for the heroes to act. Seo-chan spoke up then, staring with a bit of surprise at the box All Might was still shaking. How had it not crumbled to bits yet? Nobody knew. All Might, isn't this a bit advanced for us? We're only just starting out. An excellent question, young Azui. In my experience, the best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you're not just punching robots now, you're facing up against actual people. All of you have your own levels of experience in various aspects of life, but as for heroics, this is your starting line. You're all newbies, and therefore, you'll all be learning together. All Might finally stopped shaking the box as he spoke, and Izuku peered at it, trying to see if it had taken any damage. It was difficult to tell from this distance. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? How much can we hurt the other team? Do we need to worry about getting expelled like Aizawa-sensei threatened yesterday? Does that box mean you're splitting us up based on chance? Wouldn't it be better to organize us based on comparative skill? Isn't my cape magnificent? Under the deluge of questions, All Might seemed to wilt. Understandable, have a nice day. Now, everyone. I can't understand you if you're talking all at once. My Quirk isn't super hearing. Quickly stuffing his hand into the box, the number 1 hero began pulling out 2 name slips at a time, clipping them to the table so the wind wouldn't blow them away. Time's limited, everyone, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. Listen up and find your partners as I call out your names. Isn't there a better way, Dash? Team A will be Kaminari Denki and Shuji Mezu. Poor Ida, he got swerved so hard. Team B is Jiru Kyuka and Ida Tenya. Team C is Yaoyorozu Momo and Kudakuji. Team D is Kirishima Aijuru and Uraraka Ochako. Team E is Mineta Minoru and Hagakure Turu. Team F is Todoroki Shudo and Audrey Mashireo. Team G is Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. Between his other classmates getting together, Izuku slid over to stand beside his friend and nodded in his direction. Katsuki nodded back, an excited grin upon his face. Mineta had better watch out, because the class had learned that he was a major pervert, and Katsuki wasn't one of those willing to let perverts go unchecked. Team H will be Tokoyami Fumikage and Aoyama Yuga. Team I will be Sero Hanta and Ashido Mina. And lastly, Team J will be Sato Rikadu and Ajuit Tsuyu. Everyone get with your partners quickly now, and follow me. Time is short. Well, it looked like they were being thrown in head first. First up, Team D as the heroes, and Team A as the villains. All except for the members of those 2 teams, the class had been brought to a building across the street, where an observation room was located. The room was mostly darkened, lit by the many screens plastered across the far wall, and each student separated to watch the exercise and wait for their own turns. Ida, slightly put off by being swerved like that before, repeated his earlier question in a quieter voice. Isn't there a better way? Oh, when you think about it, pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the fly. Maybe that's why we're seeing this here, Izuku said from his position in the front of the room, close to the screens and next to Yaoyorozu. His eyes were focused on the screen, observing the teams that had been chosen to go first. Given that Izuku already knew the quirks of Uraraka and Aijuru quite well, his attention was focused on the villain team more than the heroes. This battle exercise would likely give him insight into their quirks that he hadn't already obtained, and with a bit of luck, maybe he'd be able to figure out why his own quirk kept freaking out whenever he walked by Kaminari. Say, Midoriya, that's quite an expression you have. Do you think you know who's going to win? At Ida's inquiry, the greenette glanced over at the other students in the observation room before returning to the screens with a calculative gleam in his eyes. That it could go either way. Shuji's enhanced senses would be put to better use on the hero team, but stationed by the weapon as he is, the heroes won't be able to get the drop on him. Plus, he's strong, so it'll be a tough match even if both heroes make it past Kaminari. Izuku pointed to Kaminari and continued speaking. Look, he's collecting all the metal things he can get his hands on and setting up traps in the doors. I bet he's gonna run a current through them so Uraraka and Ijukin can't make it through. The metal is connected to the doors, and it looks like he warned Shuji to keep a distance. This is an excellent defense, though I wonder why Kaminari didn't go roaming the halls looking for the heroes? Is it because he's physically weaker than them and thought his power would be better used this way? Did Shuji ask him to stay? Is he reluctant to use his quirk on others? I wish we could hear them talking. Their classmates, previously talking amongst themselves, had paused to listen in on Izuku's muttering. Ida seemed impressed and moved towards the screens, interested in getting a closer look. What about the heroes? Ida asked, curiosity evident in his voice. What do you think of their actions? Cutting off his thoughts about electrical currents and whether or not it would have been allowed to rip the wires from the walls and use those as well, Izuku focused on the questions asked of him. Ijukin and Uraraka are staying together, which is really the best course of action for them. They could have split up to search for the missile separately, but in a one-on-one fight either way, they're at a disadvantage. Ijukin isn't physically strong enough to take down Shuji by himself, and Uraraka wouldn't be able to defend against Kaminari's electricity. They figured out that they stand a better chance at winning by sticking together, although I have to disagree with the formation they chose for exploring. Beside Izuku, Yaoyorozu laughed quietly. Midoriya-kun. You think that Kirishima should be the one in the front, not Uraraka. Indeed, he nodded. Ijukin is the fighter of this particular team, able to take more hits before going down. Against Shuji, that's very important, but perhaps even more so against Kaminari. While he's never explicitly tested his hardening against electricity, he's resistant to a few things other than physical force, so he still stands a chance of being resistant to it in some way. Meanwhile, Uraraka has no such defense boosts and would currently classify more as a mage than anything else. Pointing back into the room with the weapon, Izuku gestured to the windows, which had been left undefended. Uraraka could have floated Ijukin and herself up to the windows at the start, though, and perhaps captured the weapon within a minute of the exercise beginning. It's a shame they didn't think to check. Izuku observed as the hero team approached the fortified room and winced when Uraraka got herself shocked. Oh geez. This is why Ijukin should have been in the front. Is she okay? The class observed as Uraraka stood up, assisted by Aijuru, and the two of them began talking outside the door. Shuji listened in, his gaze shifting to a concerned Kaminari every so often before they came to a decision. Hardening his body, Aijuru took a few steps back and charged straight for the door. Uraraka darted in behind him, nimbly avoiding the circuit-breaking Aijuru and the electrified metal around the door, darting straight for Shuji. Kaminari stopped using his quirk on Aijuru, still seeming a bit nervous about how he'd zapped Uraraka, but he didn't stay still. When Aijuru charged him, he dodged to the side and kept himself between the redhead and the weapon, an electric aura flickering to life around him. Oh. Izuku blinked, realizing that it was likely the electric aura setting his quirk off all this time, and continued to observe the exercise. Kaminari's focusing on defense because he isn't confident about his offense. Perhaps he doesn't have the control needed to safely use it against others yet. At Yaoyorozu's theory, Izuku nodded in agreement and watched as Shuji began floating. Uraraka was caught within his arms, but no capture tape had been wrapped around her yet, so she was helping her partner the only way she could. For as long as she could last, it would essentially be a game of tag for Kaminari and Aijuru, or a game of Red Rover. The red-haired teen wasn't fast enough to dart around Kaminari, especially with his hardening up, but he'd had a taste of electricity. Did he think he could withstand a direct shock, or would he think of another way through this difficult spot? From the observation room, Izuku could see a few potential actions he could take in this situation, but it was a close match. Time wasn't on his side. They only have 2 minutes left. Think they'll make it? Zero spoke up nearby, watching the screen with a slight grin. The moment was tense, filled with anticipation for either team to make a move, and nobody could say who would actually be the one to make that move. All they could do was watch and theorize. Hey Kaken. Izuku glanced over at his spiky blonde friend. Capture or timeout? Katsuki approached, peering at the screen thoughtfully, and shrugged. Depends on whether Aijuru gets through or not. If he doesn't get past Sparky over there before Roundface is officially captured, then the heroes are gonna dash. Uraraka Ochako has been captured. At All Might's declaration, Katsuki shrugged and walked back to lean against the wall. Izuku himself turned back to the screen, just in time to see Shuji tackle Aijuru. Kirishima Aijuru has been captured. The villain team wins. Please return to the observation room for an evaluation. Together, the 4 students on screen made their way out of the building and left the view of the cameras. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the door, and they were swiftly crowded around by the students most excited by their match. All right, everyone. Give them some space to breathe. That was some good work, you 4. Once teams A and D had been given their space, All Might gave them a thumbs up and turned to the rest of the
class.
As we all know, the the villain team won in this exercise. But for every game, there must be an MVP. Can any of you tell me who the MVP of this exercise was? Sir. Yaoyorozu raised her hand, and when their teacher nodded to her, continued to speak. Kaminari was the MVP here, sir. From the beginning, he worked with the limitations he gave himself, creating a powerful defensive line instead of rushing out to act as a far less effective offense. While he was reluctant to use his quirk directly on the opposing team, he overcame that hesitation with a compromise by continuing to act in a defensive way, charging himself up and protecting the weapon from Kirishima with his own body. Yes, that is quite a sound evaluation. All Might took a breath and made to continue speaking when Yaoyorozu interrupted him. Or maybe he'd interrupted her. Whatever. Compared to Shuji, who maintained a faithful station by the weapon without significantly improvised action, Kaminari went further beyond his limits and out of his comfort zone. As for Uraraka and Kirishima, while their strategy was likely one of the best ones to be made under such circumstances, they failed to be creative with their options. Furthermore, they made a mistake in letting Uraraka lead the way through enemy territory. With Kirishima's quirk, he never should have been placed in the back, unless they'd been anticipating an attack from behind. All Might lifted a finger, and Yaoyorozu bowed, finishing off her evaluation. When these factors are taken into consideration, Kaminari is the clear MVP of this exercise. Kaminari, looking rather shocked where he was standing, brought up a finger to point to himself. It was clear he hadn't thought he'd done better than the others, perhaps because Idru had broken through his defense within a few moments of locating it, but All Might nodded encouragingly, and the golden blonde grinned with delight.
Huh.
His eyes curved up in a cat-like way when he really put his joy into it.
Nice.
Thank you, young Yaoyorozu. There are a few more things I would have added, such as the windows being a valid entry point to be considered, but very good work. The number 1 hero grinned at the class and held up the box labeled Versus again to pick out the next teams for the exercise. Next up, we have Team I as the heroes and Team H as the villains. Take these communicators and good luck, you four. After the first battle, Izuku and Yaoyorozu stuck around the front of the observation room, eagerly sharing their analyses of the other students for 2 more rounds before Yaoyorozu had to go for her own match. In the second round, Siro and Ishido acted as the heroes to Tokoyami and Aoyama's villains. It was a poor matchup for the villain team. Unfortunately, Aoyama's naval laser was bright enough to interfere with Tokoyami's dark shadow, and the heroes moved in during a particularly bright laser blast. Just as dark shadow was weakened, Siro swooped in to capture Fumigage, while Ishido kept Aoyama suitably distracted. Due to the villains' choice to stick together despite their conflicting quirks and Ishido's damage to the battleground, Siro was declared the MVP of the match. Like Kaminari, he seemed a bit surprised to have been nominated such, but he quickly accepted the role with a wide smile and his head held high. Izuku couldn't help but theorize that he hadn't gotten much recognition for his deeds in the past, and only realized that he was talking out loud when the other confirmed it with a sheepish grin.
Whoops.
Sorry, Siro-kun. When the third round came around, everyone was paying attention to the screens, all eyes on Todoroki. He was the first recommendation student they'd see in action, and wow, did they see him in action. After telling his teammate, Audru, to head back outside for a moment, the mostly cold, barely lukewarm student completely froze the building in which the exercise was taking place, catching Satu and Tsuchan in ice they couldn't escape. Well, Satu did escape, but he was distracted with a teammate falling into unconsciousness and chose to help her instead of defending the weapon. There was a bit of a debate over whether Todoroki or Satu deserved the MVP position more, but in the end, because the villains lost, it was ultimately decided that Todoroki was the MVP. Satu definitely got brownie points with most of his classmates, though, for prioritizing the health of his teammate over the exercise in such a sweet manner. Then it was time for Yaoyorozu to head to the exercise building with Kuda beside her, leaving Izuku alone by the front of the room. Ida would have been with him, but he was on the enemy team, along with Jiro. Susu Midoriya. Yaoyorozu and Kuda against Ida and Jiro. Who do you think is gonna win? Directing his attention to the screens upon Kaminari's inquiry, Izuku considered each possible outcome and focused on the ones that felt like they were more likely to occur before sharing his take on the situation. Well, Yaoyorozu-san has already shown that she's highly intelligent and her quirk is incredibly versatile. Until she makes her move, I really can't say how things might go. Kaminari nodded and gestured to the other 3 students on the screens.
What about them?
Who wins if you take Yaoyorozu out of the equation? The villain team. Unless Kuda-kun has got some incredible hand-to-hand skills, Ida-kun and Jiraiya-san would be able to take him down. Granted, we know that he's physically stronger than Jiraiya due to the quirk assessment test yesterday, likely a product of his inherited mutations and physical exercise, but with Ida in the picture, he'd be taken down. He does seem rather pacifistic too, so if Jiraiya played a bit dirty, she could probably take him down by herself. With another nod, the golden blonde peered over Izuku's shoulder at the little notebook he'd been filling in throughout the whole combat exercise and the greenette. Smiled nervously. Little too close there, Kaminari-kun. So, Yaoyorozu is the centerpiece of this matchup. The heroes here are in possession of a distinct advantage, and given how intelligent she is, we might see our quickest matchup thus far. It was a quick round, indeed, but it also took a while longer than they'd expected it to. Yaoyorozu and Kuda had stuck together in the halls, and a patrolling Ida had encountered them, causing them to split up. As Yaoyorozu was deemed the greater threat, Ida chose to focus on her when the two split up, and Kuda slipped by to head towards the weapon. Really, it was impressive how someone so large could be so sneaky. Oh, Ida made a mistake there, didn't he? Izuku spoke up again, scribbling notes down and flipping pages and mumbling to himself all the while, as his eyes flicked rapidly between the screens and the notebook he was writing in. He should have let Yaoyorozu by him, and focused on Kuda. If he went after Kuda, he could have captured him and then gotten back to the weapon likely before Yaoyorozu even breached the room. Kuda is going to capture Jiraiya, or gently brute force his way past the bomb, and then dash. Yaoyorozu Momo has been captured. With that announcement, everyone froze, and Izuku's gaze whipped up to the screen in shock. Wait, what happened? What happened? The dust kicked up from Ida's quick movements began to settle, and the class saw the 2 foe enemies in a rather compromising position. It looked like Ida was hugging the black-haired girl, but the camera showed that the top of her costume had gotten destroyed, and it was only thanks to their position that the entire class wasn't being flashed at this moment. Staunchly looking away, his face turning more and more red by the second, Ida continued to hug Yaoyorozu until a blanket finished materializing from her back. Once she had wrapped it around herself, Ida released her and took several steps away, pausing as though he wanted to say something to her. It was a shame that none of them in the observation room could hear it. Izuku was particularly disappointed, especially since the blue-haired boy had frozen completely stiff when Yaoyorozu started laughing, but eventually, Ida turned and zoomed off in a particularly rapid fashion. The blanket-covered Yaoyorozu left the building, and the class silently watched the other screens, before a quiet but vehement, "Damn it, I wanted to see her melons," was heard in the room. The chaos erupted from that moment on, and All Might struggled to keep his attention on the exercise while also keeping the class under control, looking quite relieved when he could declare the villain team's victory and put all of his attention in one place. It was a riot as everyone tried to find the one responsible for such a crass comment, but the culprit's voice had been so quiet, it was utterly indistinguishable from the rest of the class. Nobody was familiar enough with the other students' voices to say for certain who was responsible, and in the end, the symbol of peace was forced to grab everyone's attention by Midoriya smashing his fist into his palm. Off to the side, Katsuki and Izuku quietly observed the rest of the room, one squinting and the other glaring at Mineta with displeasure. All right, now for the evaluation. Does anyone have an idea of who this exercise's MVP is? Coughing a bit after yelling to re-establish order, All Might brought the class back to the topic at hand, and Ishido swiftly raised her hand. Ida for MVP. Ida for MVP. The pink-haired girl started a chant, and when nobody else joined in, pouted but didn't stop until All Might confirmed her headcanon. Ida is the MVP, yes. But why so? Ijiro raised his hand at this, and when their teacher nodded to him, spoke his thoughts. 'Cause he was a total gentleman about that wardrobe malfunction, obviously. He even stayed to make sure Yaoyorozu was alright before continuing his duties in the exercise. Ida for MVP. Ida for MVP. When Ijiro joined the chant, Ashido gave him a double thumbs up and mimed wiping away a tear of joy. All Might just sighed at this and carried out the evaluation himself. Yes, that is part of why young Ida made MVP for this match. However, integrity is only one of the many qualities a hero possesses. He was also quite clever to capture young Yaoyorozu when she was distracted. Villains will not hesitate to take any advantage they can, so it's important that you bring them in as quickly as possible. Young Ida was the quickest to act, and that made him the MVP instead of Yaoyorozu. Nodding rapidly to himself, All Might gestured towards the last two remaining teams, the only ones left to go. Katsuki and Izuku were on Team G, while Mineta and Hagakure were on Team E. This would be the last match of the class, and once their evaluation was over, everyone would be cleared to change back into their uniforms. Now then, for our final battle. Team E will be our heroes, and Team G will be our villains. Take these communicators and good luck out there. On the way out the door, Izuku briefly tapped Uraraka and Ijiro's hands, keeping up appearances for his quirk. Carefully standing on the edge of the windowsill, 2 minutes of prep time remaining, Izuku held the zero-G bomb by one of its legs in one hand. As he looked up to the sky above, he saw the knife he'd stabbed into the concrete at the very edge of the rooftop. On the way up, that knife would be what he'd grabbed to prevent himself from finding out what it was like to launch oneself into the sun. All he had to do was, well, actually launch himself. Alright, nerd, don't FING die up there. I'd hate to tell Annie how you failed so hard at a training exercise that you died. Izuku snorted at that, sending his friend a relaxed smile. Just stick to the plan, and remember to close the window behind me. We don't want them finding out where the weapon has gone. Now do we? After receiving a grunt of acknowledgement, the greenette nodded in return and pushed off from the ledge. Held firmly in his left hand, the weightless bomb was brought up towards the sky with him, and soon his right hand reached out to grasp the knife wedged into the wall. Twisting around, Izuku moved his body so it was parallel to the rooftop, and then slowly moved the weapon so it was resting against the layer of rocks scattered over the rooftop. They didn't want the bomb to go making any noise when he released it, so extra care was necessary here. Once he was certain that the weapon wouldn't go floating off, Izuku released both it and the knife in a carefully slow movement, and brought his fingertips together in a display of canceling his learned zero gravity. The bomb thus made a soft scraping noise, while Izuku's body belly flopped uncomfortably against the ground, and he literally ate dust. Spitting out the small amount of roof dirt that had gotten into his mouth, the green-haired boy leaned over the edge of the rooftop and sent Katsuki a final thumbs up, before grasping the knife and freeing it from its position in the concrete. As the window beneath him was closed and he drew back out of sight, his communicator buzzed on softly, and Katsuki's voice came through. "You've got a nosebleed, Deku. The F. Are you doing to get yourself hurt already?" Izuku sniffed quietly, swiping a finger beneath his nose to catch the blood Katsuki had pointed out. "It's just a side effect of my quirk. My analysis of Uraraka told me that when she uses her quirk on herself, she gets way more nauseous than when she's using it on other things. I was trying to circumvent the nausea it would have induced by redirecting her quirk to a final target other than my stomach, and it mostly worked, but it looks like I'm going to get a little headache later. I'll be fine by tomorrow, plus we have Recovery Girl here if I want to get it taken care of sooner, so don't worry about it." Katsuki was quiet for several moments, and Izuku heard him take a deep breath before giving him an irritated confirmation.
Fine.
"If a headache shows up before the exercise is over, I'm taking you to Recovery Girl after the evaluation. And we're going to be talking about how you know this side effect is a thing later." "Fine with me, Kaken. I'm no MSCSD." The spiky blonde began to quietly cuss him out at that, and Izuku cackled softly, remembering to keep his voice down in case the hero team was still outside. Soon enough, All Might's voice came through their communicators, declaring that it was time for the exercise to begin. Izuku listened carefully for any sound which would indicate that Mineta was scaling the side of the building to get up to the roof, and eventually relaxed a bit when he heard nothing, but kept his guard up. Hagakure couldn't fly, so really, it was only Mineta he had to worry about for the first so many minutes of the exercise. Inside the building, as the hero team made their way from floor to floor, Katsuki would be setting traps with the various items scattered around. These would primarily be noise traps, meant to keep the two of them aware of where the hero team was searching, but some of them would involve capture tape. Thanks to the bomb and Izuku himself being safely out of the hero's reach, Katsuki had full control of the battlefield, and he could run around it as freely as he pleased. Reaching up to tap his communicator, Izuku hummed a light note and spoke quietly. "Remember to keep your communicator on so I can hear what's happening, alright? Maybe talk to me if it isn't too distracting. Blah blah. Communication is important, blah blah. I get it." Katsuki paused, and the green-haired teen listened to soft breathing for a few moments before he finally obliged. "Here I go, again, on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known." Izuku wheezed quietly, covering his mouth so he didn't disturb his friend's sarcastic singing. "Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. And I've made up my mind that you're gonna die, grape shit." The building rocked, and the sound of a loud explosion was audible through both the communicator and the air itself. Eyes wide, Izuku pulled up his costume's goggles to check the surrounding area without limiting his field of vision, before speaking slowly into his communicator. "Holy shit, Kaken, what did you do?" There was silence for several moments, accompanied by heavy breathing, before the spiky blonde responded. "I sent the pervert flying. The F you think I did? He was miming about the invisible girl's costume in the middle of the hallway. You think I'm gonna let that slide? He scampered off around a corner before I could kill him, though. Understandable. Might I suggest using a window on the east side of the third floor as a launch pad to send him flying into the observation building? That location is optimal for getting him to stick against the wall by the door without him getting stuck too high up or hitting the ground before reaching the building." "Hell yes. Won't he see you, though?" Izuku began to patrol the rooftop, occasionally leaning over the edges to check out where the fire escapes were, and made sure none of them reached the roof. Every time he did so, he was quick to retreat, just in case Hagakure was climbing one of them, and he just couldn't see her. "More likely than not, yeah. I guess you'll have to take his communicator before launching him, so he can't tell Hagakure-san about it." Katsuki made a noise in acknowledgement, and went quiet, but kept his communicator on as requested. Izuku spent the next few minutes contemplating the situation, specifically the most likely courses of action the other team would be taking. What sort of dynamic would their opponents have in this situation? Alright, there are 5 floors to the building, and with Mineta on your current floor, you can probably count on Hagakure-san being somewhere far away. They're both rogues, kinda, as in they're probably better at laying traps and sneaking around. If by some chance you're distracted by one of them, the other will be looking for the bomb. Unless, for some odd reason, they decide to work in the same area, but that's unlikely. Odds are better for them to be working separately, especially considering Mineta's nature. Crouching down for a moment, Izuku eyeballed the rocky rooftop, making sure nothing was moving up here except for him. It was fortunate the roof was like this, really. If Hagakure did sneak up here, she'd have to be very careful not to disturb any of the tiny rocks making up the top layer of the rooftop, or she'd alert the greenette to her presence. "Gotcha, fucker." Izuku jumped like a startled cat at the sudden shout from his teammate, and as a terrified screech from Mineta soon followed, he found himself wheezing quietly in a mixture of shock, relief, and amusement. Katsuki's voice was constant in his ear, cussing up a storm, and ripping into Mineta both for what he'd said back in the observation room and for his lustful whining in the hallway earlier. It was clear that the small pervert's actions weren't gonna go unpunished. A shame that Mineta never drank his respect women juice as a child. As per his earlier suggestion, a screaming Mineta was soon punted out the window, and Izuku noticed a trail of capture tape flying behind him. All Might's voice soon came through their communicators, declaring that Mineta had been captured, and the brief excitement of doling out justice against perverts began to fade. The wind blew softly, and Izuku pulled his phone out to check the timer he'd set on it. 6 minutes remained. The exercise was more than half over. Katsuki's chase of Mineta must have taken up more time than he'd realized. And we're back to our previously scheduled program. But first, I have to wonder, can Shujikun and Jiraiya-san hear our conversation from All Might's earpiece? If so, greetings from the battlefield. I'd like to say that Kaken is probably gonna end up paying hefty property damage fines in the future. A displeased huff sounded, followed by a thud and much loud clattering, and Izuku paused in his patrol around the bomb. Alright, what happened? I set off one of the noise traps. This is getting boring. I haven't even seen the other one once. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, scanning the rooftop again, before speaking. Well, given that she is invisible dash. Shut your up F dash, Deku. I'm gonna, son of a beach. The greenette listened closely to the commotion firing up at the other end of the earpiece, hearing a slew of shouts and startled screaming break out. It was loud enough for him to hear in person as well, indicating that Katsuki and Hagakure were probably right beneath him, on the 5th floor. He could hear things like, "Oh sheet what up," and "Fight me Invisibitch," and "I'm far too young to die," intermixed with the ruckus, and considered this to be valid proof that Katsuki had finally found Hagakure. I reject this fate, Waiti. A window shattered, and Izuku ran over to the edge of the rooftop, just in time to see a floating pair of gloves and boots latch onto the fire escape ladder of the next building over. Hagakure clambered down to the ground, half climbing and half falling, and Katsuki continued screaming obscenities from inside the building as she ran back inside the building via the front door. Izuku watched this in awe and waited for Katsuki to give chase. His patience was swiftly rewarded as the spiky blonde launched himself out the window and used his explosions to land safely on the ground level. Wait just a moment. If Uraraka used her quirk on Katsuki, he'd be able to experience something like true flight. If Uraraka used her quirk on Izuku, he'd be able to experience something like true flight. Oh golly. Suddenly overcome with thoughts about how the quirks of his friends and classmates could synergize in various ways, Izuku barely paid attention to the rest of the exercise, knowing that Katsuki could handle it without him. His mind and his quirk both latched onto the concept, and with what few minutes were remaining, Izuku furiously scribbled down notes in his small pocket notebook. The sheer potential of this idea. He had to tease it out, he had to explore it, he had to make it grow. When this exercise was over and the evaluations were done, Izuku was going to focus on these ideas so hard that they'd have no choice but to be fleshed out. No doubt about it. May anyone who attempted to redirect his train of thought rest in peace. The rest of the exercise was pretty much listening to Katsuki and Hagakure screaming incoherently at each other in the background of Izuku's note-taking, and All Might soon declared the villain team's victory. Neither of the heroes had thought to check the rooftop, and although Katsuki's costume suffered some damage from a few close calls with sticky traps set by Mineta, their plan had gone quite well. Other than Izuku losing his focus near the end, they did almost perfectly, and the two shared a victorious high-five on their way into the observation room. The class was flipping out again, pelting Katsuki and Izuku with questions and compliments, and it took another Missouri palm smash from All Might to calm everyone down. Young Midoriya and young Bakugo, you are the victors of this exercise. While taking the weapon outside the building was very unrealistic, it was within the parameters of the exercise, and therefore allowed. Now then, students, do any of you have an idea of who the MVP is? Ishido raised her hand, and without waiting to be called on, yelled, Midoriya? Nope. Try again. The pink-haired girl pouted, and muttered that it should have been Izuku, before Siro raised his hand. Is it Hagakure? I mean, she was really sneaky and pulled that badass escape even when she was caught off guard. Plus, she almost caught Bakugo like 8 or 9 times in the last 2 minutes. The symbol of peace shook his head. While young Hagakure went beyond our expectations, there is another who went even further. After that second failed guess from the class, Tokoyami raised his hand. After All Might nodded to him, he lowered his hand and looked over the two teams thoughtfully. Although Hagakure deserves recognition for her teamwork with her partner even after he was captured, the MVP of this exercise is indisputably Bakugo. Where Midoriya indeed guarded the weapon carefully, and the heroes hunted for it without rest, it was Bakugo who went above and beyond in his duties as both frontline fighter and living distraction. Tokoyami dipped his feathered head to the spiky blonde, likely in a show of respect. Indeed, though he acted recklessly at times, it was with both passion and purpose. In the showdown of wits between Bakugo and Hagakure, it was Bakugo who came out victorious when it mattered most. Therefore, it is Bakugo who is the MVP. When All Might gave him a thumbs up, the class broke out into excited whispers again, and it was clear that their attention would only become more difficult to hold. Their match had been the last, so it was almost time to change back into their uniforms and head home. Mizuka's costume didn't get any proper testing, other than that light fall onto the rooftop. Next time an exercise like this occurred, he'd have to take a more active role, so he could see how well it'd actually hold up. Oh, and of course he couldn't forget about the synergistic potential of his classmates. Maybe he could share his ideas with them later on, once he got a good grasp on everyone's quirks. It'd definitely be interesting to hear their thoughts on them, especially Yaoyorozu's. She displayed a particular intelligence that he couldn't help but appreciate, and her point of view would very likely provide additional insight that he'd miss on his own. The rule of 3 was made for us. 3:07 a.m. We live in a society. The opposite of a lake is an island. Baku Baku Boom Boom has come online. Baku Baku Boom Boom. Izuku. What the F? Did you even go to sleep yet? We live in a society. Yeah, Kaken, I did. I'm trying out a new sleep schedule. I just had to share that random thought cause it's 3 a.m. and 3 a.m. is the time for random thoughts to be shared. Baku Baku Boom Boom. You woke me up, beach. The F kind of sleep schedule has you awake at 3 a.m. We live in a society. Oh, instead of sleeping all my hours at once, I'm breaking my sleep into separate time slots throughout the day. REM sleep is the reason why sleep is important in the first place, so I looked a few things up and found that some people out there sleep only long enough to go through one sleep cycle at a time and just sleep multiple times throughout the day. I figured I'd give it a try myself. In theory, this'll give me more time awake than I'd normally have, while also staying healthy. Baku Baku Boom Boom. How the F?
What?
People actually do that? How does that even work? We live in a society. Well, the average amount of sleep a person needs to function in a healthy manner is 6 to 8 hours. A full single sleep cycle is about 90 minutes, so that's 4 or 5 cycles in a night. The first alternate sleep schedule I found has 4 cycles spread evenly throughout the entire day, one at 12 a.m., one at 6 a.m., one at 12 p.m., and one at 6 p.m. I'm gonna try doing something like that. Baku Baku Boom Boom. And what about school? We live in a society. Well, I did say something like that. I'm thinking that I'm gonna go to sleep at 4 a.m. today, so I can wake up for breakfast and a morning run around 5. Then at school, our morning academic classes rotate, so I won't be missing much information to head to sleep again at 10 a.m. each day. I'm smart enough to keep up, even if I'm sleeping. If I have to stay up because of a test, I'll just break that time apart into 2 power naps before and after the test itself, so I'm still sleeping around the same time on average. Lunch happens around 11:30 a.m., which is when I'll wake up. Afternoon hero classes will be over by 4 p.m., and I'll probably be plenty sleepy enough for another cycle then, and I'll be awake at 5:30 p.m. in time for dinner. At night I'll go to sleep at 10 p.m., like I did earlier, and wake up at 11 midnight snack time. And soon I'm gonna go to sleep at 4 a.m., and the new sleep schedule will continue. Baku Baku Boom Boom. Pretty sure you're gonna get tired as F from this, but whatever, I'm too tired for this sheet. Let me know how it works out for you. We live in a society. Will do, Kaken. If you're ever interested in trying it out yourself, I'd be happy to have you join my schedule. Baku Baku Boom Boom. Righto. What the F ever. Night, Izu. We live in a society. Good night, Kaken, sleep well. The hardest cinnamon roll has come online. Baku Baku Boom Boom. F off. Baku Baku Boom Boom has gone offline. We live in a society. LOL, that timing though. The hardest cinnamon roll. Welp.
Guess I'll die.
Baku Baku Boom Boom has come online. The hardest cinnamon roll.
Oh,
Baku Baku Boom Boom. If you die, I'll kill you. Baku Baku Boom Boom has gone offline. The hardest cinnamon roll. Hi Katsuki, bye Katsuki. We live in a society. Bakugu, Bakugoing Bakugan. The hardest cinnamon roll.
Bakugan.
Hold up. The hardest cinnamon roll has changed the nickname of Baku Baku Boom Boom to Bakugan Battle Brawler. The hardest cinnamon roll. Ah yes, perfect. We live in a society. I mean, you're not wrong. Rest in pieces though. The hardest cinnamon roll.
Wait.
Wait, no. Don't tell me you're still thinking about that theory of yours about my quirk. We live in a society. Okay, I won't tell you. The hardest cinnamon roll. We live in a society. The hardest cinnamon roll. Damn it, Izuku, it took me 3 weeks to stop thinking about it last time. I even had a nightmare about it. We live in a society. It's something you might legitimately need to worry about someday though. What if you come up against someone with like all might level strength and you only have your hardening to use? Your limbs could literally break off. Ijuken. The hardest cinnamon roll.
No. Staff.
We live in a society. What if villains attack us before you've mastered Ofa? What if one of them is super strong? The hardest cinnamon roll.
B. LZ.
You're the brains of this operation for a reason. You can handle the plans for that sort of scenario. We live in a society. Ijuken. I know I'm really good at making long-term plans in advance, and I'm also good at on-the-spot improvisation, but I'm not good at everything in between. I can make plans for certain situations, and I can predict how certain events will go if one thing happens in one place and another thing happens in another, but I can't plan for things I'm not aware of. It's practically guaranteed that you're going to face things as a hero alone, even if you're in a team, and you won't be able to rely on me then. I can't think for you. Ijuken, no matter how much we may joke that I do. The hardest cinnamon roll.
I.
H. I get it. I get that only I can think for myself, but I'm not as smart as you or Katsuki. The two of you are on another level when it comes to sheer intelligence, and I know that neither of you think any less of me for it, but I'm not. I can't just pull together winning battle tactics out of thin air like Katsuki can, and I can't sit down and think about how everything might go in the long run like you can. It's just easier to let you guys do the thinking for me, because you're already so much better at it than I am, and maybe if I just watch you do it enough times, some of it'll rub off on me. I'm not on your level yet, and I need to get there before I'll be confident in my own abilities. We live in a society. Ijuken. The hardest cinnamon roll. Because if I can't even stand beside you guys as an equal, then how am I supposed to stand against the villains I'll have to face later on? How am I going to protect people if I can't outsmart or overpower the foes threatening them? I need more time, Izuku. I need to learn more, I need to get stronger. I need to be confident in my actions, so I don't regret them later on. And you're right, I need to think for myself more, but right now I'm still learning. I don't have the same natural talents you and Katsuki have, so I have to learn them before I can use them. I think that sometimes the two of you forget that. Not everyone starts out in the same place. We live in a society. Not to make light of this, but sheet you right. The hardest cinnamon roll. H. I'm sorry, but it's true. We live in a society. No, don't apologize. It absolutely is true. With how our lives have gone so far, neither of us have encountered things that really challenge us the same way they do others. Kaken is incredibly talented by nature, and my quirk gives me a major advantage in learning things, so we're always moving forward at roughly the same pace. You don't have that sort of boost, so at a purely superficial level, you're constantly falling behind. Once Kaken and I start to slow down, you'll still be moving forward at the same pace you've always been. I get it. The hardest cinnamon roll. Yeah, that's why I need more time so I can catch up to you. We live in a society.
Right.
All right, give me a few hours to think about this in more detail. I'm gonna help you. Kaken isn't here right now, but I know he will too. All Might will probably help as well if we go to him about this. And of course, our teachers are technically obligated to help us, so we can get them on our side after a bit too. We're gonna put you on the fast track, Ijuken. The sooner that you become confident in your own abilities, the better. The hardest cinnamon roll. I love you guys. You're the best friends a bro could have. We live in a society. Backslash, carrot, carrot. The hardest cinnamon roll. Cakes, skicks, exclaim slacks. We live in a society. Well, it's about 4 a.m. now, so I'm gonna head off now. Gotta keep that new sleep schedule going. Good night, Ijuken. The hardest cinnamon roll. Night, Izuku. Sleep well. We live in a society.
Yet.
We live in a society has gone offline. The hardest cinnamon roll has gone offline. Kirishima Idru was pretty sure that this wasn't part of the plan for his day. He'd gotten up with the sun, as he usually did after a couple dozen months of training with Katsuki and Izuku, and had eaten a delicious breakfast of meat udon leftovers from the previous night's dinner. Everything was perfectly normal. After eating his breakfast, the redhead ran out the door to enjoy a morning jog, a white headband keeping his hair out of his eyes due to the facts that he hadn't and wouldn't gel it up until he'd had his morning shower. The sun had fully escaped the obstruction of the horizon by this time, so his path was lit with the faint orange and gold colors of the early morning sky above, bright blue and pale purple appearing more prominent as time passed by. This wasn't exactly his favorite time of day, as he appreciated both his sleep and the idea of sleeping in, but it was nice enough to make up for his early rising. With his eyes to the sky, Idru turned down the street that his two best friends lived on, taking the path so familiar to him that he could probably run the whole thing bone-footed. His shoes slapped against the pavement with each step, sneakers, as while he did enjoy his Crocs quite a bit, they weren't the best for running in. Occasionally, he'd pass by another jogger on his path, or an introvert walking their dog before too many people were out in public. Each person he greeted with a smile, a wave, and a cheerful call of good morning before continuing on his way. Soon, the redhead had reached the closer home of his two friends, Izuku's house, and visible just a bit further down the street, Katsuki's house. Normally at this point he'd be joined by Izuku, the green-haired boy fumbling quietly out the door in his jogging gear, and Katsuki would be leaning against the fence in front of his house to wait for them. However, in a break of tradition, Idru could see both Katsuki and Izuku waiting for him where the former usually did so alone. This probably had to do with the conversation he and Izuku had earlier in the morning. He'd had a weird dream where he was chilling on the beach by a rainbow ocean when the water suddenly drew back to form a tsunami that woke him up when it collided, and had hopped onto the group chat to distract himself from the unsettling feelings it gave him. A dream really shouldn't have been that impactful, but he'd always been an emotional person, so it made sense that he'd be affected by things that most other people weren't. It was one of the reasons that Yagi-sen had chosen him to inherit One for All. 2. Something about it being more difficult for empathetic people like him to lose their compassion, and that being one of the more important attributes of being a true hero. But that was in the past, and he had a present to focus on. With a bright smile and an active suppression of the urge to hug people regardless of how gross and sweaty he was, Idru ran up to join his friends in front of the spiky blonde's house and greeted them the same way he had every other person he'd encountered on his morning jog. Good morning.
Die.
An explosion that was more smoke than actual heat and force was aimed for Idru's face, and he reflexively hardened his skin, laughing as he realized his mistake. Right. It's never a good morning for Katsuki. Let me try again. Good morning, Izuku, and morning to you, Katsuki. The spiky blonde grunted, and Idru took that as a victory, fist pumping internally so as to not poke the once again barely sleeping bear. Izuku greeted him with a good deal more energy than Katsuki had, and he didn't seem all that tired, which was interesting because he hadn't fully switched to his new schedule yet. Shouldn't he still be tired? At this point, he was only functioning on 3 hours of sleep, which was pretty close to his usual, actually. Ijuken, Kaken, and I have been talking about how our training schedule is going to be altered in light of how school has been working us so far, and we're going to be doing a bit less physical work in the afternoons. We'll still do our morning jogs and dojo meets on the appropriate days, but other than that, we're going to focus more on studying outside of school, working on our individual weaknesses, bolstering our individual strengths. We're already great at working as a team, but this morning's chat has pointed out that we need to work on ourselves as individuals. What do you think? Blinking in minor surprise at just how quickly Izuku had talked things over with Katsuki, The redhead adjusted the headband, keeping his hair out of his eyes, and eventually shrugged after a moment of thought. Seems like a good plan to me, though I don't want to give up all our teamwork things. It feels pretty great to know you're part of something bigger than yourself, you know? When his green-haired friend nodded without saying anything, Aijuru put a little more thought into it, knowing that it was now his turn to speak his part. This happened often between the three of them. If two were alone and had a conversation that affected all of them, then those two would wait for the third to show up and contribute his part before coming to a conclusion. It was a fair way of dealing with things, as they'd figured it would be when it was first suggested, and it worked well for them. We could ask our classmates if they'd be interested in team training after school sometime. This way we can work on both teamwork and individual training, and maybe even both at the same time. And we'll be getting to know them better, which will help with the future like Izuku is always saying. Why will it help with the future? What? Aijuru blinked again, staring at Izuku like he'd grown a second head for a moment, before realizing what he was trying to do.
Oh.
It'll help us because the sooner we know them all, the better we'll be able to work with them under pressure. It'll help Katsuki by giving him stronger and more varied opponents to go against, and it'll help you by giving you the opportunity to learn their quirks quicker, and it'll help them pretty much the same way it'll help us, by letting them get to know each other sooner. Katsuki, adjusting the weighted wristbands he had recently taken to wearing during his morning jogs, stepped forward and into Aijuru's space. The redhead blinked a third time due to some form of surprise or unexpected behavior from the others, but made no move to retreat, as he knew the resting beach face of the blonde was more bark than bite. And how will it help you, huh?
What?
You've got to benefit from this too, hair for brains. Selflessness is great for being a hero and all, but if you push yourself too far, well, we know what Yagi-sen was like when we first met him. He could have been doing a lot better on his own, but it took our intervention to help get him closer to healthy again. Aijuru nodded, noting that Katsuki wasn't swearing much because he was probably still tired, and responded in his usual straightforward manner. Yeah, I get it. And I'm not being entirely selfless here, so it's good. With everyone training together, I'll be able to keep that sense of gratification that comes from our teamwork. Working in something that's bigger than yourself. I like that feeling, you know? So I'll be benefiting from it too. It might be a short-term thing, but it carries a few long-term perks too, so it won't be a waste of time either. Katsuki squinted at Aijuru for a few moments, before letting out a single grunt of acknowledgement, and stepping back to face Izuku. I say he passes. You? The redhead squinted back at that comment before gasping. Wait, this was a test? What were you looking for? His reasoning is sound. Enough. I approve. Izuku ignored him, and he pouted, before abruptly realizing that his friends had started jogging ahead of him. Hey, hold up. What was I being tested for? Neither Katsuki nor Izuku deigned to answer him, only picking up the pace with clear amusement, and Aijuru ran to catch up. Go ease. It was great to have these two as his friends, even if they sometimes pulled things like this on him. You're my hero. The sentence was said so often in their world that it had nearly lost its meaning. Such was the fate of every word or phrase, really, once it had been used enough. People don't think about the definition of the word, yet there is still a universal understanding of its meaning, going from language to language. This understanding is wordless and intuitive, and spans across the conscious minds of all sentient beings who speak a language. However, if someone were asked what the definition of the word was, odds are they wouldn't be able to answer. This is what it means for a word to have lost its meaning. Hero. What defines a hero? Everyone has their own checklist of possible traits that could help narrow it down, but that isn't enough anymore. Society in this world was run by the hero industry, and as such, the word was thrown about like candy on Halloween night. It diminished in value, from a diamond to silver, to iron, to dirt. To be a hero is to be an enigma, from the average person's point of view, misunderstood and dehumanized in the most positive ways possible. It was the positivity that got to them all in the beginning, the middle, and the end. You there, kid with the red hair. What's it like to have All Might as a teacher? Katsuki, Izuku, and Aijuru found themselves in the midst of a mass media mob, reporters and cameras and microphones shoved into their faces at every turn. The crowd pressed against them, And while the spiky blonde sent out his most murderous aura to try and get them to back off from Izuku, one particularly pushy woman reached out to grab Ijuru's arm and try to pull him towards her. "Back the F off, would ya? We're minors. We can't legally answer your questions." Katsuki's yelling was clearly audible over the noise of the curious media and the reporter grabbing onto Ijuru slackened her grip, turning her focus onto this other target. The redhead took this opportunity to pull himself away and to act as a second buffer between Izuku and the crowd once more, knowing that even with their comfortably padded uniform on, the green net would not be in the happiest of places if they got close enough to touch him. "Hey, Blondie with a scowl. What's it like being taught by the symbol of peace? Wait, you're the sludge villain kid. And these are the two kids who tried to rescue you." The crowd heard her cries, and attention quickly focused on the three, media moving in to get the scoop on the trio who'd had an encounter with a villain and had all ended up in Yui High. Questions were thrown from every direction, and the three were pressed into the wall by the time a teacher intervened. Their teacher, Aizawa-sensei. "All Might's not on campus today. Now please leave. You've disturbed my students enough already." Shooting a few grateful looks to their homeroom teacher, though Katsuki's wasn't nearly as obvious as Izuku's or Ijuru's, the trio quickly escaped onto the campus grounds, past the barrier, and on their way to the classroom. The news that All Might had become a faculty member of Yui High had taken the nation widely by surprise. There was no obvious reasons why he'd choose to do so, when his career as a hero was still running as strong as ever, especially since he'd been making more appearances over the past so many months. The few quiet rumors of his weakening were soundly dismissed by many in light of this. So, why would he become a teacher? Naturally, the media swarmed the school in search of a story. Everyone wanted to get their hands on All Might, and if taking a few students hostage under the cameras was going to get him to show up, then that was what they'd do. It was really a blessing that they couldn't get onto school property due to the Yui barrier. Once past the perimeter, students and teachers and everyone who had a pass could breathe a sigh of relief and go about their day undisturbed. Izuku was especially relieved by this, and shared this notion with his two best friends as they entered the classroom, preparing for the day to begin. "Decent work on yesterday's combat training, everyone. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. If you have any urgent questions about it that need answering, feel free to come to me after class." Aizawa-sensei was as apathetic as ever, seeming a little more tired than usual due to the media staking out the school for at least 2 days straight, but was not unkind. "Now, let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. You all need to pick a class representative." Not unkind, but perhaps a bit too dramatic for this early in the morning.
Wait.
How did he beat them to the classroom? Ijuru jumped up excitedly, grinning at everyone around him. "Pick me, guys. I want to be class rep." "I'll take it," Kaminari commented rather calmly from his seat, followed by Jiraiya speaking with a dry confidence. "Yeah, you're gonna need me for this job." Everyone in the class shouted out their desire to be the class president, one after the other, but Izuku remained calm and quiet. Even as Katsuki waved his hand and shouted out how he'd be the best for the role, the green net simply observed the rest of his classmates, trying to see who would be the most responsible about this. In a normal school, being on the student council would just mean extra work, which is why the trio of Orudra Middle School had never bothered trying to take such a role before. The difference here was that taking the role in Yui would be a display of one's leadership skills in a credible manner, one that could be referenced in the future and would be looked upon as something noteworthy. It was a way to get noticed by hero agencies and acted as proof that the student who took this role could lead a team like a pro. Izuku wasn't interested in taking the role himself, as he wasn't entirely certain what kind of hero he wanted to be yet, but he'd be happy to vote for someone who would do well in the job. "Everyone, silence, please." Ida's voice rang out throughout the room, and the noise went quiet after a few moments, everyone looking at him to hear what he had to say. "The primary duty of the class representative is to lead the rest of the class. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to decide who should be the class representative is to put it to a vote. The student who is the most trusted will invariably win. It's the best way, right, sir?" The blue-haired boy turned to their teacher, as did most of the class, and watched as the man zipped himself up in his yellow sleeping bag and flopped over. Do what you want, just don't disturb my nap, and make sure it's decided by the end of class. That settles it then. Now, does anybody have a box or a hat we can put the votes in? As Ida took charge of the classroom swiftly and absolutely, Izuku pondered the idea of a vote and almost immediately noticed a flaw in the method he was suggesting. Like this, everyone would likely end up voting for themselves. Only a few people actually stood a chance of being nominated, and vote counts would probably reach 3 at maximum for one person, given a classroom of 20 people and most being interested in holding the position themselves. Izuku could very well end up being the deciding factor between people. Then, Ida, everyone, hold on a sec. Before we continue, how about we nominate people for the position? Without being allowed to nominate ourselves and only nominating other people, we'd thin out the group to people who are seen as trustworthy right off the bat. Then once we've nominated everyone we're going to, the votes of the class can only go to those nominated people. And if anyone doesn't want to vote, then they don't have to. Zero spoke up loud enough to be heard by the class, interrupting Ida's search for a box or a hat, and Izuku nodded in agreement. However, it seemed that was an unpopular opinion, as the class disagreed in an uncoordinated jumble of speech and denials, before Yaoyorozu finally procured a cardboard ballot box. Following Zero's suggestion would get rid of most people's chances to acquire the position themselves. There was no guarantee of anyone being nominated but the most charming or popular students, and the same problem was already in Ida's plan, but at least Ida's plan allowed for unpopular people to have a chance. Izuku briefly sent the black-haired boy a sympathetic expression, as someone tore up a notebook sheet to be passed out and used as voting slips, and the sound of scribbling filled the room. After writing down the name of the person he trusted most with the job, the greenette slid his vote into the box and waited for the rest of the class to finish doing the same. 3 minutes eventually passed with nobody standing up to enter their vote, and Ida nodded to himself before bringing the box over to the board, beginning to count the votes. In the end, it was a 3-way tie. Katsuki, Izuku, and Yaoyorozu had all received 3 votes each, and everyone else had received 1 or 0 votes.
Poor Ida.
Well, this didn't work. Who's gonna be the rep and vice rep when there are 3 of us? We gonna decide amongst ourselves or something? Katsuki refrained from swearing for once, likely to make a better impression than he normally did, as he looked at Izuku and Yaoyorozu. Izuku followed his gaze to the intelligent girl who tied with them, a curious expression on his face, as the rest of the class watched on. I suppose so. In what manner do you two think we should decide? From the middle of the room, someone, Kaminari, decided to throw in his own idea. Why don't you guys fight for it? We've covered the social aspect and the trust thing with voting, but we're training to be heroes. Whoever represents us should be good at combat too, right? Katsuki began to grin, his gaze darting towards the golden blonde for a moment, before returning to Yaoyorozu and the expression of dislike upon her face. She was a recommended student, so her skills should be on par with his, but… Kaken and I would have an unfair advantage if we did that, Kaminari-kun. We grew up together, so we know each other too well. We'd both go to take out Yaoyorozu-san from the start, and then I'd likely relinquish the representative role to him. I could relinquish my votes right now, though, and save everyone the trouble, as I don't actually want to be the class rep or the vice rep. Izuku knew that she wouldn't be able to stand against both of them at the same time. No offense meant to her, of course, as he knew that she was very capable from the training exercise they'd seen just the other day. However, against Katsuki and Izuku working together, there was little chance of her succeeding. It would make more sense for him to step down and let them decide the positions amongst themselves. Not a chance, nerd. You got voted up here, so you'll deal with the possibility of being responsible for the extras in the class. Ponytail, you got any ideas? Homeroom is almost over. Izuku turned to look at the clock, noting that Katsuki was right, before refocusing his attention on the black-haired girl before them. Well, how about we draw lots? Each of us puts our names in the box, and someone random in the class, so there is no chance of rigging the results, could pull them in order of descending rank. The first person drawn will be The class representative, the second person drawn, will be our vice president, and the third person can act as a sort of middle ground backup, able to step into either role in case one of the others are unable to perform their duties for some reason. Izuku sighed, but nodded, and looked to Katsuki for his point of view. Leaving it up to random chance left the possibility that he be the backup, and the greenette knew that he'd probably have an issue with that, but the blonde's quick nod indicated that he was fine with the risk. Without further hesitation, the box was tossed into the middle of the room for someone to catch and choose the lucky order of ranking, and the results were called out for all to hear. Katsuki would be the class representative, Izuku would be the vice president, and Yaoyorozu would be their third.
Chaos.
Izuku had been sitting with Ida and Uraraka today, and had just learned about how much Ida looked up to his older brother when an alarm of some sort had abruptly blared. The blue-haired teen had caught a third year's attention, and they'd found out that it was the intruder alarm. Someone had broken into Yui, someone was there who shouldn't be, and everyone had begun to panic as they rushed the exits of the cafeteria. Where had Ida-kun and Uraraka gone? Where were Kaken and Ijuken? Izuku couldn't see anyone from his class. No, he could see Todoroki-kun on a table across the room, staying safe from the panicking crowd, and Kaminari-kun's hair gleaming in the sunlight coming through the window, and he couldn't reach anything to pull himself out of the mass of students. Izuku's skin itched and burned. The green net was being swept away in a tide of warm bodies, yells and sweat and harsh elbows against his ribs, and he couldn't break free. His breath was coming shorter and shorter, and he couldn't see clearly. His vision was blurred with his distress, and a headache was forming. The person to my right has a touch-based quirk. Person behind me is dehydrated. On my left is shivering, up, down, exhausted, sore throat, anxiety. Every movement and every touch sent sparks and jolts of bioelectricity through his senses, his quirk absorbing everything it possibly could, despite his best efforts. His uniform helped a little, but with his short height in comparison to most other students around him, hands and arms and elbows made contact with what exposed skin he had easily. Izuku could barely think. He was so overloaded. Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya. A familiar voice called his name, but it wasn't Kaken or Ijuken or his mom. He tried his best to place it, but another harsh movement from the crowd. Hands ache, sharp hair, heavy lungs, eyes are burning dash broke his attempts to focus. Izuku couldn't do anything but reach blindly for an escape, his limbs shaking and his mouth dry with stress, before retreating to curl into himself and minimize the amount of surface area anyone could touch. Everything was just too much. Satu, I need some help here. Someone stepped on his foot, and a sharp pain in his side came afterwards, but then he couldn't feel as much energy swirling around him. Two hands grasped his upper arms, the uniform shielding his quirk from them, and he was being moved somewhere. He was receiving so much information, and then it was all suddenly diminished, back down to what felt like almost nothing. What was happening?
Who was helping him?
Satu, and whoever the voice belonged to. Who was that? Easy, Midoriya, breathe. You're out of the crowd now, you can breathe. Skiing in a rough gasp, the greenette instinctively reached for the hands still holding his upper arms, but retreated just as quickly. If he touched them, he'd be overwhelmed again. His skin would melt and his brain would follow, and eventually he'd be a puddle of mushy flesh upon the ground and… Satu, I think his quirk is acting up. Look at his eyes. Midoriya, try to take some deep breaths. On a count of 3, all right? Breathe in and hold it for 1,
2,
3. Now release. Izuku blinked rapidly, trying to clear his blurry vision that was filled with watery blobs of gray and red, taking in an uneven breath as the hands released him. Finally, he wasn't touching anything but the floor and the gritty brick wall, and he could try to calm down. He didn't know where he was, but he wasn't being touched, so it had to be somewhere safe. That's right, just keep taking deep breaths. Nobody's gonna touch you. I'll tape them to the ceiling if they even try. The greenette suddenly realized why his vision was blurry and reached up to rub at his eyes. His hand came away wet. He was crying. He'd been so overloaded, and he had to blink a few more times before he could make out the details of the patterned tile floor. It was cold and smooth and untextured. better than anything else he could be making physical contact with at the moment, as it provided little SDMLTN. And the brick wall he had his back to was softened by his uniform. Good, just like that. Think about what you were doing a few minutes ago, before all this happened. You were eating lunch in the cafeteria, sitting at a table with some of our classmates. That's right, he was having white rice. And he was talking with Ida and Uraraka. And then the alarm went off, but he couldn't hear it anymore, so the issue must have been resolved. He could hear incoherent babbling in the distance, the crowd of students he'd been pulled from talking now, instead of yelling and panicking. Everything was all right now. He could relax, or at least try his best to, as he knew from experience that his skin would keep burning until he got some sleep. Maybe he should ask his mom to make katsudon for dinner. It wouldn't really hurt to have a cheat meal after something like this. He was stressed, so he should take care of himself. Kaken and Ijukin would keep him from going overboard. Your favorite food is katsudon, huh? Nice. Sata's voice broke, reminding Izuku that he was currently still with people. And he was muttering again, wasn't he? Don't feel bad about it, though. I think it's pretty interesting. You can learn a lot about someone by what they say when they don't intend anyone to hear them. It's sort of like getting a peek at their thoughts. Although I wouldn't mind hearing less of Mineta's thoughts, like we get a dude. You like girls. Probably a bit too much. Izuku huffed at Siro's comment, an amused little burst of air that escaped his lungs in place of a laugh or a giggle or a snort, as he didn't quite have the energy to do any of those things. Sensory overloads always took a lot out of him, and with the new sleep schedule that he hadn't quite adjusted to yet, he felt more tired than usual. Hopefully their hero classes this afternoon weren't very demanding. Maybe he should go see a recovery girl before them and ask for some of those energizing gummy candies. As the greenette's breathing returned fully to normal, he looked up at those who'd saved him from the crowd and gave them a small, tired smile. Thanks, Siro-kun. Thanks, Ada-kun.
That
wasn't the most pleasant part of my day. Sorry you had to trouble yourselves helping me.
He'd have to make it up to them sometime. How?
Well, he didn't know them well enough to say. His friendship levels with them were too low at the moment, so he'd just have to keep this debt in mind and pay it off when he could find something appropriate to do so. This was going into his notebook of interpersonal relationships, Heroics Class 1A for sure. It's no problem, Midoriya. You don't have to apologize. If we didn't want to help, we wouldn't have. Sada spoke again, smiling kindly down at him. Besides, we're training to be heroes. If we can't even help each other, how are we going to help others in the future? Now that the greenette could think clearly, it really came to his attention how well these two had done. He'd already known that Siro-kun was good in a crisis thanks to the entrance exam, but the fact that the black-haired teen could identify and help others with their panic was a relatively new piece of information. It impressed him. And Sada-kun, he didn't even hesitate to come help at Siro's call from what he'd noticed amidst the chaos. His classmates were good people. Yeah, that makes sense. Izuku smiled back up at them and pressed his arms back against the wall to push himself up into a standing position. As he did so, his attention turned towards his surroundings and the lack of people nearby. They'd even brought him someplace he wouldn't have to worry about being seen in his moment of weakness? How thoughtful. Katsu, I know he might still be outside, but I never saw him out there. We were all in the same area, and you didn't see him either. He's got to be around here then. Blinking in mild surprise, Izuku glanced down the hallway to where his friend's voice was coming from, before turning back to Siro and Satu.
He
had one last thing to say before his two best friends whisked him away and started the comfort ritual. Thanks again, guys. I'll remember this. Ugh, sounds like you're right. Fucking stupid-ass false alarm, sending everyone into a frenzy. People need to learn some fucking self-control. Katsuki didn't sound happy, so with a final wave to Siro and Satu, Izuku made his way down the hall, towards the voices of his friends around the corner. Hi, Kaken. Hi, Ijukin. Man, am I glad to see you guys. Later that day, between two of their afternoon classes, Izuku raised a shaky hand and asked to make an announcement as the vice class president. Aizawa-sensei gave him a blank look, but allowed him to do so, and thus he made his way to the front of the room to speak. Everyone's eyes followed the greenette's movements, and he stifled a mildly uncomfortable shiver at their scrutiny, this sensation only solidifying the decision he'd made in his mind. He didn't want to be disrespectful to those who had voted for him, but he wasn't the right person for the job. He still wasn't being entirely honest about the limitations of his quirk, and more than that, he wasn't comfortable being responsible for so many people. He didn't have the right mindset or the right skills to handle his classmates the way a proper vice class president would, and he wasn't the most approachable person out there. But he knew someone who was. Everyone, I'd like to apologize to those of you who voted for me, but I'm stepping down as vice class president. Various remarks and exclamations of surprise and disbelief echoed through the room, but Katsuki and Aijuru remained quiet. He'd spoken with them about it beforehand, and had almost asked Aijuru if he'd want the position instead, but had dismissed the thought after some consideration. His friend was focused on studying and working hard to improve himself, and he didn't want to impede that by dumping more responsibilities onto him, especially if he wasn't ready for it yet. There was always next year's class elections if Yui did that sort of thing. Sorry, but I don't think I'm really suited for the job, but I know someone who is. I'd like Shiro-kun to take my place. The class went silent for a moment, the surprised expression on Shiro's face being seen by those who turned his direction, before questions and comments went flying once more. Midoriya, why don't you think you're suited for the job? We all saw you in the battle exercise. You were figuring out stuff about us before we'd even told anyone. I must admit, Karo, I'm a bit confused by your decision. Deku-kun, I don't know why you think you're not up to scratch, but I support your decision. And everyone else should too. That's right. Knowing one's own limitations is an admirable trait. Please, do not push him into keeping the position if he doesn't want it. Though I am a bit surprised myself. Oh, whatever. If Midoriya-kun believes that Shiro-kun will do better in his place, it must be true. Shiro, for vice president. Shiro, for vice president. Congrats, man. Everyone was practically talking over one another, but Izuku parsed out who was saying what. Aijuru-kun was first, Tsuyu-chan was second, Uraraka was third, Ida-kun was fourth, Ashido-san was fifth, and Kaminari-kun was last. They supported his decision. They questioned it, slightly, but they supported it. WL, I kinda panicked during the false alarm earlier, and Shiro-kun was really calm throughout it. And back during the entrance exam, he was calm then too and helped me save Uraraka from the zero-pointer. He's good in a crisis, and he's good with people. Those are important traits for a leader to have, you know? Trustworthy ones. As the class quieted down again to hear him speak, Izuku beamed at Shiro and watched the black-haired boy sit up a bit straighter in his seat. So, congrats on being the new vice class president, Shiro-kun. The Greenette didn't quite consider this a repayment of his debt to Shiro, because it was something he would have done anyways, but it was a start. Anything more he could do would have to wait until he knew more about him, and the same went for Satu. He'd repay them eventually. For now, though, he had to get back to his seat, because their next class was about to start, and Aizawa was giving him the stink eye on his way out of the room.